Welcome in. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Good time gang settling in, and we are off and running. Don't forget, today it is, noon Central, Rick's Bible study, as we are continuing to work through the Revelation, and he has got that today at noon Central. If you have that part of your weekly routine, and we hope that you do, that will be live on the YouTube channel. Then shortly after, it'll be on the podcast and everything. We always send that out on social media. You can follow us at Rick and Bubba. Just spell out and A-N-D. We have got Congressman Jerry Carl on the show again today. We'll discuss that and tell you why. A lot going on in old D.C. If you haven't been around the news the last 24 hours, a lot happening, some historic things going on within Congress. So we'll break that down with Congressman Jerry Carl, Alabama's one. All right, here we go. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Yeah.
What's happening?
What's up, boys?
Yeah.
Speedy, you would be so proud of me. So
right.
very proud of me.
Come on with it.
Like the son you never had.
Oh, okay.
Even though you've got 3.
Yeah.
Sat down last night, flipped the TV on, and the first thing that was on, you know when you flip it on and it just kind of gives you whatever's on, and you don't have to go looking for anything.
Yeah.
It was the Phillies playing some playoff baseball.
Oh yeah, boy.
And I just stopped, and I'm like, okay, let's give this a shot. You hadn't watched a baseball game all year, and I watched probably 3 or 4 innings just in and out.
Yeah.
And I forgot how much I enjoy playoff baseball.
Yeah.
Goodness
right
gracious.
back.
Yeah.
The Philly crowd, the Philly atmosphere, everything about it. I just loved it.
Yeah. Isn't it great?
I'm going to wait till they get down to the crunch time.
Yeah.
We got too many rounds now.
Okay, Greg.
These people should be taking equipment up.
Hey, Eeyore. Hey, we're trying to have a positive
These
moment
people
here.
should be taking equipment up. They shouldn't be playing.
Well, I love, and I don't get to, and it's not like it's appointment TV, so please understand that. But I do love to see, atmosphere kind of similar to what we saw last night, and that's just everybody going nuts. And you up in Philly, of course, they know how to go crazy.
They do.
And so just that whole atmosphere is just
felt
crazy.
Right. It felt good. It felt right. There was almost like there was a little crisp in the air based off what people were wearing, and I just thought, man, this is football. It's like you see these big stadiums on Saturdays in college and NFL, and it's just mania from the time it starts to the time it finishes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so you're just worn out. These is you have those quiet moments, and then those just the roar of the crowds when things that are special happen.
Yeah.
And you had a little bit of that last night. I don't know. It just fired me up.
Well, there was four wild card games going on. You had the Rangers, they beat the Rays, and then you had the Twins beat the Blue Jays, the Diamondbacks beat the Brewers, and the Phillies that you just talked about beat the Marlins. We have more action today if you're listening live, and it's October the 4th, and it starts around 2 p.m. Central on ABC with the Rangers and the Rays. But if I could, Greg, listen to this. When it comes to the Minnesota Twins, they finally broke their playoff losing streak that made history among America's.
The Twins don't seem like a real team to me either.
Really? Yeah. You have the
it's
four.
Like they're not part of the league.
You have America's 4 professional sports leagues, and apparently the Twins had broken last night the playoff streak that made history among those 4. Since 2004, the Twins hadn't won a single postseason contest, going 0-18, the worst playoff losing streak in American sports. And they won last night, breaking that streak in Game 1 of the best-of-3 in the AL Wild Card Series. So, congratulations to them. But they were 0-18, guys.
Here we go.
0-18, and they finally won.
Follow me on this. Okay. Yeah. You know how it's almost a hobby of mine. In all sports, and baseball is as bad as anybody, when we try to make stats a big deal that aren't really that big an accomplishment. Yeah. That one I'll give them. Okay.
Yeah.
18. Yeah. That's good. You know what I heard on the way in today?
What?
And I made a mental note of it, just this. All right, the Diamondbacks. Okay. First postseason win while trailing for 3 runs or more.
Okay.
What does that even mean? How is that a stat that matters? They act like that's some big feat. Hey, franchise history. They even use the word franchise history. The first time they have won a postseason game while trailing by 3 or more runs. My goodness, how many details you got to put in? You're trying to make a stat. That's not impressive. Well, like people's never come back from 3 runs down to win a baseball game. I thought when they said historic, I thought franchise history, this is going to be good.
All right.
So what's impressive about that game is the fact that the Brewers had 12 hits and only scored 3 runs. that's
that's the stat. I like that one. But
how about this one?
A franchise history, guys. Hey,
Craig.
Not only did they have a postseason win, but they were trailing by 3 or more. They've never done that.
My favorite is this is the first time they've won wearing this jersey when the game starts at 7 and they're playing at home.
Exactly. We get tons of those. First time they've won while facing a left-handed pitcher for 2 innings. I mean, come on.
Yeah. But
by trailing, hey, franchise history. They've never done that. Postseason, come back from 3 or more down.
Yeah.
Ha, the mighty. Let's stop the game and award somebody something. Give them a plaque or something. My goodness.
Yeah, so you'll give the Twins this one.
Now, the Twins, okay, I'll give you that one. That's quite a streak.
Yeah, and I know Bubba doesn't follow the Twins, but they're in Minnesota too, and I know the Vikings have a tough time, and he struggles with them.
They just don't seem like a real team to me. I don't know why. When I'm just my whole life, when I'm thinking about Major League Baseball, it's like I go, oh yeah, the Twins. It's like I forget the year they beat the Braves in the World Series. I get that. The Kirby Puckett. He made me think of them a little bit when he was there.
Yeah.
But the Twins organization, I keep forgetting that they're in Major League Baseball.
Well, let me ask you this, because we've always
I think it's because it's called the Twins.
And this is how
is that what it is?
Well, and that's okay. Let's talk about this a minute, because and I have been out of the loop. Okay, when it comes to baseball, the Braves had a historic year, and I had hardly paid attention. But I noticed yesterday with the Twins that their uniforms say Twin Cities.
Yeah.
And the logo,
which is where the name came from.
Right. Mm-hmm. The logo is TC. Yep. So have they switched to Twin Cities?
Instead of just Twins?
That's what I'm asking, and I don't know the answer to that. But on their uniform, it's Twin Cities, and their logo is TC.
Yeah, maybe. Again,
or was that just a throwback in this wild card? I don't know the answer to it.
Or is it like we're doing? Like for some reason the NBA, they'll have different jerseys, not even the team's colors. Mm-hmm. Well, of course, the Boston Red Sox with that crazy softball jersey.
But I assumed,
is it to sell more merchandise, give people different things to buy?
But I assumed it's the playoffs, it's the wild card. You would get back to doing what got you there, made the franchise, your marketing, those type of things. And so when I saw that yesterday, I thought, is this what they're doing now?
Right.
I mean, it looks good. I like it. I just didn't know.
You know what I always try to go, because I know we don't care because of where we grew up, where we live. We don't follow the Twins, but there's somebody that does.
Yeah.
They grew up in that area. They're hardcore fans, and the disappointment they've had to have over the years, you kind of put yourself there. You know what I mean? Because think of whatever team that's struggling that you like, and they can't ever really pull it through.
Well,
the Twins last night, the last time they won was October 5th, 2004, a postseason victory.
Yes, that's quite
They defeated the New York Yankees to begin the American League Division Series. The Yankees, though, then went on to win the next 3 games, wiping them out. Yeah. And they haven't won since then. They lost in 06, 09, 2010, 2017, 2020. I mean, so that's totaled 0-18, and they finally won a postseason game last night.
Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah. Of course, now what if you're a Diamondbacks fan, and all these years you wanted a postseason win when you're down by more than 3,
right?
And you couldn't get it. I mean, the first time in franchise history. I mean, that's a big stink.
Greg, trailing by more than 3.
I mean, y'all do agree that's a ridiculous.
I do, but I don't want to harp on it. Okay.
And what's funny is there were different reporters reporting, and both of them led their story like that was a big deal. Hey, first time in franchise history. And I thought, well, this is going to be good. And then they said it, and I was like, well, who cares?
Speedy, to your point, think about that Minnesota Vikings fan that's also the Twins fan.
Yeah.
And he's just been distraught for years and years.
Oh, it's just heartbreaking.
And here we go.
Yeah.
He's got him a W.
Yeah. I mean, you just think about it. They grew up in that area. Somebody has lived most of their life, and they've never seen them win a postseason game, and now they finally did. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code Bubba for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles, optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, and 32 hours of total battery life, and they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Right now, Raycon is having their annual back-to-school sale. For a limited time only, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour with the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy, Greg Burgess, Michael Helms. We're the three that'll get you to the top of the hour, and then Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show. Busy show today, as always, the last segment talked a little bit of Major League Baseball. Wild card race started yesterday with the best of 3 series and more today. A couple of things, historic moments, and Greg ranted on one of them. And we got a little bit of a rant here, too. Do we all remember the story where the guy spent, and I don't want to exaggerate, is it
$16,000?
Okay, I was going to say close to $20,000, $16,000 for a dog suit to where he could get in the dog suit, and it looks like a dog, and pretend to be a dog or something like that. And remember, they took him to the park. There was a lady walking him.
Yes, and let's give credit where credit is due.
Mm-hmm.
Looks probably like the best dog suit I've ever seen.
Yeah, looked a little bit like Lassie. Okay,
yeah, exactly. It's exactly who he looks like.
Yeah, and we have an update on that.
You know, he's trying to live as a dog, evidently, but he's having friendship struggles.
Is it a Japanese man?
I think
is that
so.
who it
Yes,
is?
yes,
okay.
it is.
Right.
Despite his convincing appearance, and we all just agree it is pretty convincing, the dogs seem a little surprised, and unfortunately, they do not treat me as an equal, he says. They're not buying it, guys. You know why they don't treat you as an equal? Because that's a great suit. But dogs know you're not a dog.
Right.
I don't know if you get that. And I'm sorry you're disappointed. I didn't know that was your goal, that you wanted to be treated as an equal. Unfortunately, they do not treat him as equal.
You're kidding me.
They don't. They won't befriend him.
What?
So he's just going to have to interact with humans, I guess.
So I'm not a dog. I get in a suit and act like a dog, but I'm surprised that they don't treat me like a dog.
You know,
there's a lot of things that I'm concerned about.
Now, here's where it's going to get really good. He says moving forward, you know, he may find it hard to be pals with real dogs, but he has long expressed hopes to meet like-minded people who also dress up as dogs. Well, let me tell you something, weirdo. If you can find those people, they will interact with you. I'll give you that, because y'all got some weird dog jolly thing going on.
Right.
But
dog jolly.
I got news for you.
That.
Real dogs are not going to engage you. They take one sniff at your rump, and they know you're not real.
Yeah.
That's how they identify each other. You know?
I'd like to know, is he trying to sniff their rump?
I know, but it doesn't work. He doesn't have that sense of smell.
No.
But anyway, just a little update on the story that we've covered. Seems to be struggling.
You just can't believe
he's having trouble making friends. Well, that's a shocker. I got news for him. There ain't going to be many humans going to be friends with him either.
Well, I was going to say he doesn't have any.
Yeah.
Because I would tell you, hey, buddy, you're in a dog suit.
The dogs don't want you, and I promise you, 98% of the public don't want you either.
Well, did you see the lady walking him with the
She was probably
leash?
getting paid.
You think? Because that's not a true friend. Because she'll be like, hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
You know how you do a little dog talk?
Remember he was rolling over.
Is that your little dog
Come here,
talk?
puppy. Come here.
How you do? You're a good boy.
Did you? We all saw the video. He'd roll over on his back. She'd scratch his belly.
Let me scratch your belly. You think the whole time there's a man in there?
Yeah.
The whole time.
And he's so disappointed. He spent all that money. He thought the dogs were going to accept him.
Yeah, please.
I mean, I don't want to be accepted by dogs as far as like being one of them.
If you have not seen this, please don't think Party City dog outfit. No. We're talking about like he's like looks like a stuffed dog that he jumped inside of.
It looks like somebody built an unbelievable robot suit.
Yeah.
Around this guy.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, it does
the most
look
impressive
legit.
dog suit I've ever seen, and he must not be very big.
No, he has to be very small, man.
Yeah, because it's not like a Great Dane.
Yeah,
it's
collie.
not.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of want to see a picture of him not in the suit.
Yeah, I'm not saying
now,
that.
Look, so everybody knows we all have heard this story. We're not doing where we're repeating the story. This is an update based on that he's not making friends.
He's not.
The story came out yesterday.
He's disappointed that other dogs aren't treating him
They're
like
not
a dog.
accepting him as equal.
Well, they probably think.
Oh, that's a shocker.
Yeah.
Because they don't know about dog suits and all that. They know what smells and they're going to. They ain't buying it.
Yeah, no.
Got it.
If they could talk, they'd be like, "Man, have y'all seen that over there? There's a dude in there.
That's a nice suit and all of it."
I'm not saying that y'all would because we got our head about us. But if y'all had to do this, what type of breed would you be?
What type of breed would I be?
Yeah, like if you could go out, you know what? I'm getting in this little dog suit and I'm going to
It's hard to beat
I'm going to the
lab.
park.
It's hard to beat a good old lab.
You going lab?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I'm a golden retriever kind of guy.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd be a good
Adler
golden
be a
retriever.
Chihuahua.
He would. Just a little old thing. I have him as like a bulldog almost.
Yeah,
too.
with them French bulldogs.
Yeah.
They're extremely popular and very expensive.
Boy, are they? Hey, dogs
and not very healthy.
Yeah.
Oh, I do have some problems. Yeah.
The English bulldog, really, they don't live what?
Yeah, that's kind of what.
Don't they live
Man,
like?
bless
I
them.
mean, less than 10.
that's
if you get
tough.
one about 8, you've done something.
Yeah.
That's why Ugga. They've got so many Uggas. They keep having replacements.
Hey, the slobbering dogs are tough for me.
Bloodhounds.
For those of you that have them, God love you, but the ones that they just slobbering
I've
all
always
over me,
wanted-
my furniture, I can't. How do you enjoy that?
I've always seen bloodhounds. I go, man, that's a good-looking dog, but boy, that's slobber city. I can't deal with it.
That's what I love about those. You know, this is where we talk about our dogs.
Here we go.
But that's what I love about those Australian Shepherds. They're so clean. They don't like to go through the day dirty. They'll clean themselves.
Do y'all have
and clean each other.
Do y'all have a tag that says, shepherd owner? Something have dog
Shepherd
people get
owner
on your car?
Yeah. Wave
y'all-
if you've got an Australian Shepherd.
Do y'all get together and meet with other Australian shepherd owners?
No, we do not.
Okay. I could see you as one of them.
Does yours ever clean out the other one's ear?
No.
Yeah, that's gross, but it happens with ours.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Kevin and Buddy out.
Yeah.
Imagine if we. Never mind.
No, I knew you were going there.
Well, all right, we'll take a break. We'll come back.
Good.
29 minutes past the hour.
That'd be bad.
He walks in from coming back to the printer, and I'm over there digging in your ear.
Rick and Bubba.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Gaetz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Kickoff Hour. It's the Good Time Gang, and we thank you for being with us. We've hit a lot first 30 minutes of the show, and we'll continue that. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour for the main show, and we appreciate you being with us today. For the first time in United States history, the Speaker of the House was voted out yesterday in Congress. His announcement, is from, of course, Kevin McCarthy, that he had been voted out, and he spoke last night. We'll have Congressman Jerry Carl on the show today to discuss that and where we go from here. But some, you're talking about history, guys. We had, for the first time ever, Speaker of the House voted out of their position in Congress yesterday. So that's coming today. And then also don't forget Bible Study Live today, noon Central.
It's almost as historical as the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, down by 3.
Almost.
While trailing
Came
by 3 or more.
Hurry! All right, so as we move along here, there's a few stories that we can just kind of hit. Did we
No.
Okay.
Nope.
I'm kidding.
Wait, I can't remember if we talked about Stoneman Willie or not. I think we did.
I think years ago we did a story about Stoneman.
This is the mummified deal?
Yeah, Pennsylvania man.
Weird.
Who has been mummified and I guess for 128 years?
Good.
In the late 19th century, will actually be buried later this week. That's the story.
So long?
It says, and
Took
the
them
true
129
identity.
years to figure it out.
Yeah, the true identity will finally be released. The man known as in the death as Stoneman Willie is actually identified, and it says here, as I continue to read, Stoneman Willie, at the time of his death, was imprisoned at Berks County Prison on petty theft charges. When he was arrested, Stoneman Willie gave his name as James Penn, said the website for, I guess, the penitentiary that he was in or the prison he was in. But he's finally going to be laid to rest, buried, after 128 years.
Well, they finally got around to it.
I mean, so this is what they put in there. The unidentified man was an alcoholic who died of kidney failure.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Why did they choose?
I don't know. November 19th, 1895.
How did he get mummified?
Why did we pick this guy to be mummified?
I don't know.
Was it accidental?
It was. It says he was accidentally mummified by a mortician experimenting with new embalming techniques.
Oh, okay. But still, though, why didn't you just go ahead and bury him, even though... Why'd you wait 120-something years to finally put him to rest?
I don't know, but there's controversy about his real name because even though they say that, later in the article, it says, as he neared death, Stoneman Willie revealed to the prison doctor that his name was not actually James Penn, that he had provided a fake name in order to spare his brother's and sister's reputation.
Okay.
So,
Did you see these pictures of him? It says that he was dressed in a suit with a bow tie and... displayed in the coffin with a red sash across his chest, but his hair and teeth remain intact. And so when you look at these pictures, it's, of course, his skin's all leathery, but wow.
So because he had a fake name, they couldn't ever really figure out the man's identity. So they weren't able to find the family members to take his body. So the funeral home took it in Pennsylvania, where y'all talked about
put him on display.
Yeah, the mummification and the attempt and the experimental embalming techniques that y'all just mentioned, and so that's kind of how it all happened. But they said that they have Pennsylvania authorities have given the funeral home the permission to keep Stoneman Willie's body rather than burying it. That's why it stayed there like it did, and then over the time. It just stayed there. His teeth and hair are still intact.
Yeah,
and his skin. Good night. But he's finally going to be buried. So there you go. There's your update. Because I thought we had done that story. I couldn't remember. It'd been a while, but you just don't see that normally.
No,
you don't.
No, you don't. First time in franchise history.
Yeah,
what that was.
Oh, mate. All right, so there's a quick update there as we move along. I saw this, and I actually talked to Greg about this earlier, Helmsy. It is hilarious. We will play it during the main show today. Aaron Rodgers is always on the Pat McAfee show, and he was talking about, I guess, Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
And he gave him the nickname Mr. Pfizer.
Yeah, it was funny.
And he called Kelce Mr. Pfizer while talking about the Jets' performance against the Chiefs. And if you don't know, Travis Kelce has got commercials out, trying to push getting the flu shot and the latest COVID vaccine all at the same time.
Yeah.
And you can knock that out. So he's called him Mr. Pfizer.
That's funny.
And I loved the reaction of Pat McAfee, and I guess, is it AJ that's the other guy that sometimes split screen with him? I don't know. I don't watch it every day. Really, to be honest with you, most of the time it's just highlights of somebody that got on. Yeah. But their reaction was hand over mouth, like, oh my gosh, did you just say
Mr.
that?
Pfizer.
And Aaron, it kind of gave a little bit of a grin while he was talking. Little dig there.
That's going to make Keith Oberlin mad again.
Oh, yeah. He was just discussing the loss to the Chiefs and with Swift in attendance for the second week in a row. I wonder if she'll go to do they play at the Vikings? Or do they? Okay. I wonder if she'll go there. Bubba's just, sorry, buddy. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm sure if she goes, we'll know about it.
Good night.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that's a little bit of some funny stuff there, but we definitely got to play it.
What's the highest height you've ever fallen from?
Oh,
I felt. Excuse me.
Just a cough button.
Choked up about it.
I fell out of a pole one time when I worked for the power company.
Ooh.
How high was it?
I wasn't. I was probably I was about at the neutral on a 46.
That's where he talks down to us.
About 18, 20 feet, maybe.
Okay, it's up there.
Yeah. I landed on my feet though.
Yeah.
And
fall or jump?
Just collapsed.
Like accidental fall or jump?
That's a good question, Speedy.
I
want to go.
Out the 2-story window at the back of the house on the trampoline and hit the ground.
Yeah, that's.
I would rather it be fall, but if you don't have a height fall, then jump.
Yeah, we did this stupid thing where we'd climb up on the roof and jump off sometimes.
Yeah,
I don't know why we'd do that, but just a single story.
Yeah.
Why did we do that? I don't know why we would do that.
I don't know.
We just, I guess you know what it is? I guess we just stayed outside all the time.
Hurt when you hit.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't
taste metal.
It wasn't fun. Oh, yeah. Nothing fun about it.
No. You feel it just go right through your body. You're lucky you made it, probably.
Where are
Hit
you
and roll.
Heights in general? Like when you go, like say you're at a mountain peak or whatever, does it make you nervous to look over or anything like that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it does me. It does me. I mean, I'm not going to, we do tons of stories, sadly, about people getting too close to the edge and they fall to their death.
I'm not going to walk to
if I'm here to the rug from the edge, I've got it.
That's
good
me.
enough. I mean, I can see everything.
Yeah.
I don't have to get right up on it.
And if my kids are with me, I get real nervous when they get closer.
Yeah, there's no sense to get on the edge.
Yeah.
No, it's weird because when it comes to heights, I'm okay unless I'm, to your point, on the edge of something. Like overlooking a cliff or, something that now if I've got the rail and all that, I'm better. But if you get me in a hot air balloon or skydiving, so the heights don't bother me.
Yeah.
But it's just something about standing there that close.
Yeah, I think it's the situation of the height.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like climbing something now, they have so much safety stuff. You're constantly
right.
Safetied in, so you feel
right.
Good. No, but you still, you got to deal with the height part.
Yeah. But now I will
say, as far as just walking up the edge and going, okay, I'm not sure about this. Yeah, I'm not for that.
I'm not big on that at all.
When we got up on top of the building and went down rappelled down the side of the building. We were talking about that the other day off air because I know James Spann was here as well, and you could tell how nervous he was. If you haven't ever done anything like that, you're locked in and all the equipment, but you get to the edge of the building.
You got to
and
lean back.
The way they said to do it, you need to lean back like you're in a recliner, and just
on the edge of a building and leaning back is not natural.
Believing in that equipment to do its job. And you just take that okay, I'm going back. Here I go.
When we did
that's hard.
When we did that
was real
I
hard.
never looked down, not once, because I knew if I did, I wouldn't be able to truly lean back and do it the way I was supposed to.
Yeah.
What about jumping off rocks like in water?
Oh, I used to do that. Yeah.
Oh, See, I love stuff like that.
Yeah,
I don't care how high it is.
That's
It's
fine. That's fine.
Hit the water wrong, it hurt.
Yeah.
This was a question from the audience, by the way. That's why I brought it up.
Cool. Back to the building, I was thinking, I'll be the one guy where something breaks.
Sure.
And the story would be, this has never happened before.
Never happened. The equipment failed.
Bless his heart. He was hanging on.
Guess it was his day.
Yeah. There was a guy named Greg. He didn't do anything to help. He's just standing there.
He didn't want to get involved.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults. Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hi, this is Dr. Brad Schaefer. As a podiatrist, I can tell you no two people's feet are alike, which is why I recommend Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotic inserts. They're customized for your feet, so you get a unique solution your feet really need, not just a one-size-fits-all insole. They're clinically proven to provide pain relief for achy feet, knees, lower back, plantar fasciitis, and heels. Take the Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotics Assessment in Walmart today, now in the foot care aisle.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's the back pain now? 2022.
Wonky work from home desks have Dane's Acupuncture booked up.
You need to get in, but this week's all full.
But finding more practitioners has them on pins and needles.
You know my lunch is in 20 minutes. How fast can you get here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. This portion of the Rick and Bubba program sponsored by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Look, it's time to sleep better. If you've been thinking about a mattress, knowing that might be your problem, and you're like, man, what do we do? Where do we go? Mattress companies out there, you got to be careful who you're working with. Helix owns its own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly to from their facility to your door. And right now, you can save 20%. We all got to sleep better. And they've got it really dialed in here.
Yeah,
you take a sleep quiz.
That's
doesn't take long. They figure out what type of mattress you need.
You sleep on your back, your stomach, your side,
right?
All that.
Yep. And then they got the premium mattress brands, affordable prices that provides the tailored mattress based on your unique preferences.
Match you up with
That's
what
it.
you like, and they send it to you in a box.
Yep. They've got 14 unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury models, a mattress for big and tall. They even have mattresses for kids, body type, everything. So check it out. The 2-minute quiz, they kind of get it dialed in so they know exactly what you need. And as I said, shipped straight to your house. You just arrive at the front door free of charge. Have a 100-night risk-free trial, too.
See, 100 nights.
100 nights, buddy.
And how about after night 1, I thought, I'm good.
If it doesn't work for you, which they think it will, they'll pick it up, and you can return it for a full refund, no questions asked. So check it out, helixsleep.com/Bubba, helixsleep.com/Bubba. Save 20% today. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba. Your new mattress will ship right to your door, and you'll save 20% in the process. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get a truly amazing night's sleep.
That's right.
All right, darn the luck. And I'm cleaning that up. This is, I guess, just your time. Listen to this headline. Oklahoma woman riding lawnmower struck and killed by wing of small airplane.
What? I got a question.
Think about the last time you cut your yard.
Did the wing fall off the plane and land on her, or did the plane come down real low on an emergency landing and clip her?
Well, let's find out, Greg. It says
I gotta know.
A broken bow. Oklahoma woman was killed Friday after she was struck in the head by the wing of a small airplane while she was riding on her lawnmower. It says, next to an airport runway.
Okay, I got it.
This is making more sense now. She's 27.
We almost got to see
I was about to say, we almost
lived it.
We were all part of something like this.
They reported that the plane was coming in for a landing and spotted haze after touching down on the runway. It says here they told investigators he tried to pull the wing's engine so that he would fly over her, but the wing struck her. So it looks to me like it's not like a wing fell off and hit her in the head.
He was landing. She's at the airport. That pretty much summed it up.
Yeah.
But the point is this.
Single mother of 3, y'all.
Somebody messed up on whoever gave them clearance to land, or she just obviously they probably didn't know she was that close. Because we experienced this. We were trying to land one time. We had somewhere we needed to be, and the pilot had to pull up and go make another circle because somebody was going down the runway on a lawnmower.
On a lawnmower. Of course, everything is under investigation here. Like as far as to what she was wearing, was it reflective clothing? Did she see the plane? Did they, look like to me the pilot said, hey, maybe it was a last second, I saw her tried to pull up and I just couldn't.
Well, when we're getting together the schedule on cutting the grass, you may want to get with the times and go, hey, in this certain, we got people with flight plans and they're coming in and, let's don't be cutting grass around the runway.
Let's not.
Maybe we have a lapse in, traffic.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, that's sad.
But you hear about these bizarre things,
what a way to go. I mean,
yeah.
It's quite a story.
What
happened to Alice? Well, she was cutting grass at the airport, and then the wing got her.
Yeah.
What was she?
Bless her heart. What if she didn't see it? You're in your own little world cutting.
I know. She's cutting grass, and that's how you know she's out of here.
All of a sudden, good night, it's real.
I'm getting ready to get out of here for a few days. You two gonna behave?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, we're good.
I'm taking off.
I know. Well, I mean, I know you're good.
Yeah,
I'm taking off too.
That's a question really targeted at.
I'll say this,
Gregory.
We'll make it. I'm looking over there.
I mean, I don't want some phone call, over the weekend that y'all have had to shut down the kickoff hour because something Greg said.
Well,
you know what I mean.
Pray for me on that.
That's possible. But no, we'll be fine. We'll do good. We'll get through it. That's fine. If you want this throw it. I mean,
y'all gonna smell it.
Yeah,
y'all gonna smell the mist here in a minute. The vapors.
No, we got it. You just be careful, be safe.
Get the hell out of here.
See what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Get the ladies back safely. I can't imagine. Oh wow.
I just charged my Raycon earbuds. Got them going. Because it's 6.5 hours from Jacksonville to Baton Rouge. And,
I got to buy another set of those.
Buddy, you've been talking about that for a long time.
Well,
you'll say you got to do something, and it takes a while for you to do it.
I lost one of my earbuds, okay? And so I've stole.
That was like months ago.
I stole Lisa's.
Yeah.
She had some brand new still in the box.
Did you lose
she hadn't
those
opened
too?
it yet. But anyway, she won't. She said, well, I'm not wearing them if you had them in your ears. But anyway.
She said that.
Yeah, just messing with me. But I've been meaning to order her some more.
Oh, wasn't that sweet? Do you know how he says he'll complain about something and never get it done? Lisa was dead on with you when she called in. I've been doing best of editing and all that. And when she called in the two segments, because she talked about the ditch that would need to be weeded.
Exaggeration.
And she's like, Greg, you talk about things and how you need to get them done, and you never do them.
She's putting on for the show.
Huh? And getting Millie.
He can't say
getting Millie fixed.
He keeps having to put air in his tire every day.
Well, that's true.
I got to do that at some point here in the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, you can come back in a couple of days.
You're right. You
flat.
said that because it's a
That's
little.
gonna present
it's
another
a little
handle.
longer stay than normal.
Yeah.
And
it's going to be flat.
It's going to be pretty much flat, probably.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to deal with that.
Again,
and it's not where I'm having to get this particular van is not on campus. I've got to do it at somewhere that I'm not really comfortable with.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
You need to go ahead and get that air thing. Get it out. Portable.
I wish Adler's van seated 10 people and I could just rent it from him.
Yeah,
that's
you could.
true.
Oh man, that'd have been good.
You can leave him your truck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
That ain't nothing wrong with that. That'd be good.
No.
Hey, really hard right now to get a 10, 12. It's a 12 passenger that we're in. We have a motor pool that we can have access to at Jacksonville State. But if those vans are out to somebody else, you got to go outside source. Really hard to find a 12, 15 passenger van right now. And so got lucky, got one. And there's always the option of chartering a bus.
There you go.
But when you're only taking 10 people, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I bet they're cheap.
Yeah.
Buses.
Well, that's the way they used to do it for liability and stuff like that. But anyway.
Now you the driver.
I don't mind it because I can, I'll have to stop every once in a while. So I can control that when I'm driving. I hate to ask a bus driver, hey, can you stop every hour and a half, 2 hours?
Yeah. No, but that is one thing I hate to do. I hate to stop when I'm going somewhere. I'm like, no, let's just get there. I will hold using the bathroom for so long.
I'll make myself miserable.
I do too.
Why do we do that to ourselves?
I don't know. I'm thinking, buddy, you got to stop. Why didn't you just stop?
We got these big, nice truck stops now. They got nice bathrooms.
Yeah. Next thing you know, you're off on the exit ramp. You know, leaning there like you got a flat tire.
I've done that.
Rick and Bubba.
Because you remember,
I'm tired of these menus. They're messing me up.
I know. By the way, hey, Cheesecake Factory, what are you doing?
That's
if you're there, you're not counting anyway.
Hey, Cheesecake. If you got calories that are that high, just don't put them on the menu.
Don't put them on there.
I mean, I literally was laughing because they've been forced, I guess, by somebody putting the calories on there. I mean, they don't have an item. At Cheesecake Factory, you know the lowest calorie item I found? Now, somebody says there's some obscure light menu there, but you have to ask for it.
Yeah.
So I didn't.
They got in the back.
So I didn't know that. I was just with the regular menu. I'm not making this up. This is not an exaggeration in the least. So I'm trying to find something to eat, and I'm trying to do better. Do you know what the lowest calorie item they had? The old-fashioned hamburger.
That was the lowest?
That was the low ball?
990 calories.
Oh, man.
And it was the...
Greg, I'm going to go a little light today. I'm going to get the old-fashioned hamburger.
Greg, it was the lowest calorie item on the entire menu that I had.
See, that calorie menu thing, and I know they're forcing me to do
like having it out there.
I don't, because I could lie to myself. Well, that's only got some. But when it's right there in front of you, I can't stand that.
But I remember...
I say let's go back to just every man for himself.
And we've said this before, but I think every man for himself, that's a great line. Let's go back to this. I think this is the deal. What we didn't understand because we were stupid little kids. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this. It's great to have, be so naive as a stupid little kid. What I didn't realize is it really was no more complicated, Rick. Hey, Rick, you were raised in families and everybody that we all knew were pretty much the same level on the income ladder. And your parents were going out buying cheap food. I mean, and I didn't know that. I thought this was food that everybody wanted because it tastes so good. Yeah. And so, but
sardines.
I can.
Hey, bologna.
Potted meat.
SOS tonight.
Bubba, are we having grilled cheese again? Salmon patties again?
Hey, can I tell you, I love those. I love those. I love
Kraft macaroni, Mom. But anyway,
hot dog nut.
So anyway, you just think about it. My dad would have just boiling grease out there and just that butane underneath it. And this is your meal for the day: fried fish, fried potatoes, fried hush puppies.
That was good.
And that's what was on the plate. There was nothing else on the plate but that.
That is so good.
Everything was fried.
The decisions you're making now are ketchup. I mean,
it gets fancy. You can get a little tartar sauce.
Right. So if you didn't, everything, the deep fryer, everything came out of it.
Oh yeah. And it was made out of an element off a hot water heater.
Yes.
They made a rig out of it.
That's right. And I remember thinking to myself, Lord, thank you. Most people don't have it this good.
I know.
It was good.
That really was my fault. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Time that you saw chicken prepared some other way than fried and you thought somebody had messed up?
Yeah.
You're kind of like, man.
Well, they kind of have.
You were
Let's just call
you're
it.
like, man, what's up with the chicken? Somebody know how to cook it.
I love it.
What is this called? Somebody says, oh, try that little Rick. That's baked chicken. It's
baked.
And I think,
Put a
man,
little pepper
you know
on
what I think? They're going to fire this guy, whoever made this.
Yeah.
I don't even know what'd they do to the chicken. So to the phones we go. Jack is standing in Andalusia. Lines are available, 866-WE-BE-BIG. He's got us, or should have us, on 107.7, but Jack said there's an issue. Jack, welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Biggin. Hey, Green Acres and
oh, you're okay.
you guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're not the guy that was. I'm sorry. There was a guy that was on hold that said he couldn't get the show today. So that's not you. So 107.7 is roaring today. All right. So sorry, sir. Somebody, I didn't see what you were talking about to him.
Our bad.
Sorry about that.
Fish gravy.
I don't know about fish gravy.
Oh, I'm gonna give you the idea here. What you do? Now, my dad used to do this, and we grew up the same way you guys did. This was top shelf food from the cheapest level of the little grocery store. You take your fish after you battered it up. You know, you took the sack, you put your cornmeal flour in there, you shook the fish up while they were wet, got them all covered in the cornmeal. You fried the fish. You scoop some of that cornmeal out and use it to make your hush puppies. You're done frying all the French fries and all the fish and all the hush puppies. You pour the grease off that you're boiling all your fish in.
Got it.
All right, you get down to just a little bit of the grease, and you remember the cornmeal that's left in the bottom that comes off the fish.
Yes. Got it.
Right? Now you take the bag of cornmeal that's got all that fish goo on it and dump it into the pot of grease that you've been frying them in with just a little bit of the oil left in there.
Yeah, gotcha.
You brown all of that. All you do is just keep stirring it, brown it, just like
I see
you're
where he's
making
going
gravy.
with this.
All right. Now, when you get done with that, you pour it off, let it sit for a second, kind of strain a little bit of the oil out of it, and then scoop you a big old tablespoon or two onto your plate, and then you pour Grandma's homemade cane syrup on that. Stir that up and eat that fish with that right there, and you will think you have gone to heaven.
Well, has anybody died like from just eating with that meal you just described? Like it killed them right there. I mean, they fell over dead.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you,
I don't like anything that part of the situation requires me to pour anything off. We poured it off twice during that.
Well,
All right, then you got to pour. You know what
like
you're doing? You're pouring the old gunk off. Is what you're doing.
Well,
Get rid of that because it's nasty.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour is beginning, and this hour starts with the national anthem. Here we go.
It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we get ready to unpack another hour on another day. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, here with us. Helmsy out. He was with the kickoff hour, but will not be with the big show today. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience. Watch the show on our YouTube channel live. If you're a subscriber, you get those alerts. If you haven't subscribed, go ahead and do that. Also, look at that notification bell there and those thumbs up. We need all that matters for some reason, from what I hear. So participate in all of that. Today, you also get a Wednesday Bible study on your YouTube experience. That will be live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. The Revelation, we go into 21 today. Have you ever really unpacked the new heaven and the new earth and statements like the sea will be no more? What does all that mean? We'll unpack that today in the Wednesday Bible study. Fascinating stuff. The archive will be ready soon after, if that's and more of you get it that way, but it'll be available on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel for you to consume on your own time. Boy, we have a lot to unpack on the program today. Let's get him in here. The Silver Tongue One, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Let's start it up with Rick and Bubba.
Got me started. How about old Mick? What's hilarious with all these new, technology you have now, and we didn't know. Y'all don't understand. We grew up in a time with singers like Mick Jagger, Bruce Springsteen, fill in the blank.
I remember when he was a young whippersnapper, about 70.
Right. Yeah. You never. If you couldn't figure out what they were saying, it was just too bad.
Yeah. There was no research to find out.
And now you look at some of the lyrics, because now you have these programs that show you the lyrics as they're coming. You're like, oh, is that what he's been saying?
Yeah.
I know that. Mick was saying he's a mean machine. I never got that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of songs if you go back and look at the words, you might be a little surprised.
Yeah.
Because it may not be exactly what you thought.
A lot of running themes too. Yeah. Most all rock and roll songs revolve around about three themes.
Yeah, 3 chords and 3 topics.
Three topics.
Yeah, this show has really helped me out over all the years, because I've never really been. I'm listening to the lyrics and I know every word. I'm more of a rhythm beat kind of guy, kind of that enjoys the song. And the lyrics I never really paid attention to until the Burgess boys came along, and y'all have educated me a lot on what a lot of songs are saying and the meaning behind them.
Yeah, and sometimes you wish you never knew.
I know.
Wow,
that's what they were saying.
Well,
didn't know that.
Thanks to everybody for a great birthday yesterday and all the many birthday wishes. Very, very kind, and 99% of you was nice stuff to say yesterday. Thank you so much. But into the 1%, well, I'll be dead at some point. But anyway, we also. It was a very laid-back birthday. Bubba asked me about this when we got there, which I prefer. Had some things that when it comes to your birthday, you do a lot of things you enjoy. I was elated that Adler and I finished up curriculum number 5 yesterday for the manchurch.com, at least our part of it. We finished up the 40 videos for the new curriculum that'll come out next year, and now we send that off to
the Andy Blanks and his team, and they'll write the study guides. But Adler and I, we're done. We finished our part up.
That's awesome.
We have put together 5 40-week curriculum. Adler and I have cranked out a lot of content.
Good.
So anyway, so that'll be coming out in 2025. So that felt good. I love to complete a project. So that was like a gift yesterday.
You throw Gatorade on your Powerade?
I did. I kept waiting on John Thomas's message yesterday. Finally got that. So that really did happen.
If he was going to call.
Well, he threw me a curve. He sent it on WhatsApp app or WhatsApp, whatever that thing is.
WhatsApp up.
So I didn't get it like I normally do. And hello, Rick. This is John Thomas. It is your birthday. I am so happy, and I was like, I am as well. And Sherry was so sweet. Made me nice a steak dinner and had a little candle out on the deck, and it was beautiful in Alabama, low humidity, and we sat out there and ate steak and under the candlelight and talked about life and the second wedding coming up this weekend and putting all that together. So it was a very laid back day, which I like. I enjoyed that a lot.
That's good.
So
That's good. I'm glad you enjoyed it, bro.
No, thanks to all of you for a great day, well wishes, and just very, very kind.
So there's enough days that are out of control. It's good to have one that's number one.
Yeah, of course, and Bubba and I were talking about this because he has sent a text to young Broderick as well. Also, keeping up with everything. I heard from all my kids yesterday. And then young Broderick, in a huge step out, said he was going to have lunch with me after we finished the curriculum yesterday. And, of course, I finally got the text after I looked down and saw where he was on GroupMe and where I was. And I said, buddy, let's just punt, okay? Hey, I got to shoot. I'm shooting this project. I'm a little behind. I said, buddy, let's just punt. It's fine. I know you feel obligated to have lunch with your daddy today, but you're stressing me more by not being here. So you just finish what you're doing. And I'll roll on to the house, and we will live to fight another day. So now he claims he's coming to the Bible study today, and we're going to go out to eat after that. So we'll see. We'll see. But hey, it's fine. You got a lot on you this week. It's fine.
That's not like usually you would throw the guilt trip on him. Heavy.
Yeah, but I can't do that on wedding week.
Not wedding week. Wedding week, you got a lot.
I did do the one thing I have to do, Bubba. So you don't think I've completely left who I am. My final text was, Lord willing.
Yeah. I know. Well,
if I have
you run the numbers at 59, there's not a whole lot of birthdays with Dad left.
If I have another day, son, I'll see you. Yeah. So that was good, and then talked to all the kids yesterday. Great stuff. So it was a good day. Now I did not know because I would not participate, but by accident, on my way home from the lunch that I ate alone on my birthday, as I was riding home, I made the mistake of hearing breaking news that there was a coalition that was going to remove the Speaker of the House, and they did, and apparently they did. There was a lot of commentary, people thinking that wasn't going to happen, but all those people apparently were wrong. And then today we have the big EAS test.
Yes,
is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah. We got that today. So we got
that's going to scare you to death today about 1:20 Central Time. So just be prepared, because it's still going to startle you when it happens.
Oh yeah.
But we need to test it. We need that ability.
So we'll come back.
I'm just glad it's a test and not a real deal.
Yeah. Of course, as far as the Speaker of the House, I guess it was a real deal.
Yeah, it was. We'll break that down.
Yeah, that was an odd thing. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Steps. A lot of steps involved.
A lot of steps, but when he got home,
he's making homebrew.
I needed a nap.
Yeah. Todd out of Corner, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Todd, go ahead.
Man, what's going on this morning?
I'm good. I hope you're okay.
I'm great, man. Listen, me and my brother, many moons ago, came up with this invention. It's called a hot dog salad. And let me walk you through it real quick because it's very specific.
Oh, my God.
Hot dog salad.
Listen, you got to use the Oscar Mayer brand, almost to the W word, hot dogs.
Yeah.
You got to use, and you have to put a little small bed of lettuce. All right. You put 5 hot dogs in the microwave and cook them.
5.
Or 4 if they're the bun links. You just got to use 1 pack.
Look, I got to go bun link. Okay.
You cut up 3 of them on that bed of lettuce. All right. Then you take some cheese. I used to use cheddar. He used American. But you cut up some cheese, and then you put some bacon bits and croutons, and then you put some Thousand Island on it. And then you put another little bed of lettuce. You cut up the other 2 hot dogs, a little more croutons, a little more bacon bits, a little more cheese. Top it off with Thousand Island. That way you get a full mixture of everything without having to, without having to mix it up. I'm telling you, it's so good. If you put it on top of your head, your tongue will beat your face trying to get to it.
It seems like the lettuce is just kind of there.
Ricky's talking about hot dog salad.
Why don't you just have just a salad and throw a hot dog cut up in it?
That's what it sounded like.
Is it me or is all callers sounding like Gerald Gaetz today?
They are.
Why is that?
Because of what we're talking about.
You're right. They may sing Mona Lisa, but
Mona Lisa.
I'm gonna tell you this, guys. I will say this. I can, and that's why I don't like the thick bologna, the bologna, because that type of meat, if it can make me nauseous. If you give me that many hot dogs, then I'm gonna feel sick.
Well, that's the reason why I think that's why. Let me tell you
call
why.
it the hot dog feeling.
Why? Let me tell you why. Because that's why.
Hot dog feeling
that's why the spiral dog to me I like, because I'm taking it and I'm stretching out and making it thinner and more crispy.
It doesn't give me quite the hot dog.
Yeah, I'm like you. I don't like to bite into a thick bologna or a big old thick.
That's just too much.
Yeah, you have to be careful with that.
You can overdo it.
And if I'm gonna go over in salad world, first of all, I'm going to avoid salad world if I can, because what he just described, I didn't benefit from that at all. It just tastes good.
Yeah.
And it's almost like the salad's in the way, what he's describing.
Yeah.
It sounds like I should just take hot dogs,
and I don't
cheese,
like
and bacon, and just kind of put Thousand Island there and wrap it all up.
It sounded like he went to the refrigerator and only had hot dogs and lettuce to deal with.
And made something. The only choice he had was American or cheddar. He went with cheddar.
Well, yesterday I think the wake-up call for me was, when did we decide, when we became adults and got our own jobs and our own houses and our own families, at what point did we remove bologna?
Yeah.
Because it was a staple in our house.
Well, let me say this. I don't usually buy the groceries. If we did, it would be in there. And when I am in the grocery store, I do buy it sometimes. And at the hunting camp, there's always a stock because me and the boys are stocking the fridge.
Yeah.
I've never bought it. My kids have never eaten bologna.
Yeah. I found that out with me yesterday. It was a tough day for me.
I love bologna, by the way. As a kid, I would take bologna and wrap it around a carrot and eat it. It's called a carrot and bologna sandwich, by the way.
That's disgusting.
It's really good. You got the crunch.
That is weird.
You got the smash of the bologna. You got the carrot. I was a little kid. I just created this thing, and I ate it all the time. I still eat them now.
You don't eat them now.
I still eat them now.
You don't eat them now.
I've ate them in my 30s.
Weird stuff, Rick.
Let me say,
have you seen that mess he eats for breakfast?
Yeah, I have.
That's something you do when the kid just gets old enough to sit in the high chair and you chop up little pieces.
That's when it started, and I still do it. I still do it to this day.
Yeah, that was something somebody did while you were a toddler.
Can I say that yesterday Jordy came on the show and he said that mustard is only for covering bad meat?
That's what he did.
I am going to disagree with Jordy on that, because if you take some mustard and some barbecue sauce, did I say mustard?
You sure did.
We knew what you meant.
Yeah. Mustard. You don't want mustard. Trust me.
That's hard mustard.
Nothing like that.
Mustard.
And use it for pork tenderloin. It's excellent. It's slow baking it or like slow
But that's
cooking
not what
it.
he
like
said.
a season?
He was talking about
like a
that doesn't
marinade,
count.
yes.
That doesn't count. He's talking about it as a condiment.
Yeah.
We're just taking mustard out and squirting in the plate.
You can say
he's
the
not
same
talking about
thing
using
for
it as
ketchup.
he's not talking about a marinade.
No, he was talking about covering bad meat before the cook. I thought.
he wasn't.
Before the cook.
No.
Okay, well, mustard is good for before the cook on a lot of different meats, Jordy.
We will not
So if
speak
that's
ill of
what you
ketchup.
were saying, you're wrong, and you can shut it.
Right.
But that was a really touching story that you had with the missionary lady yesterday, too. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Rick and Bubba.
I was telling a lot of you this weekend as you're getting ready, you shop the Rick and Bubba store right now. Some great clearance items are out there, including this hat right here. I really like this hat. It's we have different style hats. Some of them, are a little. This one has got. This logo is completely sewn on the front of.
You had a wonderful day and a wonderful night last night.
There's the message from John Thomas himself. And it was a wonderful day and a wonderful night. No one wants to disappoint one of God's most devout servants. So anyway, it was funny, and I'm sorry. I wish it was a great day. The night.
Be sure he's got my number.
Yeah, no, I've had more people ask me, can you send my contact to John Thomas? So anyway, it was a lot of fun, great day. Got to, and with Sherry also, and it's going to start for us, because I know it won't last, but this weekend, things for us in the Deep South get a little cooler. And when I say cooler, I say 70, high 60s, which is great. Beautiful weather.
Out of the furnace.
Going to be a great weather for the wedding on Sunday. And so, but anyway, so with Bubba and I doing a little better and dropping weight and all that, I'm having to get a new wardrobe. Well, my winter clothes are still large, Rick. So one of the gifts yesterday, Sherry went and got me a bunch of stuff for the winter. That are now, the new size. So I got some new wardrobe yesterday.
Okay.
Got a little beard oil. All that.
Got to have that.
So it was, and then
I thought you used WD-40.
Yeah, well, I do when I'm in a tie. So, all right, do you want to talk EAS first or removal? I know we've got Alabama 1, Jerry Carl, Congressman, coming up. So you want to wait on the removal of the speaker when we just talk with him next hour? Because, we'll have to repeat it all over again.
We'll probably have to chew it up a little bit before he gets on, and then we'll get his take on it, too. But I'm good either way.
Yeah, well, I know you're in the same boat because I've been watching both of us. And if we were a news talk program, and I know some affiliates wish we would be, and then other affiliates wish we would not do it at all, which makes our job a little difficult because we won't quite identify ourselves. But we're not a news talk show, even though we do some news talk. But right now, I'm grossly uninformed. I'm not really paying attention to it. It's just hard to listen to because both sides just basically run the same list of the same things all the time. So I'm very much out of the loop on whether this was a good thing, a bad thing, coalition. I really am grossly uninformed on all this, and I apologize ahead of time for that. So I don't have a lot to say as far as opinion because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's do you want to do that or EAS?
Let's do EAS right now.
EAS.
I figure the closer we get to Alabama 1, the better on our comments on the Speaker of the House.
And that will be good. It's an interesting thing. It's American politics at its best. Yeah. That's for sure.
Now I did hear something like this hasn't happened since the 1800s.
It hasn't ever happened.
This has never happened.
Never happened.
I heard them saying something about in 1855 there was an attempt maybe to do this.
Maybe an attempt.
They said that we ended up without a speaker for like 2 months.
Yeah,
in 1855.
But this is the first time we've removed one.
Yeah,
so we like to not had one to begin with. You got to go back and remember that. But we'll set all that up.
Right.
As far as the EAS, the Emergency Alert System, we have a nationwide test today. This is something we need to do. Okay, so that we're sure that it's working, and it will scare you to death today when it happens because your phone is going to go bonkers, and the radio and TV stations are going to all hit you with a tone, and you're going to go, what in the world's going on? Then you're going to remember that it's the national EAS test. So they need to do that. They need to review it, be sure the system works. This is the system that the president could use if we were under a nuclear attack or something like that, and it's very seldom test, so they need to do it, and it will be today.
Well, there it goes.
There it is.
Now, and some of you,
and that will be 2:20 Eastern Time, 1:20 Central Time today, and adjust appropriately if you're on Mountain or Pacific.
And some of you will think it's just an update on who's got Beth Mowens.
That's right.
I thought she had the Thursday night game coming up.
And won't it just explain itself in the text?
Yes, it should. It should. It's going to tell you this is a test, and there's no need to do anything.
So how many people? Because we know the sheeple. How many sheeple will be told this over and over again and will still freak out?
Oh yeah, and it will catch
people
us.
Will be completely clueless.
Yeah, and it's going to catch you off guard. You're going to forget about it, and you're going to be driving in traffic or something, and your phone goes nuts, and you think you've hit somebody or you slammed the brakes on. 1:20 Central Time.
Because there's some people that unless this is covered on TikTok, they're not going to know about it.
That's right.
Oh, no.
You're right.
Yeah, right. It's because that's where they spend their days, and they're not informed at all.
So don't be scared today. If you can remember about 1:15 that it's coming and be prepared for it, that's probably the best thing. But if you're out there driving nails or driving a car or something, it may catch you by surprise. Because your phone's gonna make a sound that it probably has never made before.
Well,
it's gonna go nuts.
Well, today, all I can think of today is it's good news for two people in my life: my wife and my son, young Broderick, because apparently anything that's on their phone they won't see. They'll never even know what happened.
Yeah.
So I was asking you.
Tell them about it.
I texted Brody yesterday just to give him a little, word of encouragement, and I knew the end of the week was going to get very busy.
Yes.
And I never heard back. So, but you said that's kind of normal. Not that he needs to reply, but I just want to be sure I had the right number, and I'm not sending it to somebody named Ken somewhere.
Now, whatever you send to the number 4 kid, the number 3 son, whatever you send to him. If you get your feelings hurt, if you don't get a reply in less than 24 to 48 hours,
right?
Don't text him.
Okay.
He is not a quick responder. You know what I've noticed in Sherry? He's a lot like his mama, in the fact that I know some people say this is not possible in the real world, and I acknowledge that. I'm just talking about, but we use this term. I'm a multitasker.
Mm-hmm.
I can have my phone and get updates from the show, from my mom and dad, from anybody, and still keep doing what I'm doing and not affect me at all.
Right.
They cannot. They do not do well with multiple things going at once. If they're on a project, they got to be focused on that project, and they cut out all distractions of all kinds, and so. They literally have to take a phone moment and go back and say, "Let me return all my messages."
Yeah.
Now that's frustrating for people that just need something real quick, and in a moment of things like a venue has changed, a time has changed. Hey, I'm on the way home. Did that get resolved? Those kind of things. Yeah. I really would love those messages back a little quicker. Are you on your way? That kind of stuff. Does that time still sound good? I never heard whether did you ever agree to that time? Stuff like that.
Yeah. Does it also seem funny, and I know we all see this from time to time, your wife seems like she's on her phone a lot, except when you text her.
Right, yeah.
She's put it down or something.
Yeah. There are times when I think my wife doesn't even have a phone, and there's other times I see her with it, and I'm like, well, there you are with it. You seem to really be in it right now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I like the quality of it. It's got the established 1994 official, confirmation of Rick and Bubba item there in the back. And it's kind of more of a, what would you call this? More of a sport hat. I know some people call them caps.
It's not a trucker hat. It's not a baseball hat.
I would wear that playing golf or fishing.
Yeah, but it's one of my favorite hats that we have, and it's
it's got a good logo.
Yeah,
I heard your voice.
Yeah,
called in it.
So we got this one available, and this is an expensive hat, but now we got it like at $15. So you can grab that if you're looking at the store. So a couple of things as we start the hour, and caution for those of you that have been around a long time on the show. This is one of those moments where a lot of us are going to feel a little bit older, and that is that Brody Burgess is 18 years old today.
Wow. How about
18 years old. The Tasmo young Broderick. And the reason why he's called young Broderick is when the school that he just graduated from, it's very, very common. I know it's getting common for a lot of people to what they call hold a kid back, meaning they start them to official school older than they used to when some of us were younger. And he didn't do that. All of our other kids, we did. So he's already graduated before he even turned 18. And so he's turning 18 now a few days after he graduated from high school. And so that's how he kind of picked up the name in the family and in his groups of friends, because at our school, I mean, you can be in the grade with somebody, and if you didn't hold yourself back, that'd be almost 2 years older.
Oh,
than
yeah.
you. And so I remember when my oldest son was playing one time against a quarterback that was really good that played, because he played against this team that now his brothers go to. And I was like, well, that quarterback looks pretty good. And he said, well, he should. He's 19.
Yeah.
But anyway, so like I say, for him to graduate at 17 and now turn 18. So anyway, but Brody is it's funny because they're on their go to the beach with his group of friends and all the others, and so it's kind of tradition. Probably something, Greg, it would have been better when we were all younger. That parents actually go down and chaperone
Oh, yeah.
And I was laughing my head off because the years vary according to what class on what parents can go and can't go.
Right.
And so last year, it seemed to be that more of the moms ended up going to chaperone than dads, just by, you never know the family dynamics and who's got to work, who doesn't. But this year, it's all dads. So last year, they were 0 incidents, okay, 0. The moms were down there, and all this kind of stuff, and some of them. They have already reported back we've had a dislocated arm.
Oh, wow.
With one of the people. They sent a picture. There's one guy down there in a sling now. So the dislocated arm, and then I get then young Broderick sends a picture back, or one of the dads took a picture of him, and he's like, you can see where he put his sunscreen on, where he doesn't. He's like burned all over in different splotches. And I said, Sherry, this is just, I'm sorry, this is what it looks like when you got dad chaperoning versus
But Rick, it's that thing, too, where they're going to say, I gave y'all one thing to do.
I know.
And it's not one thing.
I know.
But that's what they're going to say.
You've heard me talk about that a lot. Women will say, I asked you to do one thing, but no, it's always more than one. It's multiple things. But I'm going to tell you what's happened is the dads down there, they've got their own little group going. They've kicked it out a year.
Yeah.
And,
They're enjoying the vacation themselves.
Right. What's this got to do with
Their
fishing?
sunscreen ain't on any better than the kids.
Another picture comes in. Somebody's caught a shark. And like then the kids, some of the kids are getting their picture made next to it, and it looks like all it could do is just come around and bite somebody. And I'm like, this is what it looks like for dads to chaperone versus mom chaperone. That's what this is. But Brody has been nothing but a blessing. He's it's funny to watch them grow up, and he was for us size wise, and even. He to me, he looked like a little boy for a lot longer than his brothers, and then bam, before you knew it,
he's the tallest one of the bunch.
He did this 2-year jump where he kind of started turning into a man. But it's like I was telling him, it's this is that point in life where you make that step, and if you're someone who's already made a decision at a young age and then trying to live out that you made your decision that you're going to follow Jesus and now the big test comes when you step out from, and the faith becomes your own. And I said, the big step coming here, and you can look at all the multiple kids that I even have in different, they're all such individuals. But I said, here's the thing that's the same for everybody no matter what. This next step will be the big step where one thing's going to happen. Either you're going to go out and you're going to influence the world, or you're going to go out and let the world influence you.
Yep.
Either your faith is going to impact the world, or the world's going to destroy your faith. One of the two is going to happen, and you'll either become a lot like the world, or you'll try to have the world become a lot like Jesus. It'll be one or the other. And I said so, and certainly everything as of right now looks great. And I said, but starting the race is one thing, finishing it is another, and it.
The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. All right. So, cbdistillery.com. If you are, say you're someone that says, I tell you this, sometimes when you get a little bit older, it gets harder and harder to sleep, or some people just struggle with sleep no matter what. And here's something that may help. 90% of those that have gone to cbdistillery.com have enjoyed improved sleep with some of their sleep products there that are all natural. They're botanicals, and they even help you fight off a lot of when you're maybe feeling a little anxious, or you just kind of need to calm down a little bit, but you don't want to have something that's going to make you feel like you're in some kind of cloud. Go there. 81% of the people using these botanicals say these 100% clean ingredients actually work for me. No artificial colors, flavors, preservatives. If you'd like to find out more and get 20% off, go to cbdistillery.com and use our code BUBBA. Also, the link available for you at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So here's what we're going to do. We're gonna go. I know we got Jerry Carl coming up, Congressman, next hour to talk about where we're going with this removal of Kevin McCarthy as the Speaker of the House, and mainly led by Matt Gaetz, and Republican out of Florida. And what's their little group called?
The Freedom Caucus.
The Freedom Caucus, which the Freedom Caucus, we agree with on a lot, but sometimes it just feels like that they don't understand the concept of
getting a good deal is better than
part of a good deal is better than no deal.
Well, what I was going to say is a good deal, though it's not the great deal you wanted, but you got some of what you wanted. Sometimes it's better than walking away with nothing at all. And again, this is more your area, Bubba, and we do have the story. Speedy's got those laid out. A lot that went on yesterday. So if you want it, but yeah, we're getting people, as you said, emailing, going, can y'all give us some sort of what's going on here? So we will attempt that and then talk to the congressman next hour.
Well, I think simply said that the speaker was voted out yesterday by the Democrats and 8 Republicans, as you said, the Freedom Caucus gang. And
do y'all want to hear that?
We'll get to that. The whole concept is that, when you have razor-thin majorities in the Congress, it only takes 1 or 2 people who will flip sides on an issue to make a big difference, and they control all the power because everybody else is kind of locked into place. So that's really what you had yesterday. And if you remember when McCarthy went in, we never got a speaker to begin with. Remember, it took more votes than we've ever had. We finally had a compromise. Remember, Gaetz almost got in a fight with Mike Rogers on the floor.
I remember that.
So when I saw that happen to begin with, I knew that this was coming. It was just a matter of time because he had to make concessions to them to get them to vote for him. And the minute that it didn't go the way they wanted to on an issue, you knew they were going to do this. And all the Democrats were going to vote because they love the chaos of anybody else being in trouble. That's standard politics in D.C. So you knew this was going to happen, Rick. I mean, the day he took the gavel to become the speaker, this was already destined to happen because there's no way you're going to make that many people happy with a razor-thin majority.
Well, and the big question, I guess, before most of our audience, not all of it, is do you agree with the 8 or not?
Well, we'll talk about that and look at that. I'm kind of like you on principle. I agree with the Freedom Caucus on almost everything, but I'm not always in agreement with the way they go about to get it because, I'd love to stand up and say, this is an A or B issue. It's black or white, and we've got to do this. But that's not the way you get things done in Congress because there's 400-something other opinions up there and a president and a court that's going to look over it. So you have to do things incrementally and get what you can get. So, Adler, let's hear the official declaration yesterday that has been vacant.
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
And there you go. First time in history.
Yep. Wham. Matt Gaetz gives his reasons for doing this. Let's run the list, Addy, 1B.
Mr. Speaker, my friend from Oklahoma says that my colleagues and I who don't support Kevin McCarthy would plunge the House and the country into chaos. Chaos is Speaker McCarthy. Chaos is somebody who we cannot trust with their word. The one thing that the White House, House Democrats, and many of us on the conservative side of the Republican caucus would argue is that the thing we have in common, Kevin McCarthy said something to all of us at one point or another that he didn't really mean and never intended to live up to. I don't think voting against Kevin McCarthy is chaos. I think $33 trillion in debt is chaos. I think that facing a $2.2 trillion annual deficit is chaos. I think that not passing single subject spending bills is chaos. I think the fact that we have been governed in this country since the mid-90s by continuing resolution and omnibus is chaos. And the way to liberate ourselves from that is a series of reforms to this body that I would hope would outlast Speaker McCarthy's time here, would outlast my time here, and would outlast either of our majorities. Reforms that I have heard some of the most conservative members of this body fight for, and some of the reforms that we've been battling for that I've even heard those in the Democrat caucus say would be worthy and helpful to the House, like open amendments, like understanding what the budget is. We have been out of compliance with budget laws for most of my life, most of many of your lives. And by the way, if we did those things, if we had single subject bills, if we had an understanding on the top line, if we had open amendments, if we had trust and honesty and understanding, there would be times when my conservative colleagues and I would lose, might be a few times when we'd win. There'd be times that we would form partnerships that might otherwise not be really predictable in the American body politic, but the American people would see us legislating.
Now, I can't argue with the last part of what he said.
Well,
that's
I
pretty
can't argue
solid.
with a lot of what he said,
Yeah.
but whether this is the route to go about it. So now on 1C, is it different than what he just did? He's defending his actions even more. Only about 30 seconds. So here we go. All right.
And when it comes to how those raise money, I take no lecture on asking patriotic Americans to weigh in and contribute to this fight from those who would grovel and bend knee for the lobbyists and special interests who own our leadership, who have, boo all you want, who have hollowed out this town and have borrowed against the future of our future generations. I'll be happy to fund my political operation through the work of hardworking Americans, $10 and $20 and $30 at a time, and you all keep showing up at the lobbyist fundraisers and see how that goes for you. I reserve.
He was being criticized yesterday when all this was going down. People were receiving fundraiser emails at the same time from him, and he was questioned about that. And he was saying, "Well, I don't take special interest money. I get money $10-20 at a time from average Americans. So y'all can get on me all you want to about that, but I'm always trying to fundraise." But he was being criticized.
Well, I would say if there's a bunch of people that he represents and he is their voice, if I was doing something like he's doing right now, that would be the time I would contact them and say, if you agree with me, I need your funding to stay here.
Yeah, right. And that's what he was doing.
I mean, to me, that's just smart.
And probably a lot of it, the fundraising part is totally separate from your political part.
Right.
You can't even do fundraising business on the Capitol grounds. You have to leave that area, go to another office before you can deal with fundraising and all the political side of running for office. So probably a lot of that goes on no matter what, because you have a staff that's doing that. And I mean, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. He's not sending those out. Right. He has people that do that, and they're doing it constantly. And I don't know if that was coincided with that, or it was just another day with another batch of emails.
If I want to raise money for him, I would have coincided with it.
Yeah.
Here's Kevin McCarthy, the historic moment where he walks out after being ousted. Here we go.
This is mostly just B-roll, and it's just kind of chaos. People are following him out like, wow, what just happened? Yeah. There he goes.
So you're alive during this historic moment.
Yeah. Congressman, will you resign? Will you resign? Will you put yourself back on the ballot, sir? Did you mock the congressman's faith?
He's going through the rotunda of the Capitol building there. And if you've ever been there, you've seen that with all the statues.
Oh, yeah.
I was able to catch his speech last night. He said he's not resigning. I mean, he can still, he just won't be speaker.
He's not the only one that lost his office yesterday.
No.
Nancy Pelosi got moved out.
Yep.
Another little story on that. A lot of changes at the Capitol building.
We'll come back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's about to be a whole new level. But I mean, it's a different thing with this generation, I've noticed, unlike ours. And certainly, there's no perfection with any person, any of us in a fallen creation, and certainly young Broderick is not a perfect human being. None of us are, but I notice, and a lot of this happens where they end up and what they do is there's kind of a, when we were all young, when I was just talking about a faith issue, when we were all young in Alabama, in the buckle of the Bible Belt, everybody that I knew, every single person, all were Christians and all were going to heaven. Everybody. I mean, now I'm not saying that was true. I'm just talking about that's what everybody claimed. And what you find now, that there's good and bad with this, just being able to work with youth, and of course all of us having kids that are part of this generation, is you do find that there's a remnant of young people that I didn't see when we were all growing up that have made a commitment that it's not cultural Christianity for them. they're actually devout followers of Jesus, meaning they're not going to compromise their purity. They're not going to be, a bunch of drunks, and then still go to church, most Sundays and claim that, that everything's still okay with their faith. But the problem is most of the people I knew lived in kind of this middle ground. I don't drink, but my sexual purity has been compromised. Or I drink and I do both, but we all go to church. We all claim to be Christians. But none of us are really, really bad, but none of us are really, really good. And what you have now is there is a remnant that is sold out. But I got bad news for you. The middle ground's kind of going away, too, on the other end. And, boy, the other end is darker than ever.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if you look at Scripture, as we get to the end times, it kind of says this is going to happen. But there's some positives with some of these young people that they actually have said, you know what, we actually have looked at the way y'all did things, with all this claim to cultural Christianity, and we've kind of drop-kicked that because we didn't see a whole lot of power with it. So we've actually devoted ourselves to think that, hey, we're going to buy in and think differently and do things differently. Now, they still got to be tested, and we'll see how they go. But the bad part is those that have rejected the faith, they've just rejected it. Completely.
There's
they want nothing to do with it. And that middle ground, I'm not saying the middle ground's completely gone, but it's mostly gone. It's not like when we were young. When we were young, you didn't talk to anybody that said they didn't believe. Now, they might not live it, but they didn't reject it. But now there's either rejection or there's I vault in completely in the middle. And I think there's some freshness to some of that, but there's also some scariness to some of that because if the kid drifts to the other side now, it's not going to be a minor situation. Like at one time, it might have been, I got in trouble a little bit. I messed up. I did some things I shouldn't have done, but I'm going to get it corrected. If they make the turn to the dark now, I mean, I'm not saying you can't get them back, but it's just a whole different deal now. So I think the importance of discipling them to saying, go ahead and buy in now, it's always been important. Don't misunderstand me. But now the world is a dangerous place for those who don't. And we'll see. Now it'll all find out what the real deal is now. So far, so good. So proud to be your dad. Look, learn from us. Figure out what God's will is for your life and just do it. And make a decision. You're going to impact the world. You're not going to have the world impact you. And you can't use youth as an excuse. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's a Mayweather man. He's the mighty James Spann.
James Spann, how are you today, sir?
Gentlemen, I'm doing very well. How are you?
Well, we're doing okay, but boy, there's parts of the country that
struggling this morning
that are climbing out from under horrific weather. Sadly, death is involved and flooding and property damage, and there's still, sadly, possibly more to come over the holiday weekend.
Yeah, we're kind of stuck in this pattern right here, fellas. And this pattern is going to persist through the holiday weekend. So here's the idea. If you are in the
Bubba, remember, any one of the worst signs in freaky email, if the person puts in the email, I just want you to know I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
I just laughed.
I can't
just
wait.
chuckles. The Bible states that the moon is a lesser light. How can we land on a light? Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. The gang here today, other than Helmsy, who is out for this part of the show, and will return on and off throughout the week. All right, so Bubsy, another big moment yesterday when Pelosi was away, I'm sure on a well-earned vacation, and her office was
Now, Rick,
so what happened?
So when she retired as Speaker of the House, She was given a special title, Speaker Emeritus. She was given a special office.
Oh, yeah.
Something, and I don't know. I guess it's bigger or closer or something to it. Something special about it.
This is what we do, what people do about somebody they think they had so much impact that they give them that title really for the rest of their lives in an honorable way, not in a literal way.
Well, they did that, and it was the Democrats were in the majority, so they could do it.
Of course.
And so the interim speaker, the Speaker pro tem, Patrick McHenry, Republican, North Carolina, one of his first actions as the new temporary Speaker of the House was to get rid of Nancy Pelosi's special office. She will go back into the office buildings where all the other Congress people are.
Oh, wow.
And he vacated her office and ordered it cleaned out. And the sergeant of arms and all went in with boxes and cleaned her office out while she was not there.
Oh, my goodness. and then and those of us, right, which that's beautiful. Those of us that
It's a beautiful thing.
That you know every day you wonder. And if you're living in the fake world or the real world, and as Bubba has said, and we've now adopted, we try to be your connection to the real world. But this is, when I first heard this, and I made sure I got clarification from the guys today, and apparently it was accurate because I thought I was in the fake world, but I realized it actually came from the real world, is that Donald Trump is trying to tell everybody that we just need to quit fighting amongst ourselves. Now, did that really happen?
Yep.
I mean, Donald Trump... He said,
"Wouldn't you love to see the looks?"
Do you have the exact quote? Because I want you to see it. He basically said, "Why are we fighting among ourselves?"
No, he did
Liberal
not.
Democrats are the ones running the country.
Yeah, he did. He sent that out on Truth
Can't
Social.
we get along?
So I know this is hard to even say.
Right.
Donald Trump looked like the peacemaker in this.
But he's not.
And Rick, he said it. Rick, he's taking back the term "meatball run." He's not going to use it anymore.
Did Donald Trump say to the Republicans, "We got to stop fighting amongst ourselves"?
Yes, he did.
Did that happen?
Yes, he did.
He's fought everybody.
All right, so that was in the real world.
Yeah,
he's fought everybody he walks by.
Sounds like it's upside down world, but it's real world.
Hey, we need to calm down. Quit fighting amongst ourselves. Ain't that right, meatball run?
Look, here it is.
Here's his Truth Social post. Here.
Greg, stop me saying. I tell you what, radio shows need to quit talking about football tonight.
Look, here it is. Here's the official quote. Why is it the Republicans are always fighting among themselves? Why aren't they fighting the radical left Democrats who are destroying the country?
And we all agree with that
about?
It's just who's saying it.
But you can't say it. You're one of the main ones who does it.
So
he's nicknamed everybody.
So again, back.
I mean, even me and Meatball Ron can meet in the middle.
So back to the overall thing, and I know you're struggling with it like I am. I really don't know how I feel about this.
Right, yeah.
Because if you're going to drain the swamp, and I think we all agree the swamp needs to be drained, you can't do it with a garden hoe. You have to get a bulldozer.
No
out.
doubt.
Yeah, you got
And we all agree on that. I didn't really disagree with anything that Gaetz said on the floor about what is chaos. But the other side of that is, can you get anything done that way? Because you have to compromise. You have to do it in increments to get it through the votes and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I don't know. I really don't know how I feel about it, Rick. I'm kind of hung in the middle. I'm not necessarily a fan of Gaetz personally.
Yeah.
There's something about him that kind of wigs me a little bit.
He's got a weird-looking head.
It's the forehead. Greg, of course, pointed that out.
And the tiny chin. It goes from billboard to nothing.
Right.
But is
Greg.
McCarthy, was he getting anything done? Was it going quick enough? Or are we just, punching the clock at the Congress and doing basically what the Democrats have been doing and just letting all these things that look terrible just keep rolling on? I don't know.
Just from and I've become a more and more casual observer of politics, and that's not helping me right now. Yeah. It's actually hurting me. But when I was kind of paying attention, I didn't really care for McCarthy. I thought he was weak, and I thought he overcompromised and was willing to go with the left more than I like. But then on the other end, I look at Matty Gaetz, and I kind of thought I was more in his camp, but then he started doing things I didn't like either. It's almost like I wish I could have a hybrid of them both into one human. Yeah. But I have to agree that just in logic, the way that I would approach things, it's always there's certain things that are principled. If you said to me, we're going to close the border, but you have to denounce that there's only one way to heaven in Christ, I would go, well, I guess we'll just say keep the border open. I mean, I can't agree to that.
Yeah.
And I'm using an extreme example. But what I'm saying is if there's something principled, no matter how much the other side wants to come to me, if I have to give that up, there's certain things that we just can't. It didn't feel that way when some of the deals came to the table where we could get government spending reduced at some level. We could get something better with the border, and the Gaetz bunch. It was like it's all or nothing, and I'm not always a fan of that, because getting something, if you're not compromising principle, and maybe they felt like they were, is better than getting nothing. And politics, which is why I don't really want to be as part of it as I once was from a spiritual standpoint, is because politics is always about compromise. Well, our spiritual life isn't about compromise at all. We don't compromise the truth. But in politics, you compromise things all the time.
Yeah, you have to.
Which is why I don't really get in lockstep with politicians anymore, because eventually they're going to do something that spiritually you're going to have to explain. And I just would rather not get in that situation if I can avoid it. So I don't know. I'm like you. I'm kind of perplexed on this one.
If I could give my political analysis of Gaetz, I think, Greg, it's his mouth is too close to his eyes.
Is that what it is?
Yes, that section of his face is too small for the rest of his head.
I knew something was off.
And didn't he do some things that were a little bit creepy?
Yeah.
Well,
in his personal life.
He's been under an ethics investigation on a couple of things, and I don't think they found anything. I think he's been cleared on everything, far as I know. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to hear Jerry Carl's take on it, because I respect his opinion, and it'll be and look, not everybody in the Freedom Caucus voted to remove McCarthy either, so it was just 8 of them. And I think the Freedom Caucus encompasses a bigger group, maybe about 20.
Well, I know those concerned about it say, does everybody, and you already made this point, Bubba, does everybody remember the chaos of trying to get him in as Speaker of the House?
Oh, my goodness, it went on.
See, that's when this
days.
really took place, because when you have to compromise that much and just a few people can change the outcome of it, you don't have a majority to rule with,
So those opposed to this saying, you're going to create that chaos again. We're not just going to, this is not going to go smoothly. This is going to be another, this could drag on for months.
Yeah, that's the first thing McCarthy said last night when the reporters opened up with questions. He said, what's the first thing the new speaker should do? He said, change the rules, because they're going to be in my same situation if it only takes a few to vote them out.
But I think they made those rules as part of a compromise to get him in.
Right.
And then Gaetz told him, he said, if you just keep rolling this budget thing over, I'm going to introduce a motion to remove you. And McCarthy said, bring it on, and he did. And he had the votes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, gosh, just hang on, Bubba. Our science books teach us that the earth revolves around the sun, and the sun was in existence before our earth. According to the Bible, the earth was created before the sun, moon, and stars. What was the earth revolving around when the sun was created? Please research true biblical cosmology. NASA even admits that we've never been to the moon.
Oh, NASA admits that.
Oh, everybody knows that.
Now, how do they admit that?
Well, Bubba, we have a video here that I'll send to you. Here's a video of a NASA engineer talking about the Van Allen belts.
The radiation belts around the earth, yeah.
Also, a second video that I haven't watched yet is here as well. I was fascinated by space. Once I researched the exploration of Admiral Byrd, all the special operations done by the U.S. government after his findings, then the formation of NASA, which is Jack Parson, a Satanist, and all the Nazi scientists from Operation Paperclip.
Now, we did grab a bunch of Nazi scientists.
Mm-hmm.
Von Braun being most notable.
We had to get there. Research.
Broke his arm trying to get him out of there.
Rick, Operation Paperclip, Operation High Jump, Operation Dominic, and Deep Freeze.
That's a lot of operations, Rick.
There is not one scripture in the Bible that points. Here it comes. Are you ready? Are you ready, Bubba?
I'm ready.
Wait for it, even though they're wrong about this. There is not one scripture in the Bible that points to the earth being a sphere.
That is incorrect.
God is not billions of light years away. His throne is right above us. Thank you, and I'm not crazy.
You sure about that?
If you have to put that in there,
well, that
says a lot.
Rick, that's a lot of minutia there to cover.
Well, you start with Operation Paperclip.
I don't even. Let's see. I'm trying to figure it out.
Bubba, let me tell you what. Let me break. I'm not going to use the person's name, but let me break this down for you.
Oh yeah, that was when we were getting the Nazi scientist.
What about deep freeze?
I don't know about deep freeze.
What about Operation Dominic?
Oh, what about Dominic?
What about Operation High Jump?
I'm not familiar with those. I mean, I'd have to look them up. I don't know what they are.
So I want you to know, Bubba.
Right now, while I'm on vacation, I'm not familiar with.
Can I do the line again because it seemed to own you? The other day when y'all were talking about the Apollo 11 mission, I just laughed. So this guy says,
"Oh, so naive."
Says the Earth is not round, that we have not been to the moon, and all of this is clear in Scripture.
Okay. It is round.
Mm-hmm.
It is in the Bible that it's round. We have things in orbit around the Earth right now.
Mm-hmm.
We have several things. I mean, there's thousands of things in orbit around the Earth. You cannot be. You cannot be in orbit around a plate. You just can't do it. It doesn't work.
I'm going to try this one more time because now
we did grab the best German scientists they had at the end of World War II.
Apparently,
and some of them were Nazi Party members. I don't think necessarily in their thought process, but that's just what everybody did.
What about Jack Parsons and the Satanists?
I don't know about Jack. I really can't help you with that.
All right. I'm going to try to go logic again, and I know that sometimes can be confusing.
We've had people in space, Rick, look back at the Earth. They see it.
No,
you can't, and you can't be in orbit, Rick. You cannot be in orbit around a plate. It doesn't work.
When you talked about astronauts,
you have to fall over the horizon. That's how you stay in orbit.
When you talked about astronauts looking back at the Earth, I just laughed. And so again, I understand, sir. Look, I 100% agree with you about spiritual warfare and forces of evil. That's 100%. I think you're a little bit mistaken that somehow the Bible does not lend itself to a sphere. Actually, the opposite is there, because we always talked about the Bible was calling it a sphere when we were calling it flat. But you have to start now thinking about motivation. If I was going to invent a space program that accomplished things in order for, I guess, to get money, to whatever, then I would already have gone to Mars. I mean, I would be bouncing around.
Yeah, if I was making up trips, I would have headed to Mars already.
Yeah.
Why not Jupiter?
Yeah.
Why not Saturn? See the rings.
Why is it stalled now? If I can pretend to do anything, then I'm going to keep pretending to do all kinds of things.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I can come back and go, boy, you better keep funding us. Look at all the things we're doing.
Yeah, we're all over the place.
Right?
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't tell you I couldn't do something, would I?
Not if you're making it up,
Right.
Rick.
I mean,
we have no limits if we're making it up.
that's one of the reasons why, and I know you do believe in the Bible, but we may disagree on this part about the earth, but but that's the reason why I think people that say the Bible isn't true, that they're kind of loony, because if I'm a bunch of men trying to put this together, I'm not going to have all this negative stuff in there about me.
Right.
And I'm certainly not going to be martyred for something I know is a lie. None of that makes sense. That doesn't wash. So what's the motivation for pretending all this? No one's been able to produce one for me that makes any sense. But I heard you and Bill Bubba Bussey pontificating about NASA.
Isaiah 40:22 mentions the circle of the earth. That means it's round, sir.
When Bubba read Isaiah, I just laughed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I gotta get away from here. 6 minutes past the hour. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, it is another Rick and Bubba show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess on the phones now, and we're going phone calls. So starting the hour with that, So Greg's there. If you want to get in, comment on anything you've heard today or bring up your own topic, 866-WE-BE-BIG, the real Greg Burgess gathering those. Eddie Van Adler here. He's got your YouTube experience live and archived. Today it includes the Wednesday Bible study, the Revelation 21. Have you ever wondered what Scripture has to say about the new heaven and the new earth? We'll start that discussion today. Live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be archived soon after and find its way to the YouTube archives and the podcast archives. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the Rick and Bubba Show, your real connection from the media to the real world.
Yep, that's it, Bubba. Well said. We have lines available.
You know, these things are not scripted. You know?
Bubba.
We're gonna have to go to the review.
I think you're in.
Yeah, you drug it, Toad.
I think you're in. So if you want to join us, you can.
Your media connection to the real world.
Bingo. And we have coming up this hour. We'll talk a little bit about the speaker deal with Congressman Jared Carl. Or as I like to call him, Alabama 1.
Yep.
Alabama 1.
So that's coming up later in this segment. So we'll see what it looks like from a congressman's point of view. Eric is in Meridian, Mississippi, 97.9. Eric, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Go ahead. You're good.
All right. So aliens come to Earth.
Mm-hmm.
They ask to speak to the leader. They send him to the Pope. He says, "Hey man, y'all, you know our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ." He says, "Yeah." He visits us every 1, 2, 3, maybe every 4 years. He's like, "What? He hadn't been here in 2,000 years. What's up with that?" Alien goes, "Well, I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the chocolates and the wine and the cheese." Is Pope goes, "What? What you talking about? Cheese, wine, chocolate?"
I'm so sorry, Rick.
I could feel the audience leaving, and I left with them.
Yeah.
I was trying to mine that out, but it just
I had to protect the audience.
The setup.
I'm so sorry. I don't want to be
so long.
That was one of those things, sir, where you were sacrificed for the greater good.
Yeah.
And
whose screening calls that great?
Yeah. I started wondering, where do I go here? Do I cater to this person, this one individual, or do I save many?
Yeah.
And
I'm with you.
And I went with the saving of many. I mean, sometimes a segment will be going so bad you can literally feel the audience leaving.
Yeah.
And I could feel it.
I was seconds from walking out.
Yeah. Josh.
I started thinking about lunch.
Josh in Alabama. Hey, Josh, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's going on? I hope everybody's ready for the big test. Got the tinfoil hats, and watch out for the vaccinated zombies. 10-4.
Who got this vaccinated zombie thing going?
10-4.
I forgot about that.
Keep it between the ditches.
I forgot about that. Today's the day where didn't we get a call that asked us? Were we concerned about that?
Yeah, some people said this test today was going to be the zombie activation for everybody who had the vaccine.
Well, I go back to this, and it's been said many, many, many times on the show, but this truth continues to intensify the longer I do the show. I am certainly surprised by the things that we care about and the things we're afraid of, but not near as surprised as I am about the things we don't fear at all.
Yeah.
We could not be further off about where our passions are and where they should be. Mm-hmm. There's never been a bigger chasm than there is now. We are overly concerned about things that mean nothing, but we have no concern about things that are of great importance.
Yeah,
it's a human trait, Rick.
Right.
We have seen throughout history.
Let's go to Anthony, Birmingham, Alabama, listening on ZZK. Anthony, go ahead.
Gentlemen, I want to appreciate you guys for your stance on God and what you were just saying. We're worried about the wrong things, except for what we should be fearing, which is the wrath of God.
Right.
And if you don't know him, then I wanted to tell you there's a conference coming to Birmingham, Alabama at my home church at Solid Rock Church. Ron Parsley, Mike Signorelli, and Miles Rutherford. They preach the whole gospel. It's going to be a life-changing experience, especially men who need to get their families in church and start worrying about what we need to be worried about, which is that the end times are coming.
Thanks, Anthony. Make a note. I know normally we don't do phone segments during this time that much. Make a note that might have been the right call.
Okay.
Okay. So this
Jot it down,
this
Rick.
segment right here, we hardly ever do phones, and maybe that was discernment on our part.
Yeah. I blame breakfast.
Yeah. It's you kind of felt like there was a lot of things going that would garner like a big phone segment,
right?
Yeah.
And I felt it too. So I'm not faulting anyone, but that was a misread on our part, and I share in it.
Well, there's the gatekeeper in there. You see what's happening.
Well, there's only been 4 calls. He's not screening out of a large sample. In all fairness, it's. You remember why we invented the phone troll, but that wasn't one, unfortunately.
I looked up the end of the joke. It wasn't worth it, but I can at least tell you guys the end of the joke if y'all want to hear it.
Oh, really?
Yes, I looked it up. Okay, so he was talking about the guy visits, and the Pope's like, what? We're still waiting on the second coming. How does Jesus visit you aliens every 2 years or so? The alien says to the Pope, well, we gave him chocolate and cheese when he first came to our planet. What did you guys do for him when he first came to yours? Jesus got crucified.
Right. Yeah. Of course, that was God's plan of redemption, so it's really not funny.
It's
yeah. So, but
wasn't worth it.
Thank you, Adler, for finishing it.
Right.
Appreciate it, buddy.
I think both of them were.
Thank you for making me dislike the joke even more. Yeah. I was afraid I didn't dislike it enough, and thank you for helping.
It's not my joke.
Right up.
Please, it's not my joke.
Yeah.
Right.
Do y'all remember? There's been certain phone segments we do. We talk about a big topic, and then nobody really wants to talk about it. I think it's really more of a. Well, I think it shows that the audience really doesn't care who Speaker of the House is.
Right.
I don't really think most.
And that's okay with me. You know, sometimes you think, let's find out what our audience is into.
Yeah.
And sometimes you get it right.
Right.
And sometimes you're like, well, maybe maybe not at all.
It's somewhat interesting,
and that's okay. And I'm okay with that because I don't really like the politics part of the show either. Really, it usually leaves me frustrated and thinking it'll never get any better.
Yeah.
And I don't like when problems don't look like they're ever going to be resolved. That's a terrible feeling to me.
Right.
And if I ever think it can't be resolved, there's no worse feeling.
Yeah.
So anyway, do I try again?
Well, let's try it.
Yeah.
That's
this
part
Rick,
of it.
Let's
it
be
feels
honest.
so nine.
I don't know that it can go much lower.
Yeah. All right, let's try this. Robert,
odds is a turn here somewhere.
Robert in South Carolina. Robert, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Bubba, I just wanted to thank you for your take on the presidency yesterday afternoon and all that you had to say, because y'all say things that other people don't have the nerve to say, and it needed to be said on a public forum.
Well,
so thank you very much for your stand.
I appreciate you saying that. Trust me, everybody here feels the same way, and really it's Speedy's fault. Because he sugared me up with that birthday cake,
right?
And then let me go. You know what I mean?
You are intelligent.
Yes, you are.
I don't know about that.
Derek in Birmingham. Derek, go ahead.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I was just trying to save this. I could tell you guys were a little bummed out about this phone segment.
Well, look, some are good, some are not. Some of our segments are good, some are not. We all share in it.
Yeah, I just had a moment of brilliance, lightning in a bottle. You guys could still turn that big yellow truck into Topaz Tacos.
Sorry, buddy.
The food truck. Everybody loves food trucks.
You know the word the word I felt through that whole segment? Clunky.
Yeah.
It felt clunky,
it
didn't
it? It did.
It's like my car's not running right. I know there's something wrong with it.
Kind of like you put unlead in a diesel.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
It was moving, but just barely.
I felt like that phone segment was pulling up to the wrong pump.
We just took infield before the game, and people were throwing the ball all over the place.
Oh, yeah. I hope we're better in the game.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And thank you for listening and being part of the Rick and Bubba show on the round earth.
On the round earth. And it's just, you stupid but taking the earth around and quoting stuff out of the Bible that you don't understand.
You know, Rick, can I just tell you one of the coolest things about that? And I love it. And this is one of my sick tech hobbies. of ham radio, right? Mm-hmm. So we have satellites that are in orbit.
This is when we get a little crazy.
This is when we get nuts.
This is when I get out on the edge and I hang on my ham buddies. And we start doing 7s and 3s and
right after lunch bunch.
And Rick, these satellites,
pictures of raccoons.
These satellites are up 300-400 miles over the ground, and they circle the Earth at about 3 to 4 times the speed of a rifle bullet. So they're moving on, and we can track those with data from NASA. We plug it into our computers. Our antennas can follow that. And you're sitting there listening on a frequency that you know this satellite's going to be on, and it is dead silent. There is nothing there. And the second that they say it's going to show up, you start hearing it. Weak at first, then as it comes up over the horizon more, you have to track it. You have a very short amount of time before it's gone again. But to me, I mean, that's just amazing. And again, it shows that the Earth is round. You can't do that with a flat Earth.
No,
and there are just dozens and dozens of them. And they come overhead, different intervals during the day, depending on which way they're going. But it's just crazy. I mean, it just shows you again that it's right. I don't know why we're so hung up on this flat Earth thing.
I can't believe
it is one of the most bizarre phenomenons to me, other than socialism, I've witnessed in my lifetime.
I can't believe that we're literally entertaining the flat Earth thing again. What's next? Somebody, I've got a fever, get some leeches. I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, what's up with this convoluted automobile? Bring back the horse and buggy. What are we doing? I mean, guys, how can we be going? This is not true. We know it's not true. You know how we know it's not true? We saw it.
We've seen it.
We're stirring him up.
But here's what I don't get. Here's what I don't get, because a lot of times with these conspiracy theorist people, their own conspiracy theory now kills their theory.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
So he says we went off and we captured a bunch of Nazi scientists. Okay, we did. We brought in some of the best scientists in the world to make something up. If I'm just going to make something up, I don't need the best scientists.
Yeah, I'm going to have a homegrown guy that came up with that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even need to go get anybody. I just need people good at making things up. I mean, get me to the movie studio, right? Because I'm going to shoot it over at some sound stage. I don't need these German scientists to make something up. And it's convenient, the things that...
So I just wonder to what extent some of these people go back on these things. Do they think that the V-2 rocket that bombed Britain was made up too?
Right.
Do they think that the ballistic missiles we fire now are made up? I mean, what is the deal?
Well, we do have people that think the Holocaust was made up.
Well, yeah, but most of them are saying it for a reason.
Yeah, right. But what I'm saying is, when you look at some things, though...
I mean, we do have pictures and witnesses to that.
You know why we can still say... That's what I'm about to say. That's what I was getting to. You know why we can still say we don't know if Bigfoot exists? We ain't brought him in! Okay, but once you bring him in, it'd be like people saying, well, I saw that big truck and his legs hanging out the back of it.
Yeah.
And I saw it. There's pictures of it. There's people got it all over social media. There's people posing with it. We have multiple witnesses that said, I was there when the picture was taken. And somebody said, I don't think it's true.
I mean, I have been to the Kennedy Space Flight Center. I've seen a shuttle take off.
This may surprise you. Do you know who is just bent out of shape over the flat Earth people, and a new character that is forming, and that is arrogant laughing guy, and is Adler. Adler is fit. He's ready to fight the flat earthers. I didn't realize this would be, because you think he would almost maybe drift into their camp a little bit.
I know. I would think that.
He is completely opposed to him, and he is infuriated by it.
He wants you to send him that article, and he's going to research everybody.
That's what he said.
All those things, starting with the paper clip all the way down.
He said he's
dominant.
He said he's ready to go to war with them.
I got time. I got all the time in the round world to research this stuff.
I got all the time in the round world.
Okay, gang. I just hung up on a guy who was calling in to tell us that there is no such thing as gravity. It's all just about buoyancy.
Oh, my God.
And then he went on to say that his illustration was, well, you know how in the ocean,
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Still to come, we'll talk to Jerry Carl, Congressman, about the vote yesterday that removed the Speaker for the first time in American history.
And who will be the new Speaker? How about that?
Yep, we'll talk about that with him coming up. This.
Why is that funny?
Nothing. It's just us.
Yeah, what is this too? This has been handed to me. Where'd this come from?
That's what we were talking about.
Okay.
How Republicans are fighting with Republicans and all this kind of stuff. And somebody detailed
Trump
what's
said
happened
enough.
with the Democrats the last 10 days that the media mostly ignores.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And just a side by side.
Okay. Well, look, and I'm just thankful that Donald Trump has stepped in and said we can't fight
Everybody
among
needs calm.
we can't fight amongst
The
ourselves.
great peacemaker has
Right.
stepped in.
Well, speaking of someone in need of a peacemaker, are you following this Aaron Rodgers, Travis Kelce thing?
This shot, didn't he?
He threw him a little hand grenade, didn't he?
Let me tell you something. This Kelce commercial where he takes not one but two vaccines at the same time and takes a check from Pfizer.
Rick, it's just not that. He's on a dozen commercials now. Now, I know the Swifties think that his relationship with Taylor Swift has made this happen, but these were actually shot before all that.
These were way ahead of that.
Yeah. So you know Aaron Rodgers. You remember the time that somebody was who was it that was critical of him? He said, "Tell him to go take his
Keith
fifth
Olbermann.
booster." Yeah, Keith Olbermann. He told him to go take because Aaron Rodgers would not take the vaccine. He said that he
Please look at Mac.
he didn't want to take the health risk with him and COVID was not as much as the health risk of a experimental vaccine. And of course, for some reason, he was deemed the most horrible person on the planet for that. How dare him not get in line and take his vaccine like all the good followers of the government. But anyway, so now he was the Pat McAfee show, which again I still struggle with, and I keep working on it. And I'm pretty much
shirt, Rick.
I'm pretty sure it's the tank top.
It's got
but anyway, he was on again.
and the haircut.
He was on again, and they got to talking about all the stuff Bubba mentioned with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce and all this, and he referred to Travis Kelce, Aaron Rodgers did, as Mr. Pfizer.
Yeah.
So
here it is, Rick.
we got it. Okay, here we go.
Didn't have a crazy game, and Mr. Pfizer, we kind of shut him down a little bit. He didn't have his crazy impact game. Obviously, he had some yards and stuff, but I felt like for the most part, we played really tough on defense, especially the last three quarters. And
I love their
reaction. He didn't.
Dropped it in.
He just worked it in casual conversation, and they knew exactly who he was talking
Yeah,
about.
they're getting tickled.
Mr. Pfizer.
His reaction. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's look. Aaron Rodgers is having a blast with this. You think he cares when anybody thinks about him and his vaccine? And
that's normally our reaction when Greg says something in here.
Yeah, right. That's what it felt like. Didn't it?
It did.
Yeah. Next, Greg. He's going to unpack why we don't know why we don't like Matt Gaetz.
Too much forehead.
But could we get Pat McAfee to not do the tank top?
Yeah, I know.
I know
I
know he thinks that's his trademark now, and I got that. But I don't know what is it.
It's something about the hair and the tank
Well,
top.
the tank top I've noticed is very
well. He's
very
not at the beach. He's in the studio.
Yeah.
You know it's not overly hot in there. Everybody's going to LED lights. It just looks a little out of place.
Yeah, and then I can't get out of my mind that he's a punter. I think I've got that in the back of my mind because. And I know that
now he kind of pokes fun at that.
He does.
Make that funny.
Yeah.
Like his highlight tape.
Yeah, and I do like what they're doing on College Game Day now, where he's offering all kinds of money if you can make a field goal.
Yeah.
And how bad some of these kicks are.
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple of things because I don't know what this is one of those things where I know I'm supposed to like it, and I think I even feel obligated that I'm supposed to like Pat McAfee, and I don't, and I don't know what, and it's like I can't get past it.
Wow.
So I think it might be the tank top because I noticed this, because I do this just to annoy Sherry. I now have not one but two tank tops. Now she tried to get rid of one of them and hide it, and I won't let her. And so what I do, anytime I put it on and walk around the house in it, there's always a reaction. What do you take that off? You're not going to wear a tank top. And I'm like, no, I'm going to wear a tank. And so
I used to wear them all the time in that.
I've now started working out in the tank top, and she didn't know what to do about it because I'm like, it's just a workout shirt, and then I'll keep it on.
Yeah.
Last night for my birthday dinner, after we finished the workout, she was like, all right, I'm gonna cook some steaks and make you a nice dinner. I said, that's great like that. I said, I think I'm just gonna eat it in my tank. And she's like, no, you're not. You're not going to eat it.
Go get dressed.
And I wish she could, if she knew, it'd be funny if she said, no, Pat McAfee, you're going to go change. So I understand that the tank top it draws a line.
The blazer over the tank top looks good.
Yeah. For me, it's the chain. I think the chain bothers me.
It's a combination of all this. I think
there's something wrong with us. I just want y'all to know.
No, I think
it's the chain.
I think Adler's onto something.
Right.
If I went to Pat McAfee and we looked at the wardrobe, maybe all he would need to do is change the hairstyle, and then all of a sudden the chain and tank would work, or move the chain and the haircut and the tank would work.
Guys, y'all
remove the tank and the haircut and the chain would work. So I think it's the three things coming at me at the same time. And I think if we could get rid of any of them, it would help.
What if Matt Gaetz wore a tank top? That'd be bad.
Unfortunately, that would probably be about as bad as it can get.
I hadn't wore a gold chain in a long time. I might.
Are you ever going to bring it back, Bubba? Come on,
bring it back, man.
I remember when you used to look like a pawn shop owner, man. You had the gold blazing, big old gaudy gold watch,
a lot of cologne.
Oh, a lot of cologne.
So much cologne.
3 buttons down on the button down.
Wore a whole lot of cologne.
Chest hair blazing.
Yeah.
Him and JT going out on the town.
Toothpick in your mouth.
The musk. Good night. Deer were jumping in front of the van.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
In fact, I found a picture. I found a classic picture of Bubba. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Wow, Bubba.
Even if you were as strong as Mr. T, that had to get heavy.
That's
like having all of that would be like having a logging chain around you.
I heard Mr. T had to actually kind of clamp them all together in the back. So it was one hook, one clasp.
Yeah,
otherwise, he was taking 3 hours to put on his chains.
Yeah.
Well, he clamped them all together.
Who dares me to wear a tank top on the show one day?
Please.
Oh, please do. Please do.
I just sit
want
here.
to wear one for a full week.
Just tank blazing.
Should have done it yesterday because it was your birthday.
You know what?
Nobody could have got you.
Doggone it.
Yes.
I didn't think
Say it
of
was for my birthday.
I'd have had to snuck out of the house. I'd have had to crawl.
Yeah. Speaking of wearing things at the house, I stripped down to my underwear yesterday.
Hey, careful, buddy.
I thought it was just my birthday.
Well, I said, did I say birthday?
No.
Okay.
I just thought
okay. Yeah. But so I always tell Terry she's too much into her phone or her laptop, and I stripped down to my underwear to see if she would even notice because she was so locked in, and she did. Of course, then I turned it around and said, "Well, you checking me out?" But she did. It took a minute though. A little bit longer than I thought. I had to stroll through the kitchen twice. But she finally.
Please tell me they were briefs.
They're close.
If you want your wife to be more okay with the tank top look, mow the lawn without a shirt on. And then go to a tank top and she'll be like, thank you so much. Thank you for putting on a tank top.
My favorite is I'll walk in with the tank on, and Sherry, you talk about the one that gets her time. I said, Sherry, help me a little bit. I said, so you've been fine your whole life. I said, I don't know how to be fine. And I said,
I'm kind of new to the game.
I said, I'm new to being fine.
Where did you get a tank top?
I got it from Trainer Sean.
You got one of them that's real small in the back where your shoulders.
It's not one of those.
You know the ones I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
T-Go's gym ones.
Yeah.
I just need a little help. I mean, you've been fine all your life. This is new to me.
You're still getting used to it, right?
Help me. She was like, you think you're fine?
That's right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Will float because of the buoyancy. Well, you got clouds. Look at clouds. Those weigh millions of pounds. How do those stay up in the air? See, it's all just about buoyancy. And I was like, sir, you're okay. First of all, those
this
clouds
really flies all over him.
Those clouds aren't tied together like a boat because with its hull, that kind of thing. So you're really comparing apples and oranges. You're almost comparing like a fart to a piece of poop. It's different stuff, buddy.
Easy.
It's different.
Why do we
stuff.
always have to go to that example?
He got the illustration. He hung up after that, so I think he got the illustration.
May I say something? When I heard you talking about gravity, I just laughed. So anyway,
gang,
where do these people have the time? Is what I want to know.
I agree with Rick. I would have thought you might have came in on the other side of this.
Too.
Now back when you voted for Obama, you probably
that was 8 years ago. And that was 10 years ago.
You remember you did it trying to impress a girl.
He did it for a girl.
That was before I worked here.
Yeah, but it is interesting. You really, I mean, if you did stereotypes, so this shows stereotypes they're too simple.
Yeah.
But you would think you'd be the kind of guy who goes, well, now, guys, you need to think about this.
Well,
yeah, you might want to consider
have something.
Snow globe.
But this has really got you stirred. I mean, it really, really does.
Here's what I say to people when they call in, because we deal with people in the breaks.
Oh, I saw you in there arguing.
Yeah, we deal with people in the breaks all the time. Here's what I say to them. Okay, stop researching this because you are looking at the wrong research. You are stupid and you are being fooled. So just do something else because this is a waste of your time and your life. So go do something else. You don't have a secret. There's no secret. Everybody wants to have a secret. I know that. I know that's a cool, good, powerful feeling. I understand that. But you are wrong. You're actually being tricked. You are the jackass of the situation.
I love you right now. He's on fire.
I got all the time in the round world, guys. I'm going to go research some
Research everyone.
I love I have all the time in the round world.
What is happening?
Where does the passion come from, too, with this bunch? I mean, what are they getting out of it?
He just nailed it, by the way. He just nailed it.
I mean, Rick, can I just point out one more thing, and then we'll move on to something
They think they've come up with something that everybody else hadn't picked up on.
Sure. Which goes back to his other point when he said J.A.
So many of these doubters always bring up the Van Allen radiation
Here we
belt,
go.
Okay?
Yeah.
Can I paint just a picture of what that is? If you put a marble on a table, and that was the Earth, which is round.
May I caution you,
and
this
then
is a fantastic shirt for you today. Don't waste it.
And then
All right,
you
go
set
ahead.
a donut so that the marble is in the middle of the donut. That's what the Van Allen radiation belt looks like.
Mm-hmm.
It is caused because the magnetic field of the Earth catches solar winds and everything flying through space. It's kind of like how when you magnetize, a dust mop or something, how it'll hold the dust to it. But that radiation belt is formed because of the lines of force around our poles on our Earth, which is round. If it was flat, it wouldn't have that. It has to be round for it to have that look to it of the Van Allen radiation belts. And the Apollo astronauts flew right through it. It is not lethal if you are shielded properly. And then we have other things that fly out the top or the bottom of the Earth and don't go through the Van Allen radiation belt. But we have learned how to shield and protect ourselves from it now.
Bubba.
It's not that is not the end-all argument on we didn't go to the moon, by the way.
Who's back?
When I heard you talking about Van Allen radiation belt, I just laughed.
Van Allen.
When you said the astronauts flew through it.
Absolutely. Went right through the middle of it.
That's hysterical. I just laughed. Are you back?
I am.
What's happened?
Look at the moon.
Yeah.
Look at it. What does it look like? Does it look like it's a flat thing, or does it look like a big ball up in the air?
Wait, Henry the Horse.
Now, Henry the you are
Look, please, no pictures today. No pictures.
Yeah, don't
you
do
are
that.
less smart than Henry the Horse. That is not a good place to be. Okay, it's a ball. It's
really
what you are on to. It's what you are on to.
What about the Van Halen radiation belt?
I love Van Halen.
What is it?
I love Van Halen, man.
You know, when you were talking about the Van Halen radiation, I just laughed.
Gosh, it's good.
You know what? That would have been a great title of an album for them. Call it Van Halen's Radiation Belt.
That would have been.
Yeah.
It'd been better.
I'd have bought Radiation Belt, wouldn't y'all?
Yeah, what's that? When you gave me the other day the name of my new band? Rare, something rare.
Rarefied air.
Rarefied air.
Rarefied air. Oh, man, and our album's going to look awesome.
We are rarefied air.
Put your hands together for Rick Burgess and rarefied air. Let's go to Trey. Trey, I know I told you. We got off on this round.
Adam's mad.
Look at the moon.
All right.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh,
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. History was made yesterday with the removal of Speaker McCarthy. 8 Republicans went with all the Democrats to remove him. We've been trying to unpack, was this good? Was this bad? Was it ugly? And Bubba, your daughter has been working with Jerry Carl, who's congressman, and is currently working with him, serving the 1st District of Alabama. And, you know, we were like, maybe we need to talk to somebody actually in Congress.
Yeah, who was there, who voted, who was on the floor.
Who was on the floor, and Congressman Jerry Carl of Alabama joins us now. Congressman, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. Great to see you.
Well, historic
Rick,
times.
Hey, Rick, I want to know about your Raycon earplugs. Will they work on the congressional floor if I get me a set of them to block everybody out?
You know, I bet we could sell a bunch of them right now on that floor. Yeah, they will. You know, we were laughing in the break because Speedy was telling you and Bubba was there, and we were talking in the break, and we were like, why don't you come on here and kind of clear up what's going on here? And you just started laughing.
Yeah.
I don't really know how to feel about this. It is. I certainly found McCarthy at times to be weak in the past. I don't really know if he's done a good job as a speaker. I haven't really been keeping up with it, to be honest. But what say you, Jerry Carl?
Well, you know, being a speaker, you know, you've got 222 different Class A personalities up here you're trying to appease. In a speaker role, you're never going to make all of them happy at the same time. I think Kevin did a great job. I supported him on every vote. I supported him yesterday. I support him this morning. But I think the handwriting was on the wall when it took us 15 votes to get him in.
Yeah.
It was just a matter of time before some of that 15 got him out because of the way they had the rules and regulations changed. But you know what? I didn't come up here to depend on one person to get the job done. I came up here to do a job. We're all a little tired. We're all a little upset this morning. We'll get over that. By next Tuesday or Wednesday, we'll have an idea of who wants the job. Nobody wants the job this morning, but who wants the job, and then we'll elect that person, and hopefully they'll last another 9 months. But it's pretty rough up here, you know, just among the Republicans, how rough of a sport it can be versus the Democrats. Democrats, you know, you act like that on the floor and they'll strip you of all your committees and send you home with all your tail feathers missing. But Republicans, we encourage free thinkers, we encourage independence, and this is what you get from it. So it's a product of it. So we have to accept it and move on. Today's a new day.
Congressman, we talk about draining the swamp in D.C. a lot, and you are living in that swamp now. There's a lot of people, and I'm like Rick, I don't know how I feel about this because, you know, to drain the swamp, you got to get a bulldozer in there and clean some things up, not a garden hoe. And, you know, is this a move toward taking some of these things on? We heard Matt Gaetz talk about chaos being $33 trillion in debt. I agree with that. Being, you know, $2 trillion in debt on this year's budget. I agree with that. I mean, are we doing enough? Or the Republicans are in power? Are you just kind of buying time and moving forward? Is it moving too slow for the people who want to see the swamp drained, I guess?
I think it's moving too slow for all of us. I mean, we're only one vote, and that's a poor excuse. I'm not going to use it. But people like Gaetz, I mean, they are destructive. They're not builders. I mean, they're demolition people. They tear things up, but they have no ideas how to fix it. So, but you've got some members up here that do, and those are the ones we have to rely on when we start into our committee meetings. For example, everyone's pointing out appropriations being late. You know, appropriations is not being done. Appropriations, the one for slow appropriations, we would have this finished. Well, I got news for you. The last two appropriations, we can't even get our own people to agree on. So it's and a lot of them come from that handful that likes to cause so much trouble. So, you know, when they talk about the swamp, I don't believe it's the elected officials. I'll be honest with you, because elected officials in the House, we average about 6.5 years per person in a term. And we keeping that in mind, we rotate a lot of people in and out of here. So you would think you would see a lot of changes. I think the true swamp are the bureaucrats that stay here year after year after year. And they work on these committees. They're writing the rules and regulations. They're writing all the policies. That is the true swamp, in my view. And until we can figure out how to rotate those people, because there's some institutional knowledge there that we truly need in those people, but we've got to figure out a way of getting them out of one position into another and use that. For example, let me just give you an example. if you own appropriations, and my idea is if you spend 8 years working with appropriation committee, that's it. We need to move you to another committee, which may be ag committee. Maybe it may be another committee, obviously, but not the same committee.
Right.
That way, you at least got fresh people rolling through the appropriations from the policy standpoint. But the real problem we have up here is just it's the same people writing the same policies, and a lot of these elected officials, that are making the most noise, they voted for this stuff. I mean, they voted for the second and third round of COVID money, and they voted for some of these things. So I want to be very cautious. I don't want to call anybody out. I mean, I came up here to do a job, and it's not based on I love Kevin. He's like a brother. He's been very good to Jerry Carl. But we'll find a replacement and we'll move on. I think Kevin said it best last night. This place is not built around one person. We've got to find another person, not me. That's what Kevin said. We've got to find another person and move on.
When you look at the last time you mentioned it, 15 votes, it just has me thinking that finding the new person is going to be as chaotic, if not more chaotic than that. Why would I think otherwise?
I fully agree with that. I expect this to go on again. One of the things inside baseball you have to watch here also is we got a 45-day CR. The clock's ticking on that. So by the time we go through this motion, by the time we find that person, by the time we elect that person on the floor, that's going to be about 10 days into that 45 days. And then we've got 35 days to finish. There's nothing we can do on the floor today. So we go home today. We were told to go home today, to return back Tuesday. So we'll vote Tuesday, and hopefully we'll vote Wednesday, and hopefully we'll have somebody and we'll get ready. But appropriations, I mean, we're getting frustrated just because we simply can't get our own people to agree. We've got 30% cuts in some of these departments, and we've hit the number that we thought we were supposed to hit. Well, this group of people have changed this number, and I can run through the numbers. It's 1.53 trillion, and now all of a sudden they want it to be 1.47 trillion. I mean, it's just so you're going to cut some of these departments by 40%. All of us want it cut back, no doubt about it. But we have to be systematic on how we do it. You can't do it all at once. It's just going to be pure chaos in this country. And try to use some reasonable thinking when we start these cutbacks. But we've stripped all the money out of all these plans that we've put together for trans issues and LGBT issues and DEI issues. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And again, I'm in agreement of that. I don't have a problem with that. But it's disheartening when you can't get your own people to sit down and try to work through some of these situations. It's frustrating. They've run out of things to ask for. I mean, one of them even asked for, he wanted an office in the negotiations. He wanted an office in the Capitol. That was one thing he wanted for his vote. Wow. And that's just childish. That's just childish.
Yeah, it's not taking care of the people when you start doing those kind of things.
No, that's exactly what you don't need up here.
Congressman, let me ask you this. Give us some ideas, someone who could be a bridge builder to assume the role of the speaker. You handle that gavel pretty good. I saw you gaveling in a session or two.
No, I'm not the man you need. I'm a bulldozer. I'm a bull in the china shop. When I get stirred up, I stomp every piece of glass around me. I just don't have that type personality. We're fortunate and we have some very positive people that can do it. I mean, you're looking at Steve Scalise. I don't know if his health will allow him to do it, but Steve Scalise could step in there. You've got Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan would be a good choice. But some of these people just flat don't want it because they know they're going to be crucified by one side or the other. And this is not anything new. If you go back in history, you'll see a lot of people were offered the speaker position that wouldn't take it because they didn't want to be that one person trying to get that 200 plus Class A personalities to come together. or type A. But we'll find that person. I know Scalise's name's been thrown around. Not Garrett Graves, but there's about 3 or 4 names that are being thrown around so far. They will go through the interview process Tuesday. So we'll know Wednesday morning, or actually we'll know Tuesday afternoon who wants to run. And then from there, we'll try to pick the best of how many ever there are. My guess would be about 3 or 4.
I don't know if Jim Jordan could get the vote of the Freedom Caucus, but boy, he'd be a good one.
Yeah, you know, Jim's very rational, though. You know, he is a member of the Freedom Caucus. He's one of the original founders of the Freedom Caucus.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good. Congressman, thank you so much.
Okay.
We appreciate you taking time to be with us.
Thank you, Jerry Carl.
Take care. I enjoy your coffee every morning, by the way.
Thank you. There they are. Earth, Wind, and Fire. One of those kind of, album cuts Saturday night, baby.
That's right.
Wasn't that the flip side of Serpentine Fire, Greg, or flip side of... It's flip side of something we had, the 45s. You remember that?
That was a good one, though.
It was. Boy, when I turned that over on the B-side and found that piece of gold.
Yeah. You thought Serpentine Fire was good enough.
Oh,
But hey, to get that little extra.
It's hard to beat.
I thought to myself.
I know it's lost now, and I know we sound like we are archaic when we talk about it.
Yeah, archaic even.
What did I say?
Archaic. Archaic.
Well, isn't that it? Isn't that the same thing?
Well,
archaic.
Also a famous celebrity family, the Arquettes.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
When we used to go, of course, we had to, our parents were driving us, and we got to go to the record store and get a new record and scan that wall that had the top 20 on
go
there.
to Newsom's at the Quintard Mall.
Oh, baby.
Greg, I don't know why you were so against Record Park. I just don't.
I didn't even know where
understand
that was.
Dale in the,
you were in another part of the county. Down where we were at, it was Newsom's at the mall.
So we went there too.
Understand?
If Record Park didn't have it, we went on down to the mall.
I didn't know where Record Park.
Yeah. Record Park was. See, you have to understand, Bubba. Where you lived in the county, you had to drive past Record Park. We had to drive past Newsom's.
Yeah.
So you stopped the one you.
And
had
there was another one on the other side of the road there. I can't remember what the name of that was. But when you would come home with that new 45, you just couldn't hardly wait.
You couldn't.
And
wait.
then half the time they skipped or had a pop in it or something messed up, and you thought, you can't have nothing.
I got to play that funky music on 45, and it skipped.
Oh gosh.
I've been wanting it. Had been sold out. I finally got it. I bring it home, and it was scratched.
I will say the current process is much smoother.
Yeah,
much smoother.
It is. I mean, because it was, boy, you talk about disappointment. And I remember that.
You ever flipping through them albums I had?
Oh, yeah. Now, looking through it was really fun, though,
I remember how.
Had that certain smell to it.
Yeah.
All of them had that certain smell.
Yeah.
This is how far back I go, and you talk about being old. I remember when J.C. Penney had a little area you go
They
get
did.
music.
Oh, yeah.
They sure did.
Yeah.
Yep.
They had
Bobby Goldsboro in there.
They had maybe the top 10.
Yeah. And I remember that. And what's funny is how things come back.
Toy section, too.
Yeah, as things come back around.
Nice.
Is like my youngest son came back from their beach trip and brought me back not only an album saying, I got this for you, Dad. I found the album of some, of one of the bands from our era. He also had an album of a band he currently likes.
Yeah,
on vinyl.
Yeah, they're all coming back out.
So now vinyl's trying to make some sort of.
Yeah.
I don't understand why.
Well, and I have a friend that does that, and I guess. I guess it's okay. I guess it's kind of the thing about every now and then I like playing with a tube radio just for all the novelty of it, but it's not as good as what we have now with the other stuff. It's just not.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about some of the recording stuff, but I remember when I heard a CD for the first time, I thought, well, I don't know what in the world we've done here, but whatever we've done, we've done it right.
Yeah,
and so anyway, and now you see the downloadable stuff. It's starting where I can't tell the difference. In the beginning, some of the players you had, it didn't sound as good because maybe it was people were having to play them on like headphone jacks and stuff like that.
Well, you talking about the download?
Yeah, the first time you played a download, I don't think it was the recording. It was what you were having to play it back on. They hadn't really caught up to the kind of quality we have now. But now you can, you get in your car and you get your Bluetooth going, you good.
Yeah, I remember when I heard of mini disc, I thought, well, this is a game changer.
Yeah, now that one was, it just never hit, did it? The mini disc didn't.
It was. I think it was caught. Technology are like waves on the ocean coming in.
Yeah.
And sometimes you catch a mid wave there, and you get lost in the big ones. But you could record it, and I think if the digital hard drive revolution had not been chasing it so fast, it would have been a better deal. But it was a little stopgap there for a while.
Yeah. So there we go. All right, we got a lot to do. A lot happened over the weekend. Highs, lows. We'll cover some of the big stories from the weekend and look into some of the personal stuff that happened over the weekend. A lot of adventure this past weekend as well. You can be part of it today, as always, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We certainly look forward to talking to you. The Rick and Bubba Show, team. It is 8 minutes now to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so working our way back, thanks to Jerry Carl, Alabama won. And you can kind of tell, it sounds like they're all frustrated. They realize they got to move forward. And, it just makes you feel kind of, I hate to say it, almost helpless. You're like, it just...
well, this is what you get when you have a razor-thin majority.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The few can dictate to the many.
Yeah.
And that's always... I took from what Congressman said, he's not a big fan of some of the tactics of the Freedom Caucus and Matt Gaetz. And I think that's kind of how we felt going into it, too. I can't argue with some of the things he says, but we've got to fix these things incrementally. It's just impossible to fix it all in one swap because, one, you can't get the votes, two, the chaos that it causes.
Right.
But you can make progress toward it. I think that's one of the things where the Democrats have been very patient in their move of America to the left, which I don't agree with. But they take their wins where they can get them.
Yep.
They haven't said let's go full socialism, but they chip away at it every day.
Yeah, and it just feels like sometimes these eight with the Freedom Caucus, which I agree with a lot of the times, but they almost feel like you've got the overzealous agent, and he's negotiating for you.
Yeah,
and you wanted $2.5 million, and right now you're getting paid 1.1. And they say, I tell you what, we'll go 2.3. And he slams down and says, by golly, we said 2.5, and that's it.
Yeah.
And he walks out, and you're like, I could have got 2.3? Yeah. Michael, what are you doing? Well, we're it's 2.5 or nothing. And I'm like, no, wait a minute. But 2.3 is so much better than 1.1.
Yeah.
And
I forgot her name, the girl that's the agent on Frasier.
Yeah.
That's so funny. She's kind of that way.
Right. All right, so
it's
you're right.
Funny, by the way.
So
I'm looking forward to that sitcom coming back. I know they've been taping that.
I've heard that.
So we're looking forward to that.
That's going to be good. All right, so let's talk about something that everybody really cares about, and that's, of course, football. So I thought that on this program that we all saw the 2025 SEC football schedule with Oklahoma and Texas involved.
Yeah.
We're done with the schedules were all changed. We're not going to have the East and the West as far as the SEC championship. It's going to be the two best teams. Mm-hmm. Everybody's going to be playing each other a lot more. I loved the new schedule. I thought we saw it. I thought we knew about it. And now Coach...
But it was proposed. Yeah. Was that the difference?
I guess maybe because Coach Hugh Freeze has said something, and people are like, oh, he's letting something slip out about the new SEC schedules coming. But I thought we already knew this, but maybe you're right.
Somebody clue us in on this.
So we're lost. Here's Hugh Freeze from Auburn making the comment.
Well, I mean, the game has changed, and I don't know that we coaches have the power to do anything to really slow the changes down. And obviously the conference realignment has happened within our conference, and I'm pretty confident that the SEC is pretty solid on where we are, and I think they'll enjoy the new rivalries when they get to see Texas and Oklahoma, and among the great rivalries that we already have in our conference. And there'll be some I'll miss playing Georgia every year because I just got to experience it for my first time, and I loved every minute of it other than the outcome. I loved competing against those type teams, and so there are some changes coming.
Wait a minute. Did he say not playing Georgia every year?
Yeah.
That's been a staple for Auburn. That's one of their oldest, well, it's the South's oldest rivalry.
It's the South's oldest rival. We heard that over and over again just this last Saturday, and it was an electric atmosphere, and he said, I'll miss that being every year. So people are going, well, he's just let the cat out of the bag. That means that Georgia and Auburn aren't going to play each other every year.
Under the proposed schedule, they did play Georgia every year, right?
No, I don't remember that.
I'm looking at this thing here, and go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I mean, I don't know if I'm looking at it right.
We in June, so y'all aren't crazy. We talked about the SEC releasing its yearly schedule when they join in 2024. Talking about Oklahoma and Texas, and I'm sliding down here to Auburn's schedule, and in 2024 they will play Georgia away. And I think, if I remember correctly, it was that a lot of the games were going to be rotating, and that's why a lot of folks were saying, well, the rivalries that have had tradition and they've always played each other, they're going to try to keep some of that, but most of it is going to be rotating through different opponents. And maybe that's what Freeze is referring to, that maybe every year they won't play Georgia.
Well, that's definitely what he's saying.
Yeah,
and I
guess
guess
in 2024 they will.
Yeah, I guess people are saying, "Oh, is he letting us know in the future that's not a given every year?" And I would say, yes, that is.
Or was that schedule we saw just for the 2024 season?
Yeah, that's just for the 2024.
Okay. Yeah. But I mean, I'll take that kind of stuff with the fact that I want to see more of the SEC schools play each other more often.
I want to see them add that ninth. SEC game.
I don't like when Alabama plays Georgia every blue moon. They
ought to be playing a lot more.
Yeah, I want to see some of these matchups in Florida and all this. I want to see all the schools in the conference playing each other more often. Variety.
And I don't know that you have to have the ninth game to accomplish that. But this is what I do wish. This is what I do wish. Granted, everybody needs a homecoming game. Okay, I got that. And you can line that up and dress a lot of people and play. But I'd like to do away with these other weak opponents. If we're not going to schedule all conference games, at least go out of the conference and get an opponent that would be worthy of playing, that will generate a TV audience. Like when I love when the SEC and the ACC play the West Coast teams.
Yeah.
Because you don't get to see them play them that much, except in bowl games. Right. So I love it when the SEC lines up with a Pac-10 or 12 or whatever they are this week too, and they play those teams, and those teams play here, and they do home and home. And it's great to see them play the UCLAs and the USCs and the Cals and the people you never get to see them play. So I don't mind that. But I do wish they would do away with a lot of these weak, smaller school schedules. I know those guys depend on that to make money.
Sure.
But, hey, let them schedule a homecoming game, and that could solve that and get a big win for the home team, and the team coming in make a lot of money, but play quality teams all the other spots.
Well, and I think, Bubba, you're not just talking about those of us that might not even have a dog in the hunt wanting a good game on TV. I know you have too. I've talked to fans of schools, and they're like, the price of season tickets now?
Yeah.
When I look down and see how much I paid for a game that is terrible,
right?
I want to get my money's worth.
I want to see a team that's on TV, not just when they play us.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so from over the weekend, a couple of stories. Sad over the weekend. Bart Starr passed away at the age of 85. And, I was telling my sons when we got this news over the weekend and had a chance to kind of text back and forth with Bart Starr Jr. And, of course, we've known that family for a long time. And so I was telling my kids, and, of course, they were too young to remember. I don't even know who was born and wasn't born at that time. I said, guys, do you realize that Bart Starr, probably one of the first times he was on the show, I got him to take a snap from me, and I said, and he followed me in the end zone to win the Ice Bowl again. 3
passes to us in the parking lot. I mean, just when the show first moved to the greater Birmingham area, he was very, very kind to the show. Came out, did several events with us, signed some stuff for us, and and like I say, got to know his son, and just a super guy. We ran into him a couple of times in the airport in Nashville, Rick. I know you remember.
Yeah.
And we got to clowning around, acting like we were his security people, clear the way for MVP Bart Starr. And he was somewhat embarrassed by that, but I think he enjoyed it.
Yeah, and I can't remember if it was that trip. One of the trips that we ended up seeing him, I ended up being seated right next to him for the flight back. And just the times we got to spend. The thing about him today, and I told his son this, is that he lived out humility and kindness as well as anybody who the world would say, hey, this is a big platform. You're a really big deal. Now, sometimes it may be silly whether we make a big deal out of the people that we make a big deal out of, but he handled the world's reaction to him being a football star. Probably as well as anybody. He was a great example that others should look to follow. That if you've been afforded some success, how you kind of carry it. Because he was nothing but kind and humble to everybody he ever met.
Yeah, and we were also partners in the Pro-Am one year, and just a great guy. I mean, just outstanding. 2-time MVP for the Super Bowl, Hall of Fame. I mean, the things he did on and off. I think just a shining example of how you'd like to live your life.
Let me tell you the good thing. You won't find many people today that say, I tell you who I don't like. I don't like that Bart Starr.
Yeah, right.
And
I can't find him.
I tell you, I can't stand is that mouthy Bart Starr.
Yeah.
You won't hear that. He carried himself with dignity and like I say, was doing really well. And then like a lot of the aging process, had a stroke there in the latter part of his life and he had been struggling for a while, but he has passed away. So Bart Starr passed away over the weekend, and then in college football, this one they're all sad, but when you say 85 versus hey, we're 52 and 53 and we're on a regular Saturday night, where we live. And suddenly, out of nowhere, we're killed, and that's Rod Bramlett and his wife Paula. Those of you that are SEC football fans or live in our home state, you certainly know him as the voice of the Auburn Tigers, and has been for quite a while. And that was a shocker because that was one of those you just don't see coming.
No, sitting in a turn lane, and you're there 1 minute, gone the next. Tragedy. And a tragic accident for sure. Rod, we've had him on the show several times. Had been on not too long ago.
Yeah.
And I've known Rod for many, many years. Better the last year, as a matter of fact, because of working with him on a couple of charity events, and also getting to see him in Minneapolis for a little bit. So, yeah, that one really. When the news hit of that was a really tough one this weekend.
Well, I certainly don't know all the details, and I don't want to get out ahead of myself. But when you see that a 16-year-old was involved, and your heart breaks for that family as well, and I haven't got an update on how that person is doing. I know they're hurt pretty bad too. But when you think someone's sitting there wanting to turn, they're hit from behind in such a way that it kills both of them. You think that's probably got to be quite a collision.
Yeah.
And you think 16, of course it doesn't have to be 16 nowadays with all the people you see staring at their phones all the time. You have to wonder if there wasn't some sort of and it could have been a malfunction with the car. I don't know.
You don't know. You just don't know.
Yeah.
You just don't know.
Probably not at 6 at night.
Well, you don't know. You don't know what their day was.
Yeah, you don't know what it was.
You don't know what their shift was.
You're right. It could have been a malfunction with the car, but I know our first thought is probably somebody looking down and
well, I think everybody just assumes that, knowing the culture now, right out of the gate,
Right.
and it would be just speculation to think that.
Yeah, we don't know.
But what we do know, for those kind of injuries, sitting still, I'm not any kind of expert on wrecks.
Right.
I know nothing about them, as a matter of fact.
Right.
But some of the pictures of the car have been out, and you just, that's wow. I don't know how in the world that could happen, sitting still. The kind of damage we saw, and of course the injuries that correlated to that too.
Well, and they said, and the good, and they've already kind of ruled out that there was anything, what they said from the scene, that alcohol was involved or anything like that. So it could have been something that couldn't have been avoided, and it's nobody's fault other than it was just a horrible, horrible situation. It really doesn't matter now because everybody involved is going to have to live with the results of it, no matter what it is. Now you got to get into where does everybody go from here. 6 minutes past the hour. Here we go. From Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, Greg, Adler, all here this hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Things you need to know if you are ready, and I know you're coming from all over to watch the real Greg Burgess break his own personal record.
Big day.
Bubba, it's Crap Run, Piedmont, Alabama. Nobody can believe it. Rick and Bubba fans and Greg minions coming from everywhere. And they're going to be there for that and raise money for this outstanding organization and watch Greg run on what will be a beautiful day in Sweet Home, Alabama. I mean, you can't get a better day than that, my friend.
Hey, Greg, what's your over-under time on that so I can know? What's your over-under? Like, in other words, what if you were to give a minute, and we could say you're going to go over or under, what would that be?
33 minutes.
No, it was 32 and some change, I think, last year.
We don't have a bad attitude
It's going
about
to be
it.
hard to beat it if you don't know what it is.
Yeah. I ain't going.
So is it 33?
I'm not going. I'll be worse this year.
34, 33.
What are you talking about?
If we can guess over or under, if you gave a number like I'm going to run 33, then we could say no, you're going to go over or under. What would the number be? You think in minutes that you'll race?
34.
34. All right, 34.
Bubba's down at 34.
All right. So Bubba, so that's the number. Okay. So do you think he'll go above or under that?
I'm going to say above that because he hasn't been trained.
Above.
Yeah. All right. Rick, Bubba says above 34.
Right, and I'm just going off what you're saying.
Yeah.
If you told me you'd been training, I would say
knees are hurting too.
Burgesses are famous sandbaggers.
Yep.
We've been sandbaggers for a long time. He goes under 34.
Under. I like it.
Weather helps.
The
weather
weather
be cool.
Adler. No, I'm sorry.
Hello,
over.
I'm gonna say over.
Yeah.
Because I just have no faith in Greg.
Okay, I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
It's
Speedy.
free. It's free to watch, right? People can come watch
Absolutely.
for free. Watch for free. Okay,
No,
good.
no,
Everybody come watch Greg.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And
It's dark. You can't see.
Yeah, and they've actually said even if you don't race, just the last
Be
block,
there,
everybody
bring
jump
him
in
there to
behind
be
him.
him.
Yeah, we love
really
Greg.
did.
I'm gonna go under.
We love Greg. We love Greg.
Yeah.
Hey, we love Greg. Hey.
Yeah, I'm gonna go under, but it's gonna be
dark.
close. It's gonna be like 33 and some change, but I think he'll be under.
You can do it. You can do it. You can.
I'd go over if I was you.
Well,
See, I don't like that attitude at all.
that adrenaline the last mile is gonna kick in.
Yeah,
That's
especially with all
that's
the
where
people.
I fade.
Greg.
No, not with all the people running
fade.
behind you. You're gonna feel them, man.
That
I'm
last
afraid
bridge.
Greg, somebody will get him in a conversation. And
he doesn't talk when he runs.
Can you not?
Well, that's what's going to put him over.
Hey,
Yeah, if
Greg.
they get me talking, I'll
Greg,
definitely not.
when you get down to the end, could you maybe not think about how your body is turning on you, and maybe think about all those people
that are depending on
that struggle with cancer,
Rick,
and all their families going to do. Venetia watching from heaven.
Rick, I'm going to try.
Well, this don't sound like it.
I mean, I ain't saying I ain't going to try.
I mean, sometimes I think this organization goes, my goodness, can we pick somebody with a better attitude to be our spokesperson?
Make a little better time.
Right. No, not better time, better attitude.
No, I got a great attitude. That's
Not
about
really.
it.
No.
It doesn't sound like it.
I'll get about halfway through it and go, what am I doing?
Can you at least have a good disposition
I
about
always have a good disposition about
it? Does
it.
anybody agree
That's
with
it. That's what I want right there.
It's gonna be like Rocky, Greg.
Everybody right behind
See,
you.
that's really the opposite of what I need.
You know, I always thought that kid in the Michael J. Fox jacket, he hung in there pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
then he
he
faded.
tried.
Yeah, but
I like
you,
that.
Greg.
All right, so, Greg, let me ask you a question because I think you can do this. We've ran together. It's been a minute, but we have. You can average 11:10 a mile. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you got to do to stay under 34. 11:10, 11:15.
Yeah, I'll do that about the first mile.
Will you
No,
please,
you
will you
ran in
please
the
finish, though? I'm
nines.
talking about digging.
Oh yeah. If it was just a 1 mile sprint, I could do it in about between 9 and 10.
But just take.
But it's not a 1 mile.
Are you gonna wear something so you have?
I
an
don't
idea?
have anything.
Well, you got to be able to know.
I
You
know.
want one of
I
my
wish I
tanks?
did.
You want one of my
I would
tanks?
like to wear one of your
yeah.
tank tops.
Would you
That'll
mind?
help speed him up.
That may cut me through the wind a little bit.
You want to wear my watch?
Greg,
That's okay.
Greg, when I see you at the wedding on Sunday, I want to celebrate you under 34.
Nah.
And all the good work that you've done.
When is the last time you and Greg ran though, Speedy?
It's been a while. Probably.
Like Obama was president.
Actually, I think it's since this new studio we haven't.
Yeah, no, we've been over there, but we didn't run.
Yeah. Well, you stopped going, Greg.
Yeah, right, you did. When I could walk to it from the studio, it was a lot better for me.
Right. He is
you get in a car, it's hard to make that thing turn.
Yeah. He is a Jim's. I mean, he is what they want. He pays but doesn't go.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's how Jim makes a living.
What they depend on. They love that.
They pay their employees on the people who don't come. You know, the rest of the people that
don't
come,
like
that's
the one
probably,
I go to here. They don't like it much.
There it is.
Well, it's because he's got to get in the car and go. And I give
no,
you that.
the place though. Even I don't like it. As
It'll
much
grow
as I
on
did
you. It'll
the
grow
other.
on you.
But Greg, you've been you go to your like Rocky though.
Last time I went
You
in there,
go
I
out
caught
there like
COVID.
Rocky used Philadelphia.
Yes.
And all the things in Philadelphia. You use the valley. Yeah. You run in that valley.
That's right.
Yeah, just up and down my driveway.
You're right. Well, that's what I mean.
That's okay.
They
Greg.
blow the horn at me, shoot me birds, stuff like that.
You know, you pick up dogs and carry them.
Oh yes.
You know, on your shoulders.
Plenty of them.
to try.
Yeah. Every now and then, when I make a lap and I go back to the road, somebody set a dog out.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm going to
put
tell you
them out
this
of my
right
house.
now. If you don't run 11-minute miles, we're going to raise on you hard because that means
Well,
that you're
I said,
saying
if I
that
was
means
just
that you're
running 1 mile, I would run.
No, Greg, I've seen you. That means that you don't care if you don't run an 11 mile.
Greg, come
if
in.
I do, I may be worn out.
Can you come in under 34 for the people who are pulling for you?
Well, I'm going to try, but I'm a little banged up.
Okay.
Your little
my knees are killing me. I don't know. I guess it's just
I'll tell you why.
Pounding the pavement.
Maybe that running.
So that's why I'm trying
why
not to
you're
run
57
so
years old. That's why.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll do it.
Here's some CBD.
My
Greg.
Calotren's helping though. It helps me with my joint.
I got some CBD for your joints. Greg.
Oh no, I got the Calotren. It helps.
Good.
We're having an endorsement playoff. All right, so
11:15 a mile.
And then Speedy, you'll be at UAB Saturday.
Yes,
it's gonna be beautiful weather.
It is. Yeah,
And
3 o'clock.
Yeah, you wish they were playing better right now.
What are you doing right
Well,
now?
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Who
well,
they play?
they've had some
South Florida.
Yeah, they've had some tough luck.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They have. They've been in every game, and it's just that.
Any
that third
fallout?
or fourth quarter has just
1-3.
It's just hadn't gone their way.
Any fallout from the coach and
I don't think
the blow
so.
up this weekend?
Yeah, that kind of faded away, didn't
Yeah.
it?
Well, I didn't know
Well,
if
it's coaching.
something else going on.
Coaching.
Yeah, it is.
I wanted to hear there was a local station, but they had an interview coming up with him. They were going, and he was going to explain it.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah, but
yeah.
You're not sure how that went?
I had to get out of the car.
You want to get him on? We can talk to him.
You want to text Ryan Brown, see what he thinks?
Ryan, tell us.
That's good.
Yeah. But it'll be a lot of fun, and the cooler weather helps. Not cold, but cooler.
Yeah,
it's not in the 90s.
Makes a huge
That's
difference.
what
It's gonna. Is it a night game?
No, it's a 3 p.m.
Oh yeah, that'll be
game.
perfect.
Yeah,
perfect. No, it will.
Right.
I mean, for a 3 p.m. game in Alabama, you ain't got no complaints,
No,
buddy.
not at all, and I won't.
Right.
And I won't.
Yeah.
You'll have a big
Sun be
weekend.
bright. But
Yeah, we're looking. You know, the wedding's going to be outside on Sunday afternoon, and it's going to be about 70. So that's going to be nice.
Let's go.
Let's
go.
I won't be sweating at that hotel.
No.
That'll be a good one right there.
No.
So-
I'll still be sweaty.
Yeah,
Yeah, you will. You'll sweat.
That's fine.
I'll be limping as I get there. I'll walk in
right,
limping.
and I'm worried about that. I mean, this.
I will be limping.
Oh wow, the high on Saturday is only 68.
No way.
Low is 46.
Oh, you're going to be fine.
Oh,
46.
about 7 o'clock at night. What's it looking like?
It doesn't have the hourly yet. It
Break
just
it down.
says,
Greg, it might get.
5 to 10 mile per hour winds too, Greg.
Oh, if I can get it behind me, I'm good.
Greg, you might be a little more chilly than you want to be.
I'm gonna have to wear the long shirt
When that sun goes down.
until I get going.
Somebody help Daddy! I'm
One
freezing.
year it was misty rain on me.
I remember that.
Yeah.
That sounds like an artist.
Oh, Mr. Rain.
The latest song from Misty Rain.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
11:15 a mile.
Right.
But you got to have something to let you know where you are. So you
Yeah, I know. I don't have a watch.
If you're cold, just wear this, Greg. One of these running suits. That'll be good.
You look good now.
Yeah.
Picture it.
Yeah. Well, at least you're gonna have
I'm out.
Greg's minions behind you running.
Yeah, great. Thanks.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And you definitely want to, always think about, they have the 2 children that are now without their mom and dad, and you think about 52 and 53. I mean, that's
you expect to get a little more mileage out of them,
But a couple of things like we were talking about, able to get up to, and I was teaching the youth on Sunday morning, and I said, look, we don't know what happened here, and I'm certainly not going to speculate, but this is just one of those moments. If nothing else, remember that we all have to remember you have no idea what's about to happen next.
You don't.
No idea, and we certainly know that in our family. We and you know that all across the country, and everybody's got their right now in your mind. You're thinking, yeah, you're right about that. So you better treat every moment as if it could be your last, because you just do not know. And like I said, all these people keep talking about this and that and whatever. For this family, I mean, for Rod and his wife, this was, Saturday was their last day.
Yep.
And they stepped into eternity that day. And that's kind of how we need to prepare, because these kinds of things are going to happen to us much quicker than who's going to build the temple back, and whether we went to the moon or not, and how many end times, and all this kind of stuff. You better be ready to go today.
Yeah.
And so anyway, but again, I would say about him, and I didn't know him as well as you did, Bubba, but I knew him well enough. But to watch others and all saying that Rod and his wife were just as kind to human beings you'd ever want to be around, and so once again, there's two people that we can say,
they had their act together.
Yeah, there's nobody out there today running down Rod Bramlett, Bart Starr, and
No,
I mean they everybody has said. I like what our friend Ryan Brown said, because he obviously works in sports and probably knows him better than even we do. But he said you're going to hear a lot of people talk about how good a person he was because he passed, but this time it's really the truth. So there's not anybody running Rod Bramlett down. So sad for that, and then of course there were other things that happened over the weekend that were tragic, involving, the Memorial Day weekend and boating accidents and stuff. So there was a lot of rough stuff that came through over the weekend, and so certainly be in your prayers today for all who are mourning for various reasons from this past weekend. But there was also some lighthearted things that went over the weekend too, and some good news, including Speedy's family and his oldest son. So we'll get into some of that when we get back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
About some of the tragedy over this past weekend, and as we said, remember all those families in your prayers today. But we had some good news over the weekend, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Speedy was off the latter part of the week, heading into the 4-day weekend, and part of that was for him to get a chance to go and see his son, who plays for Jacksonville State University. I know you also caught some of your middle son's games too, I'm sure. Y'all were traveling around as he plays for various teams. But in college baseball now, they've put together the big playoff picture is there. And congratulations, Speedy, and to everyone at Jacksonville State University. They had a great season, and not only did they win the regular season conference, they won the conference tournament as well, and that put them into the show.
Yeah. And as luck would have it, the OVC conference tournament that you talked about, it was being held in Oxford, Alabama. For those of you, the halfway point between Birmingham and Atlanta, and it just got moved to Marion, Illinois.
You appreciated that.
I found myself, from going from an hour to the tournament to about 7 hours to the tournament. But I cut the trip up because I went up to my parents' house for a work day.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, I felt very handy and thought of y'all because y'all don't know how close I came to hiring somebody out for the job, because you never know what you're going to walk into when you're trying to get a job done. And they had a privacy fence laying down in their backyard, and then trying to figure out, all right, is it rotten from at the base of the 4x4 bracket? Poles that's holding up the fence, or did it get pushed over by something else? And then you try to get over, and then you see there's a chain link fence from behind it from the neighbors, and you've only got a couple of feet. And then I found myself going to the home improvement store, getting 2 new 4x4s, some concrete mix, and all this kind of stuff. And a guy walked by me and said, "Oh, what you got?" And I said, "I'm in over my head." He goes, "Here's my card." And I thought, do I just hire this guy?
So do the home improvement guys, do they just comb the aisles like at the big box?
That's so smart. That's so smart.
It really is.
Brilliant.
With a confused look.
That is brilliant. As long as it didn't have a Bible verse on it, I'd hire.
Right. But I'd already bought the material, and I'm like,
watch out there.
That's so funny. I'd already bought the materials. Anyway, that's another story, and the handles behind it and trying to get that done.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up bottom of the hour, but we have more to cover now at 866. We Be Big will be later. All right, so let's hit Your America here. This is
Oh boy. America.
Walking Together Through the
Promised Land.
So we're now living in a time to where even the concepts that were so simple, like you shouldn't steal things, that no longer is a given.
You think that would be one we all could agree on?
Yeah, you're going to see a woman who is stealing from Walmart, and
Gets caught.
Only in today's society could I be stealing from Walmart, and when I get in trouble for stealing, I begin to try to convince everybody they're not coming after me because I'm stealing. They're coming after me because I'm black.
Yeah.
They're racist, and and of course all of us could easily deduce, well, they probably wouldn't be here if you weren't stealing.
Yeah, I don't think they're anti-black. They're anti-thief.
Yeah, now they are anti-thief of any color, any ethnicity.
Yeah.
But now do I need to have to
Get
be
you a
careful?
load of this.
Do I need to
Wait
have
a
to be
minute, is that
careful
on the card? Adler's going to run things.
She's not on the cars.
This is a longer video than we originally had.
So I found the in whatever the beginning incident, how it started. So I can't play audio there, but once the police officer gets her on the ground, she starts screaming, "Walmart is racist! Walmart is racist!"
Do I need to watch the language?
I got it.
You got it?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
all
Just
right.
a big mama want.
And Greg is going to narrate for us what's going on here.
Big girl's on one of them carts.
Right.
She is.
And a policeman, so she's been accused of shoplifting. Is that what we're looking at?
And now
Right.
she's arguing
that
that
seat's
point.
got all it can handle.
Greg.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, there's
painting,
play-by-play.
painting the picture. Greg's
Oh,
painting the picture.
Now she's throwing everything.
Yeah,
No. She's getting into the snacks.
She's throwing stuff off the shelves.
Y'all,
And
now they're
I took a swat at the policeman.
Now she's fighting the policeman.
and now they're in a tussle.
He's having a hard time with her.
Yeah,
He's
well,
got
Greg,
low center of gravity.
She's got a low
Y'all,
center. Oh my gosh, it's good.
Now, we've lost a shoe.
Wow, I wish I'd been there.
Rick, this is when she's screaming.
Yep, you got a shoe off.
So here she's screaming.
She's screaming Walmart is racist. And I know it's clean on after about 10 seconds from here. So I'm going to turn it up and we can hear it.
Boy, a crowd has
So
gathered.
they
too.
called her out while she was in line. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think I got maybe 5 more seconds.
Just wait till you hear this.
Okay, here. There we go.
Sounds like Speedy.
It does sound like Speedy.
There's a big crowd, by the way.
Wow, she's large.
Hey, don't like that view.
Her thighs echo.
Wow.
Her thighs have an echo.
The Great Divide.
Try to find her other shoe. Can you find it? I can't find it.
It's mixed in with
Under that pile of candy.
I didn't even know that yoga pants came in that.
I didn't
in that
know.
size. I had no idea.
They're screaming.
Somebody help
I may get me some.
It's like a
Y'all,
purple
she will
hippo.
not stop.
Please look at the crowd that's gathered in Walmart.
In disbelief.
Yeah.
If you watch her when she gets in trouble,
I want to hear all of it.
her first move is to start knocking stuff down. You
Just
see,
chaos.
even when he tries to get her into custody, she knocks down that stand-up display. You can see she doesn't really hit it. She knocks it over with her arm. Going,
Watch out. Hey, now, watch out.
Don't
This
you
is
know
not
this
video of the Grand
buddies?
Canyon.
Is anyone a marine biologist?
Everybody punch. Rick, don't you know his co-workers, when they get to break this film down with him trying to cover her?
Listen,
Hey, he's so out of breath, too.
if you're at the same precinct with this guy, you can't wait till he gets back to the office. Hey, saw the security video.
Look, he had no choice. He had to take her down.
Saw
She
the
was-
Walmart incident.
She's knocking things over. She takes a swing at him, knocks his glasses off.
No, you can't
At that point, he thought you're going down. You're going down.
Can she not understand that
And
the
she was
reason
shoplifting.
the reason why he's here is because you've been accused of shoplifting, not because you're black. And really, this would have gone a lot smoother if you're going to be exonerated. If you would just do what the officer asked you to do, and even clear it up that you weren't stealing. But once you start fighting him and screaming and hollering and acting like a fool
and doing damage,
see her knock that down on purpose.
Yeah, she's knocking everything she can down.
Yeah, right.
By the way,
She can walk.
Yeah.
She can walk clearly.
Yeah, she got up pretty quick.
Yeah, if you can fight the police, you ought to be able to walk through the store.
You remember all the flack we took?
Maybe there's other problems in her life.
Do you remember all the flack we took saying that there are some people that are just heavy and lazy that are abusing the scooters? How dare y'all? Well, if your loved one or yourself need one because of a true health issue, then we're not talking about you.
We're talking about the girl who suddenly can fight the police. I believe she's pretty.
It's a miracle.
I think the fact that
y'all, some of these camera views need to stop.
Well, the fact that she turned into a female wrestler in the WWE, I don't think she needed the scooter.
But she took a swat at her.
My goodness, Abdullah the Butcher just came alive off the scooter.
I think she's built like
Hey, he is struggling with those handcuffs. Those are some thick wrists.
Now let me tell you,
wow.
let me
A lot
tell
of
you-
purple.
Let me tell you what, she's hard to get down.
she is low center of gravity.
Big,
Rick.
strong
Hard to-
legs.
Yeah.
And
assaulted the
Low
Skittles.
center of gravity.
Hey, just threw the Skittles everywhere.
a lot of explosiveness.
Yep.
And
After she calmed down, she started singing "I Love You."
Don't you think?
Because she's purple and large.
And remember, her whole thing is Walmart is racist. I wish somebody at Walmart would have been screaming back, "We hate thieves!"
Yeah.
Right.
We're not
Oh my
racist.
goodness! Oh my goodness!
Watch out.
This is where she ends up.
And he's trying to
So
talk.
that's where she ends up.
Yeah, well, our society now has said, come in and steal anything you want. Nobody will do anything to you.
That's right.
But I'll say this, even if she is innocent of the accusation, all she had to do was cooperate.
Yeah,
She
don't-
didn't act
You don't
innocent.
start
Right.
throwing
No,
stuff
no, she
everywhere.
didn't.
Thank you, Adler, for that.
Yeah, that's
They thought she might have had some stuff hid. I know where they were going to check.
no.
Oh, a television.
No.
A 60-inch TV. How'd you do that?
Wow.
Good night, a card table.
Why are you stealing a gallon of water?
I've heard of this. I've heard of the
A step ladder? How did you?
My goodness, a Honda generator.
Gracious, a trailer tire. Y'all.
Is anyone here a Marine?
That's a great line.
Oh,
goodness gracious.
Yeah, stealing's bad. Trust me.
It's bad.
I
You
like
can't
it.
swat the policeman in the head.
Oh my goodness! Have you ever had somebody yank glasses off your
Oh,
face
yeah.
and make you
Oh,
so
yeah.
mad?
Yeah, he couldn't
So
see.
mad.
I could never be a police officer because I would start punching a woman.
The only thing's worse when they flip the bill of your hat. I hate that.
You could tell with the officer he really needed his glasses so he couldn't see.
And you know in the middle of it, he's thinking this ain't good. Everybody's filming.
He's thinking, "Where's my backup?"
Thankfully,
Even though I'm in my ride, I'll have a lot of paperwork to write about.
Yeah, she punched him right in the face.
Thankfully for his side in this particular case, this particular person is pretty easy to see.
Yeah.
You may not get all the details, but you can move in the right direction.
Yeah, you tell where she's at.
Need help with Big Mama?
There she is.
Right. So there's shade. Grab her.
Wow.
That's wow.
But
What
she
a,
ends up
what a moment.
face down.
What a.
I'm
Wow,
impressed
a
the guy
toaster.
could get her down.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
that
yeah. She was top heavy, so when she started
she
leaning,
finally went
It's
over.
one of those times where we're just all so thankful for cameras on iPhones, aren't we?
Oh,
I mean, we just
yeah.
get such good footage.
And
We
you know
have,
who was
uh,
filming it was loving it.
We have some related footage also. We come back. Have you seen the climate activists blocking another highway in Portugal this time?
Oh, no.
And the Portuguese clear it right up.
yeah, they're not going to sit around and wait.
We'll play that for you when we come back. So more of the Rick and Bubba Show. Our number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. Before the hour's over, we'll check in with you two. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I go on to Marion, Illinois, and get there just in time for game one, which was Thursday at 11 a.m. Central. And, you never know when you're going to one of these places that you've never been. You never know really where you're staying. And every time you pull up to the hotel, you go, oh, this is nice, and you can go by you can go by reviews, you can go by ratings, you can go by the pictures they have on the websites, but until you get there, you really never know.
Well, the reason why, and I hate to say this because I certainly do like everybody else, I'm thankful for technology. But when it comes to these social media things, all people do is manipulate them so they look good.
Yeah,
You can't even believe that because
Right.
people hire people to
Yeah.
even do that.
You can't count on TripAdvisor. People
No.
they hire people out.
So
you probably thought you could have something.
And I told Terry, I said, hey, this isn't your fault because you hit the mark more than you miss it when she books rooms and stuff. But and so I'm pulling it up and I see where the room is. A matter of fact, I go to game 1. We finished game 1, and I'm not even worried about my hotel till afterwards.
No, because you got
and somebody goes, hey, where you staying? I'm like, I don't know. Let me pull it up, And I'm thinking, oh, it's one of these nice hotels in the parking lot here, that are really big and nice, that are within walking distance.
Did you look at a picture of it before you booked? I always try to find a picture.
I didn't. I didn't. I just.
Yeah, sometimes, but every now and then that picture will block.
Yeah.
You get
they got that glossy though when it's originally built.
No, you're right. You get the light just right and stand in the right place. You make it look good.
No, you're right. You're right.
So I get in the
keys to look at the lobby, but go ahead.
Right. So they win game 1, and so now it's real. It's like 3:00, perfect check-in time.
Oh, you love that.
And I'm like, okay, I'm getting in the car. Now it's time to focus on the hotel. Maybe go back, get a shower, meet him for a dinner.
Yeah, man.
That kind of thing. And
won our first game, looking good.
I'm like, hop into the car and all this kind of stuff.
Got here, made it.
Yeah, 15-mile-per-hour breeze right in the face. I'm like, okay, this is nice.
Got that fence fixed back at the house?
Not quite. I'll go back to that.
Sure.
Got a plan, though.
Sure. Should have hired that guy, but yeah.
Sure. Yeah. And so I get in the car, and I go ahead and call her. Hey, hon, I'm going to the hotel here. I'm pulling it up. I don't see it anywhere. She said, well, it's right there. She said it's just a couple blocks from the the park that y'all play at. I'm like, So I pass all the little restaurants and this little trendy area where you got all these
hoping it would be there. Hoping it was there.
And then I pass like a pilot truck stop that's got so many trucks that I don't know how they get in and out.
Right.
And then just over the tree line, I see there's a sign.
Oh,
and it's almost like it's flickering.
No.
And I pull up and I'm like, okay, there's a Huddle House. That's nice. I might have breakfast there. Oh, no, continental breakfast. That's good. I'm sitting here looking at it more because now it's real to me.
It's real now.
So I park, and some of the folks in the parking lot, I'm not passing judgment, but I'm a little concerned. And I walk in, and it's got like that 70s vibe, where it's got the colored carpet,
But not because they designed it that way, because it was in the 70s.
Right. Yeah. And I go.
It's not a throwback.
And it's just very nice lady. She's
couldn't be nicer.
No, nice. Now she's got purple hair,
heart of gold.
Right. And I'm looking past the purple hair. I'm wondering, is that a wig or is that what you're going with? Maybe she had a party.
Got to tell you something though. That is a signal.
Right.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
And so she's very sweet. She says, "Oh yeah, she's already got my card ready."
Yeah, she's nice.
Somebody's there.
Oh my, well, and I'm looking around and I'm like, well, this place is. It's like it's empty. Yeah. I mean, there's like not even anybody down.
There ain't another person going to that ball to the tournament there.
No, I mean, there's chairs that hadn't looked like they've been set in years.
What you're thinking is everybody who knew this place did not book this.
Exactly.
No.
You're like, well, I hope I ain't in there with a bunch of rowdy people from a different team.
Right.
Don't worry about that.
She says, well,
they're in the nice hotel.
And then she says, matter of fact, you're right there. And she pointed to the room. I'm that close to the lobby. She says, just right there. See that little loft area? That's your room right there. So I just take the little steps up to the room, and I open the door, and it's nice. I mean, decent beds are ready and all this kind of stuff. So I drop the bags, and I'm like, ready for a shower, So I get down, getting ready for the shower and stuff, and I step into the bathroom, and I went, is that hair?
Oh, no.
And I said, wait a minute. I thought, well, that's a crack in the tile. Yeah. That's the first thing I thought of. I'm like, well, there's a couple of different cracks in the tile. And then I get down, I'm like, and I saw the crack move.
It was so real.
And it's a long piece of hair, a couple of them. And so I'm like, oh, I really want to shower. What do I do? What do I do? And so I called Terry. I don't know why.
Terry gonna do something?
No, I was just.
Thank you for being with us today. SimplySayBubba.com. Security is always important. This time of year, fall is around us. Traveling to ball games, kids are involved in so many things, and a lot of times the home is left empty. And don't think that the bad folks don't know that. But the good news is your property, whether it be your everyday home, your business, maybe some other property that you're fortunate enough to have in the family, simplysafebubba.com is ready to protect it. And, their latest revolutionary innovation is the 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks into your home or even your small business, their professional monitoring agents can actually see them, speak to them, deter them with the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, which works, beautifully in sync. And it's available with their Fast Protect monitoring plan, and you can install it yourself in about 30 minutes, or if you're like me and you need a Simply Safe expert to help you, they'll do that too. Either way, easy to protect your property, and for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Huge offer, available now for a limited time at simplysafebubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There is no safe quite like simplysafebubba.com safe. So you mentioned going to the break, when we're dealing with all of our climate activists all over the world, them believing that somehow we, the human beings, have the power to control climate and impact climate and change climate. A theory at best, but a lot of them believe it is the end of time and they can save the planet by stopping you from driving in your combustion engine. Burn, baby, burn. Mother down. Burn, baby, burn. Portugal. Bubba, this is the new thing, climate activists blocking roads.
You have the right in our country, I don't know what it is in Portugal, to protest, but you cannot do it in a way that will interfere with my rights, and that is when you block highways.
Right.
I think this is one of the most ridiculous things. I know these activists think, well, this is getting us attention. Yep. What it is getting the ire of public opinion turned against you.
Right.
This is not the best way to draw attention to your cause or to win the debate.
Right.
What it is going to do is get you run over or beat up.
Right. So here we go. Here's how the folks in Portugal deal with it.
Yeah. You see the guy, he's already grabbed their banner and took it over to the side.
He's mad about it. They're blocking the road.
No more banner.
And so there they go.
Look, he's picking one up. He's going to drag them off.
So the people are just dragging them off themselves.
Yep.
Yeah, and I have to agree with that.
Fail.
This one guy.
And look, I don't know if you noticed, one of the bike riders had a big board out. He was going to be sure there was no fighting back to the people dragging them off.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
traffic's back flowing.
Now they cleared that road up pretty darn quick.
Oh yeah.
What was that? A 30-second clip?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
33 seconds.
That guy there's
we go from protesters to highway back functioning normal.
Well, you hit on it, Bubba. You don't have the right to impede my ability to travel.
Yep.
And if you do, then I have the right to remove you. And
that's right.
Yeah, we had one guy.
It's called self-relief.
Yep. And so. And then traffic is moving again.
And honestly, I don't think any of them are very good fighters anyway. So you don't worry about them fighting back.
Can I tell some of you climate activists, calm down, and don't do this. This is dangerous, and you're putting yourself in a bind. If you want to, get on the stand up on the soapbox and talk about and bring some information, you can certainly do that. You can hold all kinds of summits, and of course those.
The media will cover you. You can do that all the time.
The climate summits that everybody flies and drives to.
Yeah,
I don't know why that's not a conference call or a Zoom, since the world seems to be ending. But there you go.
Rick, we only got 250 million years.
Right.
That's right.
And I don't understand the gluing yourself to stuff. There's another.
Leave them there. Let them be glued to it.
There's another one.
Leave them there overnight.
There was another one in Germany, and one of them glued themselves to the road. And there's actually road workers out there having to chisel the road and take a chunk of concrete up to get them off the road because their hands glued to
I'll say remove that skin off their hand, and they probably won't.
Or saw their hand off.
That's it there.
You could cut their hand off.
Yeah, I wouldn't tear the highway up over it.
Over here on
and then charge them for it.
In the United States of America, over here, we're going in the fours now, Adler. So we keep hearing the Democrats who are all about defunding the police are acting like they didn't do that.
Yeah.
And so now with all the crime rising, now I don't know if we want to show this in 4A. I could just talk about it, but
it doesn't show the actual of it blurs it out.
So anyway, the New York Post has obtained and released video of a fatal stabbing. I don't know who Ryan Carson is, but they said he's an activist, and he's on the left politically.
So he's walking right through there and has no idea.
Well, watch, he's got a guy that's going to come up to him, and he's going to try to protect his girlfriend.
At this point, he thinks
they're leaving a late night wedding. They're leaving a late night wedding, walking the streets of New York, and then he will be attacked and stabbed by a person there on the streets, as you said, Bubba.
See, this guy's coming up here, and
he's trying to protect his girlfriend, and the person who means them harm cuts him with a knife and stabs him. And this is
and there he is laying on the ground.
Yeah, and now he's after the girl too.
And leaves.
Yeah,
but now too.
What was his beef? I mean,
the guy told him to chill.
I think it was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Of course, it was 4 a.m.
Right.
that they're out there. So
yeah,
you got to be wise.
Yeah,
about where you are.
Late night wedding. So next, here comes Karine Jean-Pierre that wants us to think that the Biden administration and the policies are actually bringing crime down. So here we go.
So if President Biden's policies are helping bring crime down, would he be comfortable with somebody borrowing his Corvette and parking it on the street overnight in Southeast D.C.?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. I'm just going to get into the facts about what this president has done in this president.
Thank you, Peter Ducey.
Thank you, Peter.
Does she look like a bobblehead to y'all?
Craig, she does.
A little bit. All right, so now let's talk
The
about
old hypotheticals.
If you'd like to know, we can't play all 9 minutes of it, of course, and I won't. But remember, the Democrats are now pretending that they did not support defunding the police. Unfortunately, there's 9 minutes worth of recordings of them saying defund the police.
Been
So
talking about
here it is.
defunding the police.
There's some issues that we ask police to do, like mental health issues or policing in schools and all the rest, that perhaps we can shuffle some of that money around.
Suck it up. Defunding the police has to happen. We need to defund the police.
Mayor Eric Garcetti saying, take some of the money from policing, about $150 million.
I applaud Eric Garcetti for doing what he's done.
Funding isn't necessarily as aggressive as a lot of folks paint it. You know, school budgets get cut almost every year.
Not only do we need to disinvest in police, but we need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department.
So yes to some defunding.
We have to reallocate resources, so yes.
Would you echo calls from some Black Lives Matter activists to defund the police?
Well, I think now is the time that we need to actually do that work.
It is outdated. It is wrong-headed thinking to think that the only way you're going to get communities to be safe is to put more police officers on the street.
Thank you, Kamala.
Okay, thank you.
What would you do?
A real
Kamala?
key part of it is when someone is convicted of a crime, locking them up so they can't be a repeat offender.
I bet Ryan Carson.
We know how they're going to act.
I bet Ryan Carson would have liked there have been more police on the streets.
I bet he would have.
And I'm going to, I don't
guarantee you
know.
would've.
I don't know because they haven't caught the guy yet. I don't think. But when they do, I bet he has a rap sheet. Long as y'all.
Yeah.
So this is not a mystery. This is not somebody that decided to become a killer at 3:30 a.m. in the morning and wandered out.
No. So we'll come back. We'll do your phone calls next. Speedy moves to the phones. All 10 lines are available. Your turn to respond on the things you've heard on the program today, or bring up your own stuff if you want to. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and you move now. You get a chance to be with us when we come back. Also, don't forget Wednesday Bible study today, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. We walk into the Revelation chapter 21 today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Laughing, and I said, I just got to tell you something. If you were here, you would be having
We're
come
gone.
apart.
We're gone.
And I said, I'm just going to let you know. Hey, wow. And she's like, you're kidding me. I said, no, but the reviews were like, I mean, the stars were, I mean, you couldn't have more stars.
Right.
And I'm thinking, did somebody, that's worked there just fill out a bunch of stuff?
Well, yeah.
And for some reason, I don't know why 9 is the highest, but it got like 8.4.
So 9 is the highest? I didn't know that.
I don't
Why
know.
not 10?
I don't know.
Can we not get to
It's just
10?
a weird thing. So I'm going,
On a scale of 1 to 9.
do I move past this and throw a towel down and take a shower because I'm hot, I'm sticky, I'm ready for a shower, or do I just back out and figure something else out?
Poor purple hair. She was so excited to see you too.
Yeah, but there's no rooms available because you got to realize there's 8 baseball teams, college baseball teams that are in the area with all the parents and all the families.
And you're the only one at this place, though.
Yeah, apparently.
We'll come back. Speedy's
plenty of room there.
What does Speedy do?
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba family.
After Speedy's adventure to go see the OVC tournament, which Jacksonville State did win, they now will advance, and they're in the regional that's going to be hosted. Really, Speedy, I don't know how you feel about this, in Oxford, Mississippi, and now your son will play against Ole Miss.
Yeah.
So you being a State fan and a Jacksonville State fan, this is a double whammy for you.
Yeah.
And now after your hotel experience, Adler says what?
Speedy, okay, 2 questions. Was it possible that it was your hair in the shower?
No, because I'm bald.
I don't know. You might have beautiful flowing
Couldn't be
armpit
head hair.
I don't know. You never know.
If it was curly red, maybe.
Okay.
Secondly, man, I've been trying to tell you, why don't you do the Airbnb thing? I've been trying to tell you, Airbnb is the way to go. Granted, there might be a security camera in the bathroom. At least it's a clean bathroom.
Right. Yeah.
There might be
but whatever.
There might be a camera in the toilet, but it's a clean toilet.
Right.
Somebody's getting a jolly off that clean bathroom, but it is clean.
Right. We normally hit good on hotels. We miss this one. Normally we're pretty solid, but on this one here, we missed this one.
Though.
Yeah. Luckily, it was just me. You're right.
Locals are calling saying they don't see a lot of cars in front of that hotel.
No. When you go down for a continental breakfast the next day, and there's like one guy down there.
He got his donut.
Normally you go down there and the continental breakfast is covered up. I mean,
no, it's never. Look, there's all kinds of signs.
Oh yeah.
when you see it, it's not good.
I mean,
when you see a car in the parking lot, it looks like it's been abandoned.
Right
there.
Yeah. So it was. It was. So we just booked hotels in Oxford, Mississippi, home of Ole Miss, and I was like, hey, we got to make sure we hit on this one now. We can't miss. You're going to be with me and our 2 other boys. So things I can, not saying that they can't, but something about us on the road by ourselves, we can handle. Certain things.
Yeah.
You get into the hey, I'm camping.
No doubt.
And you just can put up with anything for a short amount of time.
Right.
I've only left one time, and it was some travel ball thing or something.
Right.
I pulled up and tried to park, and people were fighting in the parking lot. I'm talking about a full blown. And the guy who was fighting the hardest looked a lot like a pimp. And
maybe not.
And I was like, you know what? I think this is a miss. And then you just kind of roll on.
Yeah.
There was only one.
And you just realize you're out $75.
Yeah.
That one we stayed at in New York. It wasn't dirty, but it was weird, and that one gave me the heat.
You talking about the one that was underneath the viaduct or whatever? Where?
Well, no, that's another one, Rick. That one was dirty.
yeah, that one was bad.
Well, we were that was
those
camping.
depressing ones that's under the interstate.
Yeah, our flight got canceled, and that's all there was.
When you're trapped in New York, we didn't even have luggage. I mean, it was supposed to be a 1-day trip, and we were trapped.
Yeah.
And Greg, the interstate, I had a window, and you literally could touch the concrete guardrail.
Have you ever wanted
out the window?
To be over it so fast?
Oh, you didn't have to have one of those vibrating beds. The traffic was doing it.
No, Greg, put it this way: homeless people were offered free rooms there, and they took a pass.
Yeah, now we're good in this box.
That was bad. I forgot about that. I forgot about it. But really, we thought we might be killed before we get out because we'd already had plans. Just holler, try to get somebody in here, run with a knife and fork, whatever you got.
Right.
But no, that weird one that had the blue light in New York, the purple light.
And when you walked in your room, you walked through beads.
Yeah, that was the one. That one was just weird in a scary kind of evil way.
That was a terrifying place. I'm not talking about like Bubba said, not dirty, not. All right, so here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Here comes a phone troll. That means we were moving rapidly. Greg's got a timeout, so does Bubba, but they only got one apiece.
I got time.
Speedy's on the phones. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You move now, you'll get in. We got callers ready to go. 30 seconds will be the buzzer if you don't get a timeout, or the timeouts maybe if they're gone. But also, no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Those also get an instant buzzer. We're talking about content only, questions and comments, bringing them to the table. Harry out of Columbiana. Harry gets us started with 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Monkey grass, guys. It's Henry, by the way.
All right, Henry. Thanks for calling us.
What about it, Henry?
Question is, if Donald Trump becomes Speaker of the House, which they're talking about, and then the Republican Party goes in, then impeaches Biden's administration and then Kamala Harris, then Donald Trump becomes sitting president and then is reelected in 24. What do y'all think about that?
I didn't follow all that. I'm sorry.
Okay, what they're saying is, Rick, you do not have to be a member of Congress to be Speaker of the House, believe it or not.
Oh, I got
so
it. Really?
They're saying, what if you put Donald Trump in? I'm just telling you what they're saying. I'm not endorsing
No,
it.
I got you.
And then you impeach Biden, you impeach Kamala Harris, he would become president again. Now, this is a kind of a far-fetched plan by any measure, because the moment you impeach President Biden, Kamala becomes president, but she will name a vice president at that point. So it would be hard to ever get down to that point.
But I didn't think impeached meant removed from office. That just
means...
right.
I'm using it in the broad term of impeached and removed from office by the Senate.
Okay, gotcha.
Which the Senate is not going to do that.
Right, there you go.
To CC in Tennessee. 30 seconds. CC, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
Hey, I worked seasonal years ago at Walmart cashiering, and it's Christmas, and I would especially catch people trying to steal around then. I had a lady one time fill a kitchen trash can full of chicken and meat, and I wouldn't say anything. I'd just start ringing everything up, and you never seen such scrambling in your life. Oh, I didn't want that. I said, what's in here?
So you saw it and started ringing it up. I love that idea. That's great. Let's go to Alice out of Mobile, Alabama. Alice, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I just think I know why you don't like Pat McAfee. I mean, he's ruined game day for me, but I think he is the male Beth Moen.
Oh, really? My goodness.
Really?
Boy, that's tough.
Boy, that's a tough. Well, what an indictment.
He's a little overexposed right now. I mean, he's on everything.
Oh, yeah. They're
so he gets on your nerves too, Alice?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Everything about him.
I just we continue. 866 We Be Big. Sam out of Mississippi. 30 seconds. Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, Greg made a comment I thought was very insightful when he said he wanted a pet parrot to put on his shoulder. Because to me on the show, Greg is the parrot. When something's going on, it's the conspiracy. Greg wants a burnt peanut.
Burnt peanut.
That's funny.
Jerk.
Jerk.
No, I'm just kidding.
Kobe out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
That's funny.
Oh, man, I'm laughing at the peanut comment. Just wanted to reference the cop that tackled Grimace from McDonald's earlier. Does it not bother all of you guys that the first reaction to the crowd there is just to record everything instead of trying to help in any kind of way?
Well, in today's world.
The
Grimace.
It's hard for me to get mad about it because I appreciate the footage.
I do. We got to have the footage.
I get your point.
We got to have the footage. The police officer was doing fine.
And I don't know what the rule of engagement is. Some of our law enforcement friends can tell us. Am I supposed to try to help the law or stay out of it?
I don't know. If they ask for help, I guess you're supposed to jump in there. Yeah. That's funny.
We continue. Let's go to Brian out of Huntsville. There's lines available for you right now. Brian, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Question for you, gentlemen, which is the Speaker of the House is vacant, and it technically does not, of course, have to be a member of the House. But what about somebody like Ted Cruz, should he want to take on the role as a senator, and he could focus things before it goes to the Senate or back?
I understand the logic there, but the Democrats would never go with it, and I doubt that the House would either. Since he has a job as a senator, I don't know that he can take time off of that to go to the House.
What about Roy Moore? He's never conceded he lost.
I want to be clear, that was Greg. And look, save your keystroke. Send it to Greg directly.
That's so good. That's so good.
Well, he never,
Yeah. Greg, there's just people gathering and making their way to Piedmont, Alabama for Saturday.
Oh boy.
And Jerry,
Jerry's there. He's a resident.
Yeah, yes, he is, in a Daily Caller. Jerry says he has a group that's ready to cheer you on.
All right, Jerry.
All right, Jerry, have you got a big group?
Yes, sir. I got a big group. I'm not going to be able to run myself, but I got a big group lined up for him. And if it'll help you out any, Greg, I can't run it, but if you need me to meet you about halfway with Bud Light, I can do that.
All right, get with me before we fire the pistol.
Jerry, I think, and I speak on behalf of
see, that's thinking on Jerry's part.
I speak on behalf of Rick and Bubba fans everywhere and Ryan Greenwood. I just want hundreds of people running behind Greg.
Calm down.
I mean, just people cheering.
I want it to be an all-time record.
Yeah, I do too. And I want people really around Greg. I mean, I want people almost like a jumping ring, like when he takes off and they're greeting him at the end.
Yeah, I want to thank y'all.
Greg, it's just so good.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you want it, Greg?
Yes, Rick, I do.
We continue. David, Birmingham, Alabama, ZZK. David, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, happy late birthday to you, brother.
Thank you.
If they can get Adler to hunt this up, Hannah Barron, Jeff Barron, or Daddy?
I don't.
He found a can of Progresso soup on the bottom of the lake while they was noodling and stood there and opened it up and ate it. And then it ain't no telling. Yeah, and he was fine. He said it's vacuum sealed. It's good to go. So
it's been good and cool.
It just seems so unnecessary.
I know.
Just so. I mean, how much does a new can cost on the show?
Exactly. You ain't got to be sure.
I know under Biden it may be $8 now.
Right. Surely you can scrape it together.
Is it worth risking botulism? Yeah. Seriously.
Scottsboro 1017. Let's go to Mike. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, I was just going to talk about going to the game in Knoxville Saturday with my son. He's serving in the Navy, and we got to go to our first game in Knoxville. But to see him standing there saluting our flag and belting out the Star Spangled Banner was probably better than watching the game almost. And I'll just let you go and hear your comment.
Yeah, I bet that was emotional.
How about that?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Thank him for his service.
Yeah, thank you and him for your service.
Absolutely.
To Doug in Mississippi. Doug, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, it's Dougie Fresh. I'm surviving the South.
Glad you are.
Yeah. Todd Jones came over to Salem Baptist Church on Sunday, and we had a really good talk, and we got to have dinner before that. And also, he said that one of y'all are in ham radio. Is that true?
Oh, yeah, it's Bubba. Yeah.
He's actually
you talking about
the Repeater Society.
KJ4JJ?
Right. Well, that's great. Hey, listen, I'm really loving the show. And one thing, I have a Bible question. It's very serious.
Rick, Musty brother with a Bible question.
Nobody gave him a timeout.
We didn't have time to do it.
The timing couldn't have been.
Nobody gave a timeout.
I got a Bible question.
I couldn't even get my timeout up.
It was, I mean.
Call back, sir.
He said it was serious.
What? The clock is the clock, and nobody.
We just assumed you'd let him get his question out. Right?
I bet Todd didn't imagine in his wildest dreams he'd have to discuss ham radio.
I know it.
Yeah,
I heard Todd. I ain't seen Todd since when he was on the show giving that cat away that day. Yeah, you ever give that thing away?
I forgot all about that.
You remember that?
Yeah, I remember it now. But yeah, I heard he did great Sunday night, which is no doubt. He's been doing a little more for us lately, and man, he's on fire.
I want to hope it wasn't a very important question, that guy.
Well, call back. Call back.
It's a buzzer. I mean, y'all got two time. Why didn't y'all do a time?
I forgot I had
the timing on it was there was no way that he said that in the last 2.5 seconds.
I know, but I mean, y'all got it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's not crime. We're talking about you think that you've been put. I tell you what I thought. I thought it was like Satan's hotel. That's what it seemed like.
Wow. It felt like that.
No,
the hotel. You remember that goat head? And it was off center at the main desk.
Come on, you go down.
It wasn't even centered up, like it was a hunting trophy.
Did you ever see? Did you ever see the movie with Al Pacino and Keanu Reeves, whatever when he was the lawyer and Al Pacino was the devil?
Yeah,
I forget what it was called.
It was good.
But anyway, you remember that chair he sat in?
Oh yeah,
that chair was down there.
That type of stuff.
That big high back.
That chair was down there,
Rick.
And it was real dark. There was nothing was lit very
who
well.
put y'all there?
Everybody looked at you like, I really expected to hear you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it 100% had that feel about it. It was a weird place, man.
Can I ask y'all a question real quick?
It was so bizarre. They were having a premiere on the roof where they had like the roof bar, and I want to say it was Sex and the City, the movie
or something.
I mean, it was that weird that they would go to that. You know what I mean?
Like one time I was walking down the hall and like Jim Morrison passed me going the other way. I was like, he's dead.
And where you been?
Yeah. Do y'all ever? Because see, if we ever check into a room, Terry is. She is going straight to the bed. She's pulling covers back. She's pulling the edge up. She's looking off. Are y'all ever scared to look?
Yeah, I'm scared.
Of course we are.
Nice places.
Huh?
You talking about the time Greg found a cheeseburger in
a
his?
half-eat cheeseburger in the bed? What do you think that means?
Yeah, that's bad.
That
you
can't be good.
You went and slept in the truck, didn't you?
Oh yeah, we did many times. There's a couple of them. We're like, I ain't standing there.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to take your socks off?
Well, no. Look, if there's a half-eaten cheeseburger
made up
in your bed, you can't lay down. I mean, that can't happen.
But there was part of me back to the hotel where I wanted to know whose hair it was.
No, man.
So I was.
Why would you want to know?
Sweetie, no, you don't.
I was studying.
I'm going to step out and say they were probably gone.
Yeah, but I was just hoping, just all hope that it was the cleaning lady.
No, it is. I think it is, Greg. If hair keeps staying there, even after they clean, it's got to be the cleaning lady's hair.
It is.
I think it's got to be.
Wow.
Right?
Or Speedy had somebody coming in there taking a shower.
That's true.
Well,
some
speaking
homeless
of that,
guy was taking a shower in your room.
How about this? Saturday morning, the cleaning lady almost saw me naked. I'm standing there right out of the shower.
Good Lord.
And checkout was at 11:30, and it was
that might have been planned.
It was like
Watch out.
It was
Here
like
comes purple.
Like on Friday, all of a sudden you hear, from in the back.
Was there something wrong with it?
You can hear it from the back, and I'm like, just a second, ma'am. Give me just a second.
Second, I'm naked.
Okay, I'm back. And then you hear that from the road. I mean, from the other side of the door. Well, Saturday morning, I'm leaving. Checkout's at 11:30. It's 11:10. I'm thinking, hey, I'm going to be checkout by 15 minutes. I'm kind of trying to wait to the end because we don't play till 4 o'clock that day. So that's that classic checkout, and then you got all that time to kill. And Marion, even though it was very nice, it's just not hey, there's tons of things to do. And so I'm thinking, well, I'll just grab a lunch, take my time there, and then ease on to the game, can hook up with some other parents. And so it's about 11:10, and I've just gotten through with the shower, and I'm standing there, and I said, I don't know what hit me, but I put the little latch that you pull back, and so somebody tries to open the door, it stops. Mm-hmm. Where all of a sudden I'm just like,
I'll tell you why you did that, because you're standing in a sketchy hotel,
right? And all of a sudden that door opens, and that thing hits. And I'm like, oh, just a second. And she's like, I'm sorry.
See, I can explain that too.
And she was coming on in.
Can I tell you?
I should have put the do not disturb.
Well, I'm checking. I don't know.
I'll put that on there anyway.
Can I tell you how I can explain that?
Around.
I can explain this too. They never had anybody stay that long. I mean, they thought that hey, you got
no way.
Ain't nobody pushing to 11:30 checkout here.
Not
as
here.
soon as they're up, they're gone.
That's a great point.
You're all over that. Oh, he's still here. You think we already knocked? Ain't nobody still here.
Hey, she was coming on in.
He's already complained twice about a hair. He's gone.
Why is it that cleaning ladies all have that same voice?
I don't know.
Every time they knock on the
housekeeping.
Just give me a second. I'm almost done. Yeah. But it startled me. I mean, I jumped back. I'm in here. There's somebody in here. Right. But the latch stopped her from going in. Right. And there's a little crack. She's like, I'll be back. Her little. I need to get my extensions out of the bathroom floor.
I'll tell you what, and Speedy. Rick, he was so disgusted he didn't even steal any of those towels because they had holes.
I know.
Speedy, he normally will get him a whole set.
He didn't even get any free towels this
time. I made it though.
I don't need them with holes in them.
866 We Be Big is our number. We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls.
I'll be back.
Do you think that was the same towel that you used before? You just didn't see the hole in it?
No, it was folded up and like amongst them. The new ones.
What if somebody was living in that room on the bed, coming out, taking a shower while Speedy was gone?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes now past the hour. Here we go. 866 We Be Big's the number. We'll try to get more phone calls in. And I'm sorry that the buzzer got the one question there from our friend that is a northerner that's loving the southern culture now. You can call back during this hour if you got time. We'll try to get that in. Well, I mean, it's a phone troll. So we got everybody here but Helmsy this hour, and we'll run through the stories of the day. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Thank you for being a part of it.
What's that? Body heat. Hey. So as we start the hour, how many more people does Biden's dog have to bite before we get rid of this dog?
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked they're allowing this to keep going on. I mean, the Secret Service
Commander?
guys, yeah. You think one of them would draw down on him?
Well, I think what may be happening, you know how dogs can sense something? I think the dog is trying to get everybody's attention that this guy's lost his cognitive skills.
Yeah, he's trying to bite everybody and let them know.
So does anybody know, you might know this, Adler, I know you're kind of a dog person. Or you once were until you had children and realized why am I spending all this time with dogs? But anyway, are you familiar with a nationally renowned dog trainer, Tom Davis?
I'm not.
Speedy?
Is that the dog whisperer?
No.
Are you talking about
I don't know.
pets and parolees?
Yeah.
What's that little guy?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm out of the loop on him too.
I'm not familiar with him either, but he says
Not very famous.
He says he's watching the behavior of the what do they call it? The first dog? Yeah. Is that what they say when you're the president's dog? Yeah. And says it is
pain ever since he showed up.
Listen to this. What he actually says, and I want you to think about the irony of this. He says the behavior of this dog that has bitten 11 people is a lack of leadership.
Well, come on.
Says the dog. No, he says it right here. He says he doesn't have. He has bad leadership. He doesn't know his boundaries. He's not in a structured environment. And they said
he's biting everybody that comes around.
That's why he's on a biting spree. But I just can't believe. I just can't believe that this is allowed.
Yeah, I know.
11 people.
It's a German Shepherd.
It
seems like this
pretty dog.
I mean, you think OSHA would shut this down, right?
Yeah, I would.
Let me ask you this:
I've got a biting German Shepherd at work.
If you lived in a neighborhood and your dog had bit 11 people, I bet you would be in
trouble.
trouble.
Already be put down, and you would be sued.
Absolutely, of course.
Says the Commander is his name, and since 2021. The Secret Service people have been bitten 11 times.
That's crazy.
Don't you know they talk about that?
Right.
Dog.
Yeah. And so he's this guy, this trainer. I didn't know that. He said that he has worked with politicians' dogs in the past, and for what he is observing, talking about the dog trainer Tom Davis, he says this dog is in an unfair environment to be successful. You know, he's mainly saying this breed and being the first family's dog doesn't really work.
Well, think
they
about
probably
the White
should have
House.
gone with a smaller dog.
He doesn't like the Secret Service.
Well, think about the White House. You're going to have guards. You're going to have people rotating through on different shifts. You're going to have guests coming in and out. I mean, that's a nightmare for a dog.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, the dog likes its own yard, its own territory, its own house. And it doesn't even like the postman that comes every day.
Well,
so,
and we
can you imagine that times 300?
And we all know this. We've talked about this even on the show, and a lot of you need to know that who may be thinking about you're going into the dog world and you think it's going to be sharp to have a dog. Mm-hmm. It's so important for you to understand the breeds, because the breeds they're all good for different situations. And he said what's happened here is we've taken the wrong dog for the wrong person and put it in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
And he said these are wonderful animals, German Shepherds, but this is not the environment for them, and this is not the owner for them. They require much more structure, much more firm leadership. And what this dog basically realizes is there ain't nobody lead me. Yeah. It's kind of like the way the country feels.
Yeah, it's funny how
I find myself wanting to bite somebody.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
So
I'm not up on my German Shepherds, but I know they have a protective nature as well. So,
yep.
You know,
Oh,
to
look at him when he was
Bubba's
little.
point with, you know, different faces coming in and out, you just don't know how they'll react. But
And he probably doesn't see the president, but once every 4 weeks.
Right. If
That's
they keep
right.
him in Delaware, he'd see him a lot.
Yeah. Says, said this is not the breed for just anyone to have.
How about if you're the president? Why you got to have a dog? I know they all.
Well, everybody thinks it's sharp.
Trump didn't.
Oh, look how cute!
No, he
Somebody has a
didn't.
dog.
did
He broke that tradition.
Well, and that's good. You know, Trump seems like the kind of person. If he thinks exercise is a waste of energy that he's been given, he certainly don't want to waste time on a dog.
No, right.
You
No,
know,
he doesn't. That doesn't fit into.
You know,
his brain.
because he's very his time. He's going to use it to the maximum.
You don't want to ask what do you do with the dog. You know?
Yeah.
Well, I think.
What about the dog?
We do have to say that he has put the rumor that diet drinks will give you dementia to bed because he drinks them like crazy.
Well, no.
And he's. I mean, he hadn't let up.
He does
at all.
say some bizarre things.
Well, no, I'm not saying I'm not saying it doesn't hype him up, but he doesn't appear to be stumbling around.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget.
He showed
too,
that the other day.
When
Don't
he did
forget.
that.
Don't forget though. Don't forget, and this is Trump's personality. It's possible that Trump drinks 4 Diet Cokes a day, but he thinks it's sharper to say 12.
That's true.
Yeah.
You're right. To show everybody how
Right.
indestructible he is.
I'm indestructible. I drink 12 a day.
12 a day.
And then the reality is, 4.
Yeah.
Eat 2 of the cans.
You know, it is kind of ironic when you look at it. You know, you've seen pictures of his mom and his family.
Boy, his mom.
He comes from some pretty good genetics because they've all lived to be pretty old.
Yeah.
And
That's always
and the
helpful.
hair thing comes from his mom. There's no doubt about
Wow.
it.
Wow.
Can I say
I
this?
drink more Diet Cokes than any person.
Doesn't affect me. Aspartame means nothing.
Back to dogs, Adam Wainwright with the St. Louis Cardinals finally retired, and his big thing was that he wasn't going to take on a dog until he retired.
Mm-hmm.
So at his, I guess, farewell, they brought out a dog. It's for a surprise. Of course, his family goes nuts. It looked like a Labradoodle or something like that. All I could think was what a handle he's got now.
Oh, he can't believe
and
the
he
man finally retires, and you saddle him with a dog.
He had to deal with it that night.
Yeah, so they're bringing it out now in this basket, and
He's hoping it's a
he didn't know
sandwich.
what's going on, and all of a sudden he opens it up, and then there's a puppy, and you can see his daughters react in a positive way. But all he's thinking is, oh no,
Right.
oh no.
Don't
Yeah,
have
I'm going to retire, finally get a good night's sleep. Well, no, not anymore.
No, it's going to pee on me right here.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's a cute dog, but wow, dogs are a lot of hassle.
They
Last
are.
night, I had to go into the woods behind my house to get Franklin because he wouldn't come back.
Greg,
Y'all.
And
Go get him.
Yeah, were you screaming for
any
him?
Franklin story?
I
on-
wasn't. I was going.
Well, no wonder
You know that.
You don't
thing.
say his name?
I'm
I'd run from that too.
You know, and he usually comes back. I caught him eating poop in the woods,
Well, they'll do that.
Isn't
and
that great?
I grabbed his collar, but not like real hard. And he screams like I had hit him with a hammer
I bet.
through the neighbor.
Aaron's going,
Well,
what
he's
you
just
doing?
laying there, won't move,
Yeah,
as
didn't-
if I've shot him with a shotgun in the side yard of my house.
Yeah, didn't you say?
Gosh.
Didn't you say
He
he's
basically could pull the same move the woman at Walmart
Right.
did.
Yeah. He started screaming, "Chris is racing."
Chris is racist.
Chris hates dogs. Chris hates dogs.
You got
told
a
us-
checkered past.
You told us that Franklin, he's a bit of a drama queen.
Oh my goodness, yes. And he's part German Shepherd and part Basset Hound, which looks
should,
real
which
normal.
should never
That's
happen.
a long,
It's a-
short
it's a-
German Shepherd.
God,
Yeah,
he's
it's
not
a
gonna
German
be happy
Shepherd
with
head,
that.
right? Basset Hound body.
Yes, German
Okay.
Shepherd head,
That's why I had
Basset
that back
Hound
problem.
body.
Strange.
Yes. And in fact, I did some research on German Shepherd dogs because you got to watch them, and they actually have a pretty big history. Pit bulls account for like 22% of reported bites. Mixed breeds are around 20%. German Shepherds are around 18% of reported bites. So
Yeah.
German Shepherd, you got to watch them. They've got that training in them to do a job. So you got to watch them.
Well, we all
Franklin, not
saw
so
them on
much.
Hogan's Heroes.
They're
We know what
scary
they're
dogs.
trained for.
They're
a
scary
very
dogs.
scary
You
dog.
know,
They're scary dogs.
They're German Shepherds.
Right.
Yeah,
They-
Did you catch him in the act? Is
Tough
that how you
PR
know what he was
campaign.
doing?
Yes, he
just eating deer or dog or cat poop, one or the other, and he's just having like a buffet fest of it. And I'm like, all right, come into my house now. This is great.
Yeah, at least he didn't roll in it. You ever seen him do that?
Kevin did it yesterday. Kevin throws his shoulder blade into it like it's the greatest pie he's ever seen in his life.
I know it. I don't know
These
why
are
they do that.
animals in my home.
And I can't believe you let these things back in your house.
Oh my goodness,
Franklin.
Franklin.
Look at Rick's face right now.
So all my neighbors that heard it sounded like a dog being murdered, I was just bringing him back inside last night because he was eating poop and he wouldn't come in the house.
See his face. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, so the weekend it was hot and where we lived, and but we were off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, so we were trying to figure out what we were going to try to do with it's one of those things where we already had a plan for summer when we actually going to be off for a week, and we didn't really have any plans to turn this into anything other than what Sherry and I deemed is we will call it a staycation all-star weekend. Meaning that we will do a little bit of everything that's available to us. We'll enjoy things that we normally don't have time to enjoy that we have ourselves. And so what we did is Sherry and I went down and spent a little romantic time at the farm. Because Sherry, we the little house down there is like probably was made built in the 50s. So we had to replace some windows on it and had to do some upgrades on it and all that. And really, we had not been there yet. And that was kind of the beauty, because if you don't want to get frustrated with contractors, then don't care when it's going to be finished.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? So we knew we were so busy that we didn't have time to be down there anyway. Unfortunately, the time we got down there is when it's actually hot, but it was great. And so we had she'd done some stuff there and had some stuff finished, and has the back porch screened in now with a nice little swing back there. And we went down and spent a little time there at the farm, and we actually did some work because we'd done some work on the barn too. And I sent Speedy the official picture that we had an American flag up for Memorial Day weekend.
Yes, I was so proud of you.
And I saw you did too, Bubba. But I wanted to send him that because that was part of us going down into the weekend getting it ready.
Yeah.
And Speedy said, based on the barn and the flag, he thinks he would stop by our house on the dirt road and want to meet us.
Yeah.
So,
right.
It's very inviting.
If you see the flag, the barn, the pond.
Yeah.
The pasture, I probably would have to stop and just knock on your door.
Well, there's one thing we decided to do too, which was really big, and we have weatherized the barn because it normally, and we still would have stuff there, but there was no air conditioner or anything, so you'd have to open the two doors. But I mean, if it's 96 degrees,
it's still just 96
inside that barn. You can have the big outdoor cookout all you want to. Everybody's miserable, so we actually have an air conditioner in the barn now. When we filled it in with some insulation and redid the roof, so we had not gone down there for the big cleaning. Now you got to clean it,
right.
and to get it. And so Sherry and I did that together and spent some time there. So we had a great time. So we had some farm time. Then we did go on to have a cookout there later in the weekend, and the boys came down and of course again with young Broderick, he's got the girlfriend Camtastic, and this was a biggie because Camtastic was deemed farm worthy.
Yeah.
So Camtastic got to come to the farm for the very first time, and ride some 4-wheelers and kind of and all that. And I thought that was big, and did a little cookout. So we got some farm time in, and then where our farm is located is only 20 minutes from Gary, the bulldozer man's lake house. I mean, hey, y'all ain't that far from Lake Mitchell. If y'all want to come down there. And I said, well, you know what? I'll find out. I'll talk to Sherry, see if she wants to do that. And Sherry was like, yeah, I think that would be great. So Gary actually, hey, you bring,
look at that.
Hey, Sherry, come down here. I'll take you out on the boat and give you a little boat ride. And, y'all can come down here and we'll cook and do some Boston butts. And I'll do some ribs. And of course, I like a nice salad. So Gary had us down for half a day. And we did the and he wanted me to make a few spiral dogs while we were there too. It wasn't what I wanted. The spiral dog, Gary had, I like to buy the Angus beef hot dogs and all this. He just had some, and I said, Gary, I'm not going to do spiral dogs today. Hey, Heather, we all want to try them. And so these were actually spiral dogs in this picture I made at home on Memorial Day.
Yeah.
because everybody, the sons, Brooks was there, Bigelow was there, and young Broderick was there, and of course Camtastic.
Sure.
So Camtastic got to meet Gary as well, and it was like they all acknowledged I didn't do many of them. And Dad, will you do like your Spiral Dogs on Memorial Day? And I said I will. So, but Gary had some delicious ribs. He'd cooked a Boston butt for a day and a half. Now Gary, though, you know how he gets antsy about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I had clearly said, Gary, we're going to church Sunday morning. We're going to come down to the farm. I'm going to cook lunch for everybody at the farm. Going to do some hamburgers out on the grill. Camtastic's coming down to see the farm. The boys are going to be there, and then we'll do evening at the lake.
Like,
you know, like I thought the
5 o'clock.
The earliest I'd be there would be 4, but mainly 5. Looks leading on to us. So we've covered a lot today. We'll get to more of your phone calls before we're done. Wednesday Bible study back today. The Revelation 21. So now John sees the new heaven and the new earth. A lot of interesting things about that today, including the statement, and the sea was no more. What does all that mean? So we'll unpack that, and it'll be a deep dive today as we're almost finished with the Revelation. Been in it since January. We're now in our 10th month, and we're rolling into the last 2 chapters. So catch that today live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. Or if you want to catch the archive, it'll be on the YouTube channel and also our podcast channel not too long after it's over. Adler usually has that up in about half hour, something like that. So thank you for that, and thanks for all your feedback on our series. It's been very eye-opening, and I certainly have learned a lot. All right, so Jordan Peterson. I remember the first time that I was out of the loop on Jordan Peterson, and it was when he, Canada was trying to get him to say he had to use certain pronouns. Do you remember this?
Yeah, oh yeah.
And he said, no, I mean, you can't make me use pronouns. You can't make me change language. And you remember he was staunch and he wouldn't do it. And then, of course, every time somebody would try to, debate him on it, reporters and stuff, he would just completely annihilate them and turn them inside out. I'm not sure he and I would agree on everything, but but what I like about him, he's very logical. So one of the things and a lot of people really love his work and to hear him talk and all of that. And like I say, I don't think I agree with him on everything, but some of the things that he's talked about from a logical standpoint, even though I don't think we share every spiritual view the same, he has said some very logical things that you hear us talk about a lot about men's ministry and how the church is treating males, because he said, society may be guilty of not understanding that there's beautifully, by the way, distinct differences between male and female. Sometimes the church acts like they don't understand that either by the way that they carry things on. And they're perplexed on why men are not engaged. But anyway, he's had some pretty incredible things to even say about that. But he's doing it again. He's using another example of the beautifully distinct differences between male and female. He's talking to Bill Maher, who's, every day seems like he's coming around a little bit.
I know.
But I think the reason why Bill Maher is coming around is not because he's changed his worldview, but because he can't even tolerate how illogical we're becoming.
Yeah. I think he sees how bizarre it's got.
Yeah, you ever been part of a team and suddenly you say, yeah, I'm all in, and then you start looking, going, wait a minute, is this what we do now? I can't be part of this. But anyway, he's talking about one of the things that's also unique about male and female is antisocial behavior. That the male and the female don't even approach that the same. And so is that pretty accurate, Adler? So here he is with Bill Maher.
There are male patterns of antisocial behavior, and there are female patterns. And the male pattern tends to tilt towards physical violence, which is partly why almost everyone who's in prison is male, because we really put the clamps down on physical violence.
Right.
But the female antisocial pattern, which is well established, by the way, in the clinical literature, is reputation savaging, gossip mongering, and exclusion.
So this is what chicks do as opposed to us.
You bet.
You're so right.
Yeah.
When men are like, I'll kill you.
Yeah.
And women are like, I'll make you kill yourself.
Right. Yeah. I'll make you wish you were dead.
Yeah, well, and He's just saying, look, even those things are not the same.
Yeah, I know.
And he expanded. I couldn't find the clip, but he's expanded into this when it comes to when men and women, or I should say girls and boys, don't have guidance when they're young and they don't have parents that are present and help them and help show them the way. Men, going along with what he just said, men hurt other people. Right. Men go out and damage other things, other people, and women hurt themselves.
Yeah.
They go and make terrible decisions. They go get involved with things they shouldn't get involved with.
Involved with men they shouldn't be involved with.
Get involved with men they shouldn't be involved with. And they tear themselves down. And it's just like, oh my goodness, it's so sad and true. And you're just like, oh my gosh. And you see it. You see it all the time.
Well, and it's one of the things that we've been talking about, and it's one of the passions here, because it's so serious. Back to what you were saying about men. When men are not under the authority of God, and this is not a hyperbole, we're dangerous. Men are dangerous when they are not under proper spiritual leadership and they're not right spiritually, because of all the obvious things we've seen. When men go rogue, they're dangerous, and when women go rogue, they're dangerous to themselves. I mean, which is a good point. And so even in this ridiculous notion that men and women and male and female is just interchangeable, there's so many glaring examples that just isn't true. And I would say beautifully distinct. And when you understand that, it's just like, Helmsy was talking about this earlier, and then I won't, share his own stories. He can share them himself. But we've all been through this. If you've ever coached, and you've coached, say like for him, he has daughters, so you've coached female sports versus coaching male sports.
Yeah, I was involved in both.
And you can do
at
that
the same
too.
time.
I was going to say, you can speak to that. He's talking about it now. And I remember you speaking to this. The way you motivate them is not even the same.
No.
It's not even close.
The feedback they give you is not the same either. It's almost two different languages. You have to shift gears.
Yeah. And I know this is an oversimplification, and I think you agreed with this. In general, when when you're coaching boys, them playing well makes them feel good.
Yeah, their outcome. Yep.
And then women have to feel good in order to play well.
Yep.
And they have to be feeling like they're ready to go. Where men, if they'll just play well, that solves all the problems.
That's it. I discovered that when a buddy of mine called me and said, I figured it out. I said, what are you talking about? He had two older sons, and then his youngest was a daughter. So he went from coaching baseball, on a travel level, youth level for years. And then he picked up, when they got old enough, he picked up coaching his daughter in softball. And he couldn't ever quite figure it out. And then he finally figured it out. And he said, I got it, man.
Yeah.
If you just get them in a good mood, make them feel good about themselves, they'll be phenomenal on the field.
Well,
so we just have a good old time.
Right. and then you look at Scripture, and it's a Scripture that's misunderstood. And I'm actually going to be using it to officiate the wedding on Sunday, and did when I officiated Tyler's and others. Is when Peter says that we should never be harsh with our wives. Don't be harsh with women, and remember they are the weaker vessel. Well, people, the Bible says that Peter is not talking about value. As a matter of fact, porcelain is of much greater value than steel, but porcelain breaks easier. And that's he's not talking about value. He's talking about understand that being harsh to a woman is not like being harsh to a man, because a woman breaks easier. Doesn't mean they're of lesser value. I gave you the porcelain analogy there. And he says it's so serious in God's view of a husband that a man who is harsh with his wife and mistreats his wife, that God doesn't even hear their prayers.
Pretty big warning.
It distorts your prayer life with God if you're a man who treats his wife harshly. But that's not a value thing. We start thinking, what do you mean? No, men and women are distinct, but they're beautifully distinct. This has nothing to do with value. Men and women are equal in value. They're just distinctly different. And so that's we got to understand that point, because we certainly don't do a service to women treating them like men, and we don't do a service to men treating them like women. You're not going to get the right result. You got to know how they were designed. Beautifully distinct. Beautifully distinct. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll take your phone calls. All lines are available. And we'll come back and we'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
you a lot of time to boat.
Hey, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Hey, y'all left yet? I'm like, Gary, where did you get that? I could have made him a
got there.
Hey, y'all ain't left yet? And I'm like, Gary, it's blazing hot, and we're riding 4-wheel down it, and then we let's get down there when it's not so hot.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't get dark till 8 o'clock, and I'd rather ride the boat late in the afternoon anyway. And so we did. We got down there, and I warned everybody. I said, now look.
See, that ain't enough time to ride the boat for me. As Betty will tell you, I'll take you out there for hours.
Yeah, I like to ride in the boat about half the time you want to ride in it. Because
maybe a quarter.
Yeah. At one point, I look around, I go, and we are still riding the boat.
You talking about the great boat ride?
Yeah. And it's fun, and I do enjoy it. I just don't enjoy it as long as Bubba does. I've got a timer that goes off, and I'm kind of like, all right,
we've seen it.
I'm ready to get out of the boat. And so anyway, we I told young Broderick's girlfriend, Camtastic, I said, just be ready for anything from Gary. Just know that
you know it's coming.
It's kind that he's invited us down here, but he's invited us down here into his trap.
Yeah, that's all it is.
And he's got a nice setup. It was very kind of him to do that, and we had a great time. But sure enough, hey, little Cameron, you can go over and get us some in plates. And I thought, well, here it is. And God love her. She opened up that pantry, and just some kind of rat ran out on her, fake rat. And
he's got tied to a string.
Right, and she screamed and all that. And I said, well, I hope we've got that behind her.
Yeah, that's all.
And I knew that. And, hey, and Gary cooks like he must be like your dad was, Bubba, because Gary he cooks as if a military is coming.
Right.
Hey, and I said, Gary, why would we be adding to what you have for us? We're never going to eat all this. Hey, Gwen's gonna have some potato salad, and we're gonna have some baked beans, and we're gonna have some ribs, and we're gonna have a Boston butt. And I'm like, Gary, why don't you do some hot dogs and some hamburgers? I said, Gary, we don't need hot dogs and hamburgers. There's only you, Gwen, your daughter, and your granddaughter, and then the four. There's only 8 of us total. I mean, and so.
Well, you know what? I like to cook, Rick, so I have leftovers.
Right. Well,
see, I'll reheat.
Yeah. So we did that
for days.
Then we spent some time hanging out at the pool. At home, just chilling there. We hadn't done that this year, so that was great. And then I was just talking in the audience because actually some of the audience is friends too. You remember Fire Marshal Megan, who was an intern? Yeah. Well, she and her sisters kept our kids from the time they were like little bitty, till they didn't need anybody to stay with them anymore. So Fire Marshal Megan was first, and she got married. Then we went to Lindsay, the second sister. She got married, and then we went to Natalie. And of course, Natalie was and Lindsay both, when they were keeping, is when Bronner was here, and his birthday was Monday. And so in a very cool twist of fate, Natalie, who had kept our boys, had a son on Bronner's birthday. And so so we got that word, and that was very emotional for her and us, and we got to go see the baby.
Look at that.
Colin Ray Stanfield is here, and buddy, he came in the world with some drama. I mean,
really?
Well, that was one of the things, too, because she thought she had another week and didn't even have really any labor pains. Now, Sherry thinks it may be tied to her going to a shrimp bowl the day that this happened and eating andouille sausage. But anyway, but the baby went from, hey, the doctor says I'm way up here and you got another week, to I am at the door and I am here.
Wow. Here I come.
And they had quite a dramatic scene of getting him here. And I was talking to her husband, Chris, who also helped keep the kids when they were dating. And he said, this really sums it up. When they put on all the information at the hospital who delivered the baby, they just simply wrote ambulance driver.
Oh, wow.
He said there were 1 of 3 people that called him when he came out, and we don't know who gets credit for it. It's like we had to go back and look.
Driver.
But it made it like 1 something in the morning, and they both looked at each other and said call the time, and they called it at 1:15 a.m. on the 27th, and they were like, he was born on the same day that Bronner was born. And so that was kind of a real emotional tie to that family and all they've been meant to us.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Chris and Natalie Stanfield on Colin Ray arriving. So we had a little bit of everything. I mean, we had an active weekend. We touched them all. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in. The real Greg Burgess taking those. MyPillow.com/Bubba. We've been teaming up with MyPillow for a while now. And, the 2.0s came out, an improvement on the Perfect Pillow. 4 loft levels are available. The queen size or the king size, they're right now 50% off. My slippers, a $100 savings, $39.98. They've got the bed sheets starting at just $25. The Giza bed sheets start at $29.98. Kitchen towels, 25% off. And the list just goes on and on. We talked about dogs. The MyPillow dog beds and pet blankets, $19.99. Men's and women's sleepwear, 80% off. All of this can be found at MyPillow.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com and look there under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. We'll go to Perry in Sweet Home, Alabama. Perry, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Perry.
Hey, so I've been listening to y'all since I was a kid on the way to school. Love what y'all do and love the message that y'all put out. But my question is, with Helmsley coaching now, and Rick, I know you've talked about wanting to move to the farm. How long will the Rick and Bubba Show continue? I wish it could go on forever, but just curious how much thought y'all put into that.
Well, I think a lot of it is based on what I owe, and I was talking to my banker the other day, so at least 15 more years.
Yeah, Bubba says 15. I don't know how much of this new house I'm going to end up financing, so probably that'll go a long way to say it.
Unless I find a good cosigner.
Yeah, I can only speak for me, but I honestly, all kidding aside, I do not come to work because I feel like I have to. We joke around about that a lot, and I could certainly change all kinds of things and not have to be here. But I genuinely love being here. I genuinely love what I do. It was what I wanted to do from the time I was a child. Somebody asked me this the other day. I said, I don't know why, but I think it's God. I've always, this is where I've been led to work my entire cognizant life. From when I do my left hand from my right, it was a passion. It has always been a burning passion. I really still enjoy doing it, and I love the things that I'm seeing. One of the things that I think always motivates Perry, and I feel sad for people that haven't figured this out yet, is when you realize what you're doing and why you do it. And you can say that what we do, I feel like we're doing stuff that matters. Now, we do a lot of stuff that's just for fun and goofing around, and I love that too. I think that matters. Yeah. But watching the things that we're seeing going all over the country and even around the world involving how this little show is used by God to draw people to Him is really something that gets you out of the bed every day. Mm-hmm. And we also have one, like yesterday, on my something as silly as a birthday. The kindness of people, the support, the prayers. We just, whoever said if you do what you love for a living, you'll never work a day of your life. Honestly, this job doesn't feel burdensome to me in the least. And that's pretty beautiful, because I know people that go to work that they hate, and it really makes it hard for them to enjoy their life because it hangs over you like a dark cloud. So I'm going to keep doing it as long as I can mentally and physically do it, and as long as the Lord allows. That'd be my answer. And that's not me trying to dodge the question. That I haven't thought about it any more than that.
Yeah, I have no doubt you will do it to your last breath, Rick. That's such a passion with you. Yeah. And, I think the rest of us will keep doing it as long as we can. You never say never. I've learned not to do that the past couple of years. Yes. And we'll just see. But we have another year after this year on our contract, and then after that, we'll see how it goes. But, we just keep showing up. That's the only talent I claim, is I can get to work.
Well, and just like Bubba said, Bubba's had the health scares. I had the vocal cord scare, several years ago. So, sometimes just because I desire to do it doesn't mean that God may have a different plan. Now, if I get to where I can't talk or our health goes away, then, of course, there's nothing we can do about that. But as far as I think what you're asking is, are we sitting here with a game plan that says, all right, on the 30th year anniversary, we're shutting it down or anything like that? There's no plan like that out there.
Cool. Well, y'all keep on keeping on. I appreciate what y'all do.
Yeah, you guys have a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
If you let us keep
Yeah.
doing what we want to do, that has a big part of it.
Yeah.
Now, if you guys fire us, it gets a little different.
Right, and don't read much into the farm thing, honestly, because we live in Birmingham. I mean, like if I drive to go over and see my sister, her house is further away from my house in Birmingham than the farm is. The farm is only 30 minutes from the office. So, I mean, Greg drives an hour and 20 minutes each way every day, and I drove 20 minutes to the old studio. So that won't be that big a change.
Yeah, it was about 20 minutes for me to the old
right,
studio,
right.
and about 5 now.
Yeah, the farm is not hours away off in the wilderness. It's not far from the studio, so that has a lot to do with it. But thank you, Perry. I appreciate you even caring to ask that question. All right, so here's Doug in Mississippi who got the buzzer during the phone trouble. Doug, I'm sorry. What was
no,
your?
it's I don't have enough coffee and I can't tell time this early. But the important Bible question is my pastor said Jesus is going to go up yonder, then he's going to come back and take us in the rapture and take us back up yonder. But I couldn't find yonder in the Bible, and I was wondering if you knew where it was.
When the roll is called up yonder, when the roll is called up yonder, Doug,
I'll be there,
and Doug will too. Yonder is a southern term for just a long way away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and where God is and where we are, it would be yonder. Yeah, so when the row is called up yonder, Doug will be there. So it just means not where we are now and a good distance from here. Like I might tell you, if you were down at the farm, I would say, hey, the barn's right over yonder. And you would look and you would say, oh, it's a little distance from us. Yeah, and that's how that works.
Yeah. Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Anywhere further than right there is over yonder.
George in Sweet Home, Alabama. George, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I want to kind of go back to the caller previous to Doug there, and just I couldn't help but call and let you guys know that I'm so thankful that you're going to keep going as long as you can, because I want you to know that people like me, I've been listening since you guys started, and I want you to know that some years ago I was diagnosed with lymphoma. Okay, well, I'm not going to get real sad about things or anything like that, because this is a joyous thing that I want you guys to know that even some of my stuff that I've went through when I'm having a bad day, especially since YouTube, you guys make people laugh and do good things for people that you have. Maybe you do have an idea. I hope and pray to God that you do. But it's so awesome that you can bring a smile to people's face that need it. And it's just much appreciated. And I love you guys, and I appreciate what you do so much. Thank you so much, guys.
Well, George, you've just done what Bubba just said a minute ago. All of you have a lot to do with us being here. And
I'm about to take the squall.
And well, the encouragement you guys give us, it's just thanks, man.
Yeah.
It really does.
It does make a difference when the alarm goes off. I'll be honest with you, because that alarm is my weak moment of the day for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, and it goes back to the comment of one of the biggest driving forces of being here is for you guys reminding us that in some small way maybe it matters.
Yeah.
You know?
And if the radio people get tired of us, would you listen to a 2-day-a-week podcast?
That's right.
That was recorded around lunch.
Pastor Mac, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
We're great. How are you, sir?
Doing great. Rick, I was just going to give you an update. You came and did, 4 or 5 months ago, man church event down here in Pratt, my church at Spirit Walk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got to tell you, sir, what a change it is making in our men and our church. I think now we've got about 14 or 15 guys that actually do it every Sunday. And I had wife number 5 come to me a couple of weeks ago and say, my husband is a different man because of this program. This discipleship.
It's so interesting you said that, and I keep telling, when pastors are asking about it, I say, if you want me to give you the best endorsement I can give you of what God is doing, because it was God's plan, we were just obedient to what he said to do. And I said, wives in churches are thanking the pastors who are bringing it in because of the difference it's making in their husband's life. Most women, not all, but most women have no desire to be the spiritual headship of their home. They just have to be. And I certainly was a husband that didn't do my job for a while either. So I'm not throwing stones. I'm just talking about the reality of it and the sadness of that. It's men at some point we've got to get to the point where it embarrasses us to have to keep saying, I don't know, go ask your mom. And when it comes to the spiritual health of the house and what the Bible has to say, and we're seeing that this is a system that God put together that actually, as I said a minute ago, men seem to be thriving in. I think some of the other attempts to reach and disciple men were not the strategy was all wrong, and this seems to be working. And as you said, it doesn't feel any better. There's no greater gift to a pastor than a strong men's ministry, and the wives are. I got an email just this week of a guy talking about how his wife has seen a change in him, and she's just celebrating. I think a lot of women are exhausted with it when they have husbands that don't take their spiritual life serious or their spiritual infants. I think it just exhausts the wives. So thank you for that.
Absolutely, and it's not only made a difference in the wives, it's made a difference in the families, which has made a difference in our church, and it's just exciting to see. So I was going to call and I love the show. Didn't start listening until we set it up for down here in Prattville, and like I told you earlier or some time ago, I like that what you guys do is quality, it's funny, it's clean, and makes my day. And I appreciate what you guys are doing.
Thank you, Pastor. And you on the front lines, we've always tried to have a place in our heart for how exhausting it is for you.
Oh, I know.
Because you just don't get many texts that say, hey, Pastor, just want you to know I'm doing great.
I'm having a blessed day. Thank you.
Well, thank you for trusting us. And we don't take that lightly. And I'm so glad to hear that kind of feedback. I actually heard from your group. They said it was about the third meeting, and one guy looked at the leader of the group and said, I don't think I'm doing this right. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
So, Bubba, I know you had you two had a big 4-day weekend. So what happened?
Well, Rick, we tried to stay cool the best we could.
It was a hot one, but this is a good time for you to be on blood thinners.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. It's not near as bad. Matter of fact, I was cold when I went inside. So
can I tell you something? I saw a picture of you in your boat, and you had a light jacket on, and it made me furious.
Light jacket?
How can
I
you
don't
be
think
cold?
I had a jacket on.
It looked like you had some white light jacket right there. Is that not a jacket?
No, that's those shirts I wear with all the pockets on them.
Okay, that's not a jacket.
Yeah, it's just the phone sitting in front of me. I guess it looks
thank the Lord. I thought it was a light jacket, and I was going to lose my mind.
No, it's not outside.
No way.
No,
because if you had a light jacket on that weather, we're going to have a talk.
Well, the only good thing, and we were just talking about it on a pontoon. You get to moving, you can get cooled off, but you got to keep moving.
Yeah, boy, you do.
You don't want to stop for long.
You do not want to stop.
Keep on rolling. But the kids had a lot of folks over, and several crews came in and out over the weekend, so it was rather busy.
Did y'all have a good time?
Oh, we did. We had a great time. It was uneventful, and that's good news.
Yes.
And,
yes.
But we had kids there from Auburn and Alabama and LSU, and everybody's getting along. It's really nice.
That was good. That was good. The SEC comes together on a pontoon boat.
Yeah,
that was good. Did you see? And Adler pulled this picture up. Did you see the guy that sent us what I call grilling perfection? I mean, he's got his Rick and Bubba spatula, said it's 2 years old. Look at that. And I want you to look at this picture. This is Bobby, a listener. Spiral dogs to our left. So they're to the left.
Yep.
He's got okra up on top right. See the okra up there?
Mm-hmm.
He's got his hamburgers working over there to the right on the bottom. And then looks like he's got zucchini or something up there top left.
Yeah, something healthy in there.
And look, right there, the Rick and Bubba spatula right in the middle of it.
It's just working it.
I got to tell you, that's grilling perfection right there.
Can I tell you, it was so hot this weekend, I declared I'm not grilling any. We're going to have to work on the inside stuff. And, when it drops back to 90, I might go back out there.
I was a grilling machine this weekend.
It's too hot.
An absolute grilling machine.
Were you?
Yeah, well, we made, we had one of those things where you kind of go in and you live on the edge a little bit. You have to understand when you decide to go to farm life, it's, where we live, and I like this about where we live, in 30 minutes, the culture completely changes.
Oh,
I mean, in 30 minutes, you've gone to a different culture completely. And so,
Rick, it may be more like 15.
And so we were getting ready because Sherry and I stayed down at the farm most of the weekend. you got to get your supplies down there. And so I go to get hamburger meat, and not where we normally would get it. Okay, and so we're getting ready to grill, and Sherry's going to do the patties, and this is when the boys are coming down after church, and Camtastic's coming down for experience the first Mr. Burgess burgers on the grill, and all of a sudden Sherry goes, "Oh boy," and I said, "What?" She goes, "This meat says best sold by yesterday." And I was like, "Sherry, what in the world?" And I said, we looked at it.
Well, that's close enough.
Yeah, and I said, well, it smells all right.
It's best.
But for some reason, everybody, Sherry said, now the boys were not critical. She said it was not my best work on the burgers.
Really?
Well, and it's just like, charcoal versus gas, it's two different games. And I'm charcoal at the farm, and I'm gas at home. And I had my heat like I liked it, and I thought they turned out. She didn't think they were as good as they normally are. And I will say that they didn't. Something about them they didn't have probably because it was old meat, might have had a lot to do with it, but nobody got sick, so it worked. It seemed to work out okay.
Went with it.
And now
you can't cook it into good meat. You just can't do it.
Now my spiral dogs on Memorial Day, everybody has said that this batch belongs in the Spiral Dog Hall of Fame. It was. And see, that's the thing. Gary was asking me to make some of his. Hey, you got to do some Inspired Dogs. But the problem was I was on the road and I'm on Gary's grill and I've got some pack of weenies. I don't know where they go. I don't know where they go.
Tough.
And then and Gary got. Hey Gary, can I tell you this? Gary, we love you, but everything ain't got to be made from scratch. Hey, no, I don't use store-bought barbecue sauce. He said I make mine from scratch. And so Sherry tried it, and it was very good on the pulled pork. And Sherry said, well, Gary, how do you make this? You ever heard Gary describe anything? Well, what you want is you start out with like a little mustard base. I like a little mustard base, and then you got to be sure you get some minced onions. And I said, what did you say? Minced onion. Minced. I said, what kind of onions? Minced. And you minced them.
What is that?
You minced them. I said, what is he saying? And then finally his wife said, he's saying minced onions is what he's saying. Minced.
So he's got his own sauce.
Of course.
Yeah.
So he's got it over in some pot on the it won't kill us to buy some store-bought barbecue. We've come. We're back 8 minutes to the top. Thanks to all of you for those calls. Very encouraging today. It's like the show flipped today. It's an upside-down world. Early, the calls were a little off. Late, they're good. It's turned it up. Also, I realized, talking to that pastor, that is the group from one of our curriculum that Bones from the team is leading at his own church. And Bones can tell you the way it is designed. He said, I never thought I would ever lead a small group Bible study and facilitate it. And he said, Bones, if he was here, would say, even I can do it. And we're hearing that a lot too. That's another thing, that the way it's designed, people who normally said, I've never really facilitated a small group at all, and you can do it. We give you everything that you need. And it runs quite smoothly. Like I say, we actually are setting up a system to disciple us men the way we actually are, not the way everybody wishes we were. So if we can help you at all, go to themanchurch.com and we'll help you. Bubba, big announcement, breaking news.
A couple of things to remind you of. We do have some breaking news. Jim Jordan has said he will run to be Speaker of the House. So he's already putting his hat in the ring, and that will be interesting to see how that plays out.
So he is going to?
Yeah, he says he is going to run. Also, reminder, the EAS test today, 1:20 Central Time. 1:20. I know that's a nice, easy time to remember.
Right.
If we'd have been in the meeting, we would have said round it off, but it's 1:20 Central Time. Adjust appropriately for your time zone. Your phone is going to make a terrible noise today.
I know.
And that's what it'll be, all the radio and TV stations, but it is a test. Rick, Stoneman Willie. You ever heard of Stoneman Willie?
Well, I have. I heard the kickoff hour talking about it, and I know that we talked about it a while back.
I don't remember us talking about it.
Oh, yeah.
I really don't.
Stoneman Willie.
He was mummified back in the 1890s. Matter of fact, he died on November the 19th, 1895. At the time of his death, he was imprisoned in the Berks County Prison on petty theft charges. He would not give the people there his real name because he did not want his family to have to pay for what he had done or with their reputation. So he kept it a secret, and by some accident, he was mummified by undertakers.
Right.
to be, and they don't know how that happened, and now they're saying that they're going to put him to rest 128 years after his death.
Now, where has he been this whole time? On display?
At the funeral home there.
I mean, they just...
I don't know where, but...
something years. I mean, he had to be...
It's a lot.
Same play?
It's a lot of years.
Yeah.
But don't look.
I mean, I'm just saying, shouldn't we have done this maybe 75 years ago?
Yes, Greg. We were a little slow to get Stoneman.
But they
Willie.
they have been able to identify who he is. They just haven't announced it yet, and I think they've tested it with DNA.
Yeah.
So they will announce that and lay him to rest and kind of close the chapter on this, I guess.
I hate to when you're like cleaning out an old room or a closet or something, and you go, we still got Stoneman Willie. Won't we bury him?
Yeah.
I mean, it took 100-something years.
Somebody said, how much longer are we just going to leave Stoneman Willie here? It's kind of like that garage at our house. Are we ever going to, what are we going to do with this stuff? I mean, that's where Stoneman Willie would be at my house, at the bottom garage. He'd be in there. I'm like, are we ever going to do anything with this stuff? Why do we have it? But anyway, so
I don't like looking at Stoneman Willie.
I don't know. Well, I hate
crypt keeper.
Well, he should be buried.
I hate
a long time ago.
I hate to state the obvious. 128 years later, who in his family even cares?
Right. Yeah, that's
true.
true.
Everybody who cares is long dead.
Way long.
I mean, when you have to be told that Stoneman Willie's kin to you, really?
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, is that some of our family?
I would have visited him more over the years if I'd have known.
Right.
Look at that. I'm with the Adler. That's spooky.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what kind of sash he's got on.
Hands. Don't look at his hands.
Why are
No, you don't want to do that.
boy.
But I will say this to the funeral home employee that was running the experiment on mummification and stuff. It works.
It does work.
I'll
if
give
that's
you
what
that.
they were trying to do, guess what?
How about
did it.
They said his teeth and hair are intact. What an endorsement for TheraBreath. I mean, can you? I mean,
Rick Burgess.
I mean, if he was using that product, I'm not saying he did. Unless it was 128 years ago. I don't think it was invented yet. But I'm trying to find in this story, where has he been?
Yeah, that's what it can't be in one spot for 120
Almond's
something
Funeral
years.
Home.
Well, I
So
know
he's
that,
been-
but I mean,
for-
he's just been
for over 100
He just
years?
been there.
I don't know. The Pennsylvania gave them permission to keep
Hold
his
it.
body rather than bury it.
Why would they keep
All right, so what I'm saying is, let's say I go over, and I know it wouldn't
It-
be like, if it was somebody real close, you'd be too distraught. But let's say you've gone to a funeral for a great uncle that lived a ripe old life to 100 years old. Okay,
all right.
and he went on in, and everybody loved him, and it's not overly sad because we got 100 years out of him.
Yeah, what a
and
life.
what more could we expect? It was some of those moments when you're there and everybody's like telling jokes and the guys are smoking outside. Does somebody come by from the funeral home and say, "You want to see Stoneman Willie?"
Oh, that's got to be.
Is that what happened?
It's got to be.
It probably is.
It says right here, for over a century, it has stayed at the funeral home. And it was an accidental mummified attempt to experiment with the embalming techniques. And so the state said, I tell you what we want you to do.
You're right.
Keep the body so we can monitor the effects of the embalming technique to see if it works. And so they've kept it. And
Well,
but
that's why I'm back to. I mean, I get that if you're doing a little experiment, but I don't think it takes 100.
I don't either.
Well,
It's been a minute.
We got two Tuck Common.
And isn't there
When
somewhere
you
else
get to
we
that
could be?
point, it's probably hard
know
to get
it.
anything done. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
I would have gone storage building by now.
Oh
Yeah.
Rick, I guarantee you
What
this. Rick, there were some cardboard boxes stacked on top of it. On
We
top of his
got
desk.
to stay climate
Do you
control.
realize as we speak, somehow in our family, I got stuck with a storage room in North Alabama.
I forgot about that.
that I'm paying
What
for.
are you gonna do with that?
And there's stuff in there I've never even seen.
Rick,
I just got stuck with it.
Well, you gotta open it up. Let's just have it.
I mean,
come one,
it's,
come
uh,
all.
let
Have a
somebody
sale.
bid for it and see how
Rick, I forgot about that.
It was a great give and go. I ended up with
Let
it. too.
Greg and Lisa put everything up for sale in their store.
Greg.
Hey, there may be some stuff
Rick,
worth some stuff in there.
you don't know
I
what's
need
in
to go
it?
in
Well,
there
it's
and
some,
look.
it's some of my grandmother's stuff.
You hear
I
me?
don't know what
You haven't gone and looked.
I haven't had a chance.
Rick, there may be something worth something. In
By the
there.
way, it's been probably 2 full years.
Oh, it's
You
longer
just
than
pay
that.
for its storage.
Yeah, well,
Rick, it was
you
longer
can't, you
than
can't
that.
let Meemaw stuff. Just you got to take care of it. Is it longer than that?
Oh yeah.
When I was giving it,
Yes.
huh?
Yeah.
Because the give and go happened
Is
here
this,
relatively.
is this 2 years, really
Yeah.
3?
Yeah.
I think
three,
it's
isn't
more
it?
like 8.
Is it?
8 years you've been paying.
It wasn't
for
long after our grandmother died, right?
Well,
No, it's before she died.
yeah, no. I'll tell you about it in the break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other waking on their blubber. Gonna be a big star. Fat will get you very